It's showtime!
Hey! You still don't have a Sega CD? What are you waiting for? Nintendo to make one? You have seen the games, right? Wrong answer, man. Show 'em! Want to see more?
So there you have it, folks. Much like most products in the 90s, the Sega CD will kill you.
Also interesting to note, none of those things he showed were technically games.
That's right.
Have you seen the games? Because there are no games, so here are a bunch of non-games. Cough, cough.
So welcome to next GC9x Livecast.
Sorry, I'll keep the snark to a minimum while you do this.
Today we are talking about the Sega CD, Sega's less than accepted add-on for their Sega Genesis system.
Actually, wasn't it much more widely accepted than the 32X? I'd say this was probably the best, most successful add-on for the system.
Well, I did hear it sold like 2.7
of any system ever.
And we should probably introduce ourselves while we're here. I am Bobinator.
This is Starbu.
I'm Carl.
Joseph. Damn it!
I got in front.
All right, you go first then.
I already said my name, man, and then you.
Yeah, we said it over each other, so you
no,
go.
No,
all right, he's Cal, and I'm Joseph Joestar.
And I guess I'm Satanga, and that's you still don't have a Sega CD sound clip was used as a drop in No More Whoppers. So I'm starting this off with a plug for another podcast, but that's nothing to do with anything. So continue.
So we're going to try to do something a little bit different this time around. We'll have a few core hosts like we've introduced, but as we go, we're going to find people who know about certain games we will be showing, and we will cycle them in and out as we go, so they can talk about their games. We should probably talk a little bit more about the system first, though.
I'm going to interrupt. How many people out there actually have one?
I do not. I have never had a Sega CD.
I actually have two. So
I have one. I have the Model 2, but interestingly, I have a Model 1 Genesis, and the base actually expands, so I don't know if it's a special model of the Model 2.
No, they
Sega
just
CD?
have. No, they all came with the. There's a little extender, and that's how it is for the Mega CD 2 as well. I've actually got a Mega CD 2. I've got a Sega CD 1, but I have to fix the. I have to go take a look and see what's wrong with the electrical guts on that one.
Yeah, I have a Model 1 Sega CD on a Model 1 Genesis. I want to say I got the Sega CD attachment for $50 on eBay many moons ago, and I used to play most of the games I had for it, but it was a little faulty throughout, and I'm pretty sure it's mostly completely dead by now, but it had a decent run.
I'm freaked out because apparently the discs, they used really cheap media on them, and they're susceptible to disc rot. I think it was Raza or somebody was talking about that.
By the way, I'd like to make sure real quick. Am I coming through on the stream?
I can't tell because I've got that muted, because I don't want to have a freak out with like the echo.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Just try talking for a long period of time,
Okay,
Bob, and
yeah,
I'll
I think
listen
I'm
in.
coming through. Just make sure.
One thing I will say is you need to adjust the volume of your computer, because we are coming in much louder than you are. Just listening into this.
All right, give me a moment.
There's a way to adjust that in Livestream Procaster. So.
Am I coming in decent? I feel like I'm being mumbly.
All right, how about now? How do I sound now?
Now you are freakishly loud, and we're also freakishly loud, but less so. You need to check the volume thing to make sure it's not going into the red. It's probably overdriving.
It's in the red.
It's beyond the red. It's in the purple.
Alright, how about now?
Okay, that's perfect. Good.
Cool.
Yay.
So yeah, we probably blasted you out of your seats just like the Sega CD commercial that you just witnessed. So.
And morphed your brain.
Less angry black guys, though, so...
Oh, great. That's a fine note.
So yeah...
Hey, just as long as you don't use the R word.
The Sega CD came out December 1992 in Japan, October 1993 in the US. It was the first of 2 add-ons released for the Sega Genesis, along with 32X, and you can combine that with 32X, but only in place of Digital Pictures' crappy FMV stuff, so not much reason to do
Crappy!
This is why we have Cal on for this ride, because
It's exceptionally crappy.
Oh my goodness, they're the best, man.
I think what the 32X did was, like, allow better video quality, if I'm right.
Yeah,
the
more
video
color depth.
quality, yeah. It's the second best version of the game at that point. I think the PC... No, it's not. Is it the 3DO version that has the best quality video? One of them has a better quality.
Might be the PC version?
It could be. I'm not 100% sure. I thought the PC version was actually still windowed. It's not full screen. But yeah, the biggest disappointment with that specific add-on is they didn't cross over any of the Sega CD exclusive ones, I believe. It was just like Night Trap, which had already been a bunch of times. There was 3 or 4 games that got the treatment of CD and 32X, and it's not Wirehead or
Fahrenheit?
I think Fahrenheit might be the
Corpse
other
Killer,
one.
I think?
Wasn't Corpse Killer one of them?
Yes. Fahrenheit, Corpse Killer, Night Trap. Trying to think of any other ones. I'm wondering if Supreme Warrior, because if Corpse Killer did, I don't think it did.
Yeah,
I thought it might be
according to
Second
Wikipedia, yeah, that and another game by the name of Surgical Strike, if I'm reading this here right.
Yes, Surgical Strike. Which, by the way, was written by the story on that was written by Flint Dill, who, among other things, he wrote a ton of G.I. Joe comics, and he's actually the current heir to the license. Well, I guess basically he's the current license holder of Buck Rogers because his great grandfather came up with the character.
Wow, that's
assuming people actually listening to this would know who Buck Rogers is, because
Mostly through those RPGs they made.
yeah, the SSI ones.
I know about Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century.
I think more people actually know about Duck Dodgers, which is kind of weird.
I know Queen wrote a song about Buck Rogers, right?
No, that was Flash Gordon.
Flash Gordon, that's right.
Buck Rogers was the one with Mel Blanc as the midget robot.
Pardon me, I got just bars in this. There they are.
And it had a really cool intro, but like the absolute worst hero. He was just kind of like he was like a doughy Scott Bakula.
Wait, what? Bouncing back to 32X and Sega CD, did anyone mention Slam City with Scottie Pippen?
No, but I think they had pretty much an FMV game for every single sport that people actually care about.
Yeah, well, there's a Mike Ditka one too. Like Mike Ditka's, I'm gonna insult you, football.
It seems the wiki page for Slam City was hacked. It says it was developed by Kojima Productions, and the publisher is something I can't say right now because we're trying to keep our swears to a minimum.
Oh, okay.
Wow, a Wikipedia article with inaccurate information. What a concept.
Yeah. No, this
And the
one
thing is, and that's the thing, if you go in and try to fix that, somebody like Johnny
we probably shouldn't say it like that right now. Sorry.
whatever. It's not like he's yeah, I don't even think he comes with a board anymore. Whatever.
Yeah, I
He
think
does sometimes,
left.
but let's keep the form bashing to a minimum, really.
Alright, to get things started, we have 2 games for the GunHeart to talk about. So just have him come in whenever he's ready.
Hello.
Hey, GunHeart.
Hey.
So we've
Oh,
got
Bob, before you begin, I have a quick question. You have perfect sync enabled, correct?
Let me check. I'm using Kega Fusion. I don't know if that...
Yes, you need to have perfect
Yeah.
sync on.
Got it.
Kegel.
Okay, don't turn that off.
For GunHeart, we have Popful Mail and Jurassic Park, so... I think we'll get started with Popful Mail, because that's a pretty popular game by my understanding for the system.
Well, it's one of the better exclusive-ish games. I think the English version is the only version in English, I believe.
How am I focused?
There are like 3 different versions, all of them completely different games, and the Sega CD version is pretty much the best one.
You need to,
They have blue
the
showing on the
screen looks
right.
a little bit. Is it?
You gotta zoom it to the side a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah,
the
you
top
need
and
to
the
better?
right
a little bit.
need to be
There we go.
A little bit more, just a tiny
just
bit.
to the right. Just
What's
to
the key command to have the bars pop up over the window again?
I don't know.
There's a command.
Don't
Control
you see
Q.
the little you don't see the little green bars, Bob, or
I use OBS. So
There we
I have
go.
no idea you use.
What?
Wait, what?
oh, now it's a little too
that'd
far
be-
over to the. Okay, there it goes. There it goes.
Okay, perfect.
Nah,
Good enough for government work. Then let's not.
Cal, no, don't let your OCD overcome us. Don't.
You know, OBS actually has a thing that lets you stream exclusively inside a window, so you don't even have to do this.
I am
Well,
lazy.
we're using live stream for this
I know
purpose.
what we're
so.
using. I'm just saying, you know, join the OBS future. That's where it is.
So I will let this cutscene play out if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah,
Is that
those
the-
bad guys look nothing like they do in the actual game.
Well, wait, one of those is just clearly the werewolf from Altered Beast.
I just now noticed that.
One of them's just a skeleton.
This one, it's worth noting though, if I recall, is that this version of the game, despite the original being created by Falcom, was actually developed by Sega, wasn't it?
Apparently at one point they were going to localize this as a Sonic game, but I don't know how that worked out.
It was going to be called Sonic's Sister, and I don't know.
Sister Sonic.
Yeah, with the character.
And I hear, and the story I hear, I don't know if it's true, is that in Japan there was kind of this petition to, or there was this massive backlash against Sega retooling it.
I'm not sure about that. I do know that there were some complaints about Working Designs doing their usual quote-unquote magic on this.
So it's apparently in Japan, if I hear that the
Well,
backlash.
interesting.
And that middle image always confused me because because it took me the longest time to figure out that that's the middle figure has the arm across their chest. That's not that broken shoulder pad.
Though their names were lost in the mists of time.
This reminds me of Crystallis. Just saying.
Really? How so?
The floating temple there.
Oh,
That-
right. That's an anime cliche from the 90s, though, so they pretty much had to have that in there somewhere.
Dude, the 80s, man, because
Yeah, the 80s did that too,
Laputa.
that's right.
One thing
Yeah.
that kind of surprised me, though, is the fact that this thing actually came out only a few years after the Slayers novel started, and it actually predates the TV series by a few years. I mean, it looks kind of like we might have been made to cash in on that sort of thing, but, well, wasn't quite the height of its popularity. Now, this opening cutscene is really impressive when you consider the fact that this isn't FMV.
They're just using the Genesis's tiling engine, I assume.
I think a lot of TurboGrafx games did stuff like this.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that they combine it with voice acting and just the sheer length of the scene, it's actually pretty amazing how well they managed to replicate the look of a TV show from that time.
Oh,
Yeah,
even
they
the
would
little
have-
doll has a sweat drop. Oh my god. Sorry,
That makes
Oh.
a heap of sense to do this in-game, though.
I
actually really
also
saved
kind of
one
that as a little kid, this intro kind of scared the heck out of me because I wasn't really used to wild takes with more action cartoon designs. I mean, it's a pretty jarring mix if you're not really used to it.
I have to ask a quick question here. Why are the dolls bleeding?
I have no idea. be honest, Nutcrackle's the bad guy she's about to fight, you know, is just kind of confusing in general.
The only thing that's missing from this to be like the most anime thing ever is for her to have toast in her mouth as she's running forward.
Also, I haven't seen that angry mark popping across the...
Oh, those ones in the file.
Well, this is basically 80s anime. This is okay. This is...
Well, 80s early. The style is more
Early
typical
90s.
of 90s, though. It's very 90s.
This is a 90s anime.
I think TheGunheart hit it on the head with Slayers, with the comparison to that. But
Again, the weird thing is that actually predates the anime series.
Wait, did he cut off his own head?
Yeah, that's the thing. Nutcrackle's kind of like this automaton, as far as I can tell. He was really
Wait.
good.
Did they just reference Total Recall?
That's working design, so yes, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I biffed it.
I don't mind their kind of thing, I just don't like what they do with difficulty for a game.
Yeah, and they really went all out with this one. I think if I recall correctly, they took out most of the invincibility frames when you take a hit and drastically increased enemy damage output.
I'm gonna be in
Actually, didn't Kurt was recently tweeting about this, and he said the damage the difference wasn't that drastic. It was maybe one extra hit point from enemies, but in the beginning of the game, that's a lot.
Yeah, so you can get some really good weapons.
Maybe I can sell Nut's head down there.
I mean, you guys probably should explain what working designs, like their working principle was, because...
I will let someone else handle that.
Yeah.
Trader Chinks, new used, and
holding-
everything in between.
Nick Ireland can't sue us, can he?
Why would he? Why would he? We have no money. What is he gonna get
I
from
was
us?
gonna say that would require him doing some work and actually like producing
Still
something.
can make some
If he sues us, Xerxes will be happy. I'm sure he wants to.
I mean, just they didn't really make any. They didn't really use any of the shortcuts you'd expect, like lots of shots of the characters walking from the waist up and
Where's the action in
such.
this town?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of like unique animations in this. It's a lot more animated than these CD games typically were. A lot of times you just have a still and then their mouth would move, but there's been a lot of things like where she actually, well, like that right there, where she just kind of turned around and moved back.
The Sonic and the Bulls and what.
I like it.
You know, seeing this though, Bob, I have to ask, did you have Revengers of Vengeance lined up at any point? Because I want to see why the giant Rhino Man in armor is based on a true story.
I'm afraid I forgot that.
Nah, that's fine. But yes, if you haven't heard of that, look up the advertising for Revengers of Vengeance. They apparently were trying to sell the game based on the idea that giant angry Rhino Man in armor is based on a true story.
I think that was probably the joke.
Yeah, it confused the hell out of me as a kid though, because it's like, I'm pretty sure Rhino Men aren't a thing, guys. Well, are you trying to pass something off on me here?
Yeah, one odd thing is that you can't actually go back to the first town in the game. I think I remember hearing the Super Nintendo version is the only one where it's pure and can be visited outside of cutscene.
So you're telling me the final boss of Altered Beast was a fabrication?
I have not played this before as a warning, so I'll get used to it.
Yeah, just be really careful with bumping into things like you would in any other game.
This does not have bump combat like some of the other versions I take it.
Yeah, only the original PC Engine version had bump combat.
Yeah.
Well, this game's it's very similar to Wonder Boy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it was a
Big
Falcom
battle.
initially, so naturally they had to do the most bizarre things with the mechanics in their early game.
Was that just to save like on buttons, sort of like with Commodore 64 games?
You know, probably now that I think about it, that would make sense, but there's at least 2 buttons to jump and attack, so...
Because I was going to say there's a lot of humping going on in Falcom games. They just...
Didn't they remake this game like 3 times or something?
Yeah. Those the original Japanese computer version, which was directly ported to PC Engine with better cutscene graphics. Then there were also the Sega CD and the Super Nintendo version.
but you can call me Slick.
The Sega CD and Super Nintendo versions both use a more action-based combat, but the little I tried of the Super Nintendo one was pretty sloppy.
Wait, we haven't gotten into working designs yet, have we, other than just poking fun at Big Ireland? So, they were basically localizers, like very early localizers for Japanese games that you wouldn't, that we probably would normally not get today, but...
I want to say that, like, Ted Woolsey as an entire company?
Yeah, that's not a bad way of putting it, but they did something more drastic than retooling the dialogue, or, you know, not retranslating it, I'm trying to think what the term is, but...
Localizing?
Yes,
yeah.
Localizing it. They did something more drastic than that. They localized it, but they also would drastically change the gameplay systems. Usually for the worse. They usually made the games way harder than they should have been.
So
and
Mirage being the absolute worst example.
Yes, that
what
one.
They did for the difficulty there completely changed the gameplay. And it's
Another
like
example.
Each as a platformer, but well, it's essentially turned one side into your ammo.
So, you're gonna pay me to make a man out of you, huh?
The, well, it's kind of a toss-up between that and Exile 2, because Exile 2 became so difficult, it's next to impossible to beat it.
Then they also make you charge money to save in Lunar.
Lunar 2, and it actually was these points that you used to upgrade your spells, which that did not help. It was really kind of, I guess, kind of, and I can't remember, it's been so long, but basically, imagine having to give up a large chunk of your job points for all your characters in Final Fantasy V every time you wanted to save.
Is that the original Sega CD version or the PlayStation remake?
This is the, yeah, this is the original Sega CD version.
Gotcha. The Eternal Blue complete was tough enough on the PlayStation. The only time I actually played the game seriously, I lost my very first battle and I never went back to it.
Oh, watch out for those spiders.
Got it. Oh, you do
Also,
take a lot of damage in this.
Something else to note, though, so weren't the changes that Working Designs did, they were a result of rentals or something, weren't they? They were actually sort of a DRM scheme at the time to prevent people from just renting the game and beating it.
Which is really funny because in a lot of cases, I mean, you could rent Sega CD games, but it really wasn't a lot of... and it is kind of strange because their other system that they localized for the most part, was the TurboGrafx.
You can use the orb item they dropped to restore your health, by the way.
Got it. I'm just looking to see if where I should be going exactly.
Yeah, levels are kind of low, especially at the onset.
I found one exit. I'm just not sure if that's what I'm supposed to be taking just yet.
I think it is. I don't think you can really do the... I think there was one the top left you could do later in the game after you get to the third player character.
So wait, they localized TurboGrafx games too?
Oh, forgot to mention it. When... wait,
yeah.
never mind, you don't have a shield yet.
And actually, let's see, there was, and that's actually where they started. Before the Sega CD, some of their first games were, they had some games like Cadash and, let's see, Cadash and Rainbow Islands. I'm going off of memory here, so I apologize.
Did they change Cadash that much?
Not really, and it was, I think it was just fine, but then they had games like, let's see, Vasteel, Cosmic Fantasy. That they get props from me just for having that, although they actually had to censor that one because of the nudity. That series is like kind of it's like one of it was one of the first video game series on consoles to have nudity in it, and they always hit it, but except for a couple of things, but like all the games had some kind of...
Excuse me, just 1 second. That's the net text that you might want is in the lower right of this screen.
Okay.
That'll take you to the village. And also, one of the first things you want to buy probably is the shield.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no problem.
So it had a lot of
Parasol. Okay,
it,
Lance.
really
Yeah,
hit it.
Lance is saying in the chat, Parasol Stars. You are correct. It was Parasol Stars and not Rainbow Islands. So, my bad. But then when the Sega CD came out, they I think Lunar was their first game. Then they did Vi, which that one,
Sounds like a second story job.
it's extremely generic, but I love it. It's really kind of a fun. It's kind of a fun, boring type RPG, and
Fun but boring RPG?
yes, it's a fun, boring type.
You mean
RPG.
it's by the numbers, but it's well made.
Pretty much, and it's basically like a JRPG version of the movie Krull. So, it's... Oh, the giant robot is saying, wait, Lunar is boring? In the chat. No, I was talking about Vi, or V-A-Y. It's actually pronounced Vi. That one's on iOS too. I haven't tried that port yet, but...
It's easy, just one more second, but what
Oh, no
you're
problem.
going to want to do after you equip is that you can raise your shield by ducking. This will let you block attacks like from that wizard enemy.
Got it.
Ah, okay. Does it reflect shots or does it just absorb them?
It just absorbs them.
Okay.
Now, Snarbu, you had mentioned about Ted Woolsey, but not everyone necessarily knows about, like, Woolseyisms, I guess. What, do you want to talk a little bit about the translation?
Yes, I'm not as familiar with Woolsey stuff because I'm not a big JRPG fan, and I didn't have an SNES growing up, but I am aware of some of the changes he made with Final Fantasy VI, which was localized as Final Fantasy III. And the most notable probably is Kefka saying son of a submariner at some point. That is pretty much the quintessential Woolseyism. Like, he would inject really odd sort of jokes and phrases into his games, as far as I can tell, the games that he worked on.
And that's the thing, like, their games here with working designs, they would do that a lot, and sometimes to the detriment of the game. It would be... They were real big fans of topical humor. I mean, they were worse about that than, like, Murphy Brown. They were just sort of like, where basically you could tell exactly when this game came from if you were old enough to remember what they're talking about. Because, like, for instance, Lunar 2 has a whole bunch of jokes about Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton and, let's see, the OJ case.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You know,
things
that's
like
relevant
that.
again, though, because it's been 20 years since that happened, and people are discussing it again.
Fantastic time
And
capsule.
those cartoons and make lots of pop culture references, and, well, no one...
Yeah, like Animaniacs or something, where it's like, nowadays if a kid watches it, they're like, I have no idea who this is.
It's more Tiny Toons that was guilty of that one.
Well, Looney Tunes did that as well,
That's
though.
true, you're right. Like, Bing Crosby, or like they'd have, I forget what it was. There was one where it was supposed to be Frank Sinatra, and...
The entire bit with, was it, Bugs Bunny eating carrots was actually a pop culture reference.
You know what I've... go ahead.
Like, for example, how many kids are going to get that joke about Prince and Animaniacs these days?
Yeah. Heck, how many kids have gotten it back then, given exactly what the joke was?
You know what sickens me, though?
What's
The
wrong?
only type of show that seems to do that
The fact that
nowadays
kids don't know
is-
who Prince is.
Well, that, and the only type of show that seems to do that topical jabbing nowadays is Family Guy.
Well, that's
Also, no, we'll think those that they actually recycled that joke for an episode of the USA series Psych.
Oh.
And they actually did the fingerprints joke.
The original. Sit on it, Potsy.
Thing is, though, I don't really mind the references such in this because it gives it some personality.
It does, and
It's not too overblown, you know.
Like,
There was a character later in the game, though, that talks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And keeps dropping the names of his movies in his dialogue.
And that's the thing, that's a different type of localization. If you've ever... Gunheart, have you seen the English translation of Crayon Shin-Chan?
No, not really into comedy show series that much, oddly enough.
Well, they did that, and then Sergeant Frog. Funimation did these too, but basically they...
Yeah, I know. They pretty much completely redid the dialogue with all of these joke references.
I actually really liked on Sergeant Frog. As a nerd, I really appreciated the stuff they did on that one because
It's
there's
very
this.
fun with the original too, which has dropped.
Uh-oh. But
You okay?
I think he had to just step out. Maybe he had something to do.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Got interrupted. Well, it works quite well with Sergeant Frog, because the original also had a lot of these references to other things, like how all of the characters have weapons taken straight from Gundam.
Yes, and they translated the Gundam stuff, but there was, if anything, they kind of added more culture references. Like there's this one where he's like standing in a room staring at a TV screen, like, and in the Japanese one, it's totally silent for like 30 seconds while they zoom in on him, and in the American dub, he goes on this like rant about how much he loves Exo Squad, and it's just like I just like lost it when I saw this.
Well, because I think I remember that Sunrise did some of the animation for that one.
Oh, cool. But he's like, you know, he's like, it's awesome. It's about, you know, because they're supposed to be trying to take over Earth, but he's happy because in the thing he says it's about these muscly purple aliens that, you know, dominated, you know, the weak and stupid humans, you know.
Yeah. Okay, you're coming up on the boss hill, Bobinator.
Should I run back to a shop or something?
Pretty long way in retrospect, but I think there's a checkpoint. You might be able to save real quick as well. It lets you save anywhere.
Man, it's been years since I've played this.
This doesn't seem
I just
bad.
played it when it came out.
Kind of generic, I guess, besides the dialogue.
Well, at the time it would have been mind-blowing, especially if you were growing up as an anime fan. It's like, holy crap, it's a game, but it's also
This
a
is pretty much my
anime.
first anime exposure, really.
Wait, what did I have that revive me?
I think it was the Titanmental Special. Oh yeah, the Elixir. Elixir's instant revival.
Well, this boss doesn't seem difficult, it's just getting the timing down on this pattern.
Yeah.
And if you mess up, you get the fair chunk off your life.
What year was Popful Mail released? I don't know if you actually mentioned it.
1994. At least this version. The very first one was in 1991. That's still kind of what I find a little surprising is that, again, it actually predates the Slayer's anime by a fair bit, and I just want to say the tone of the novels is quite a bit different from the TV series.
Oh man, I'm just reading. The giant robot on the chat just made a comment about apparently the Warner show Hysteria talked about Catherine the Great.
Yes, I read that comment.
I just like how they had an entire song about Stalin and how much he loved killing everyone.
It may not have been WV's shiningest gem, but it had its moments. I'm not gonna lie.
Admittedly, I do think this one gets a bit better once you unlock some of the other characters besides Mikkel. I mean...
Gal.
Gaw.
Only
Gaw,
it's...
yeah.
You killed the Mad Barber and didn't
Oh god.
tell me. I thought you would at least honor my request to tell me when you
I've never actually had this happen before.
What do you mean you've never had? You never beat the boss in a?
No, I mean I never left without talking to Tat.
Oh, I thought this. I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know this.
So is he not going to join you now or something?
No, he joins you after the first hour. And after you play the first 3 levels as male only, and then in the second world of the game you unlock Tat and Dagar.
I'll play this for a little bit longer, then I'll move on to the next game.
What was the next game that GunHart was?
Jurassic Park.
Yes.
Oh man.
I actually own a copy of that. I haven't played it very much though. It's one of the few games I have for my Sega CD.
Should I queue up Jurassic Park by Weird Al for fitting intro music?
Nah, you don't have to.
El Palooza is not as finest hour. I hate to make it. But that's
I know the boss of this one being pretty annoying.
I don't know. He's just creepy now.
How so?
Oh, he lost his mustache and.
I was disturbed by that change at first, but I got used to it.
I'm still disturbed by
Okay,
it,
don't
and then
step on the heels.
Figured.
and he's apparently pals with Bill Nye, so I've lost respect for him.
Gotcha. I'm saying most anyone, not judging.
Wait, what did you just say, Satanga? Because you just said like 5 words at once.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm really mumbly. Like I said,
Your Micro Machines impression.
No, that was better than Micro Machines because I'm pretty sure
I was
he
gonna
had
say,
to
like,
every word sequentially. Satanga just said an entire sentence in one word.
Does Tanka just go boomhauer on us?
Take and die.
Are you gonna get into auctioning or something like that, or?
Oh, you know, like if I wasn't
Crap.
such a shy ass wiener, maybe I could.
You have to throw in some more. What do you call it? Filler words.
Hit me.
Hey, one day, $2 going on. Okay, now I'm just shouting gibberish for the last second.
Alright, anyone mind if we move on to a new game, or...
Nope, not at all. I think you'll have to start back where you last saved anyway.
I might try this again later. I actually didn't mind that at all.
Yeah,
It's a damn good game.
It's cool. There's
a
actually
pretty good game. I mean, this is just Ollie ports, but level designs get more complex as it goes. And Tat and Ga introduce ranged combat.
I actually kind of like the
pretty cool,
dialogue, even it's kind of goofy.
Yeah, it may have a lot of references, but the voice acting is still pretty good, and it doesn't go too overboard. Just
Yeah, for 1994, it did very well. Same year as Snatcher, I believe. Or was it 93?
yeah, the voice acting was really good on the at least the Lunar games. The vibe was pretty good too.
yeah, I mean, I don't remember opening designs really having much problem with voice acting. Just sometimes they'd go a little overboard with the references. Okay, now this one is pretty much just a straight point-and-click adventure game from first-person view.
I will say though, we mentioned earlier Silhouette Mirage. The one thing that always confused me about that game is they did this sort of localization, you know, where they kind of do a gag dubish sort of thing, but they didn't properly translate the names of the little parasite helpers you get. They're all named after the Seven Sins, but instead they just left them in like, they just made them, I forget what the term is, just the phonetic pronunciation.
This kind of adventure game in the Sierra style, like for King's Quest, where the whole point is to find a set of items.
Your life is still in danger. Uh-oh, helicopter
Okay,
crash.
first things first, you want to inspect the helicopter wreckage.
I have a question about this game. Do you actually get to punch Newman in the face?
No, there aren't any other characters in this game.
Aw.
Because this
Oh,
is
you got a
set.
stunner.
This is set after the original movie or
Yeah.
the book and whatever.
But for some reason the visitor center is still intact.
Yet the park was not endorsed, so it's been ages since I've seen Jurassic Park. It's still a great film, I'd say. You know, holds up relatively well for a great sprawling tropical adventure.
Wait, does traveling actually use up your time or your time limit?
Yes.
Looks like it.
Ooh.
Wow, and it actually doesn't. It's not 1-to-1 either. So if the animation's like 5 seconds, it can take up like 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, you're traveling between areas, so it takes as long as what it takes to travel.
So it's like Super Hot if it were an adventure game. 20 years
It's like
ago.
the opposite of that, though. It's like you going fast forward, but it's actually like real. Or I don't know how to explain it.
I forget his name, but the paleontologist who was it Robert? I forget
can't
his
actually
name.
remember what those kiosks do.
No, he they mentioned him in the movie, but
something-
and
T.
Oh.
Backer or something? Robert T. Backer? I'm trying to remember his name.
no, I can't remember his name, but he's the one that Dr. Grant is actually supposed to be based off of. But he's in. They have little video clips of him in this game, and he was a consultant for this and the. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, what was his name? I could have sworn it was a different name. But...
Maybe 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think that's Robert T. Backer.
Oh, that's why. It's just to introduce Ryusui's constant
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
You need one of those CDs, one of the kiosk CDs you had to use on a computer on the visitor center.
All right, here you go, Jojo, the Wikipedia article, and it seems it is him. He's written a couple of novels too about dinosaurs. He wrote Raptor Red, which is really, really a weird book. A lot of dinosaur pooping in that book, I will say.
Actually, it was okay. I think it was Jack Horner is the one that Dr. Sam Neill's character is based off of, but they were both involved in stuff.
You know, that reminds me, one funny bit of trivia I read. You know that utterly pointless scene about the Triceratops dung in the movie?
Yeah.
Apparently that was actually going to be important to a subplot about the dinosaur DNA still having severe damage. That was ultimately cut from the final version.
I should ask. I've never seen The Lost World or 3. Are either of the sequels worth seeing, or should I miss?
I can barely remember either of them, which I guess is saying something.
3 has a really stupid plot.
Gotcha.
Are we
X
lucky
tells
we
me
didn't
no.
get the theoretical fourth one where the dinosaurs could like talk and rap, and they also get guns?
Oh.
Wait, they rapped?
I heard of.
That's just that I made that up, Bob. But yeah,
No,
I'm surprised if there were rapping dinosaurs in it.
Well, did you hear about the? I thought you were talking about the actual leaked one. There was one where they were going to have like half human, half dinosaur hybrids, and they were like 20-foot tall people that, you know, had dinosaur features, and they were used for like military purposes.
Jurassic Park Resurrection or something?
Yeah, or something like that. So it's like, yeah, and then one of them looked like Mia Jovovich, and yeah.
Do they look like the Goombas from the Super Mario Brothers movie, perchance?
Well, yeah, actually, that's the sad thing that I think that they just probably, it's like, hey, you know what? Let's take this unused model, and we'll use that for Amazing Spider-Man. We'll make the lizard out of him.
Oh Lord.
I'll be honest, I've never seen Jurassic Park movie. I need to get around to it one day.
Oh, dude, no, don't do this. Don't be that guy.
Well, it's the truth. Life.
He hasn't seen Alien or Aliens either, man. It's like, what? It's just.
I've only seen the aliens myself, not the first one.
Hang on. I haven't seen Forrest Gump myself, so we all have really big movies to catch.
Jump, you're not. I don't know how to explain that movie. I don't know if it's better to say you're not missing anything, or say if you are, but under the caveat that it's a really weird movie.
I haven't seen a lot of Tom Hanks. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't think there's anything to do in here.
Incredibly enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think there are these key codes you find out in the outside world.
I remember. There's a box earlier. I remember like one of those key card things, and it's stuck there. Use that those pliers to yank it out.
Oh, which one? Let me go back.
I think that was like that first area. There was like a kiosk. I think something like that. I can't remember. I couldn't get too far because there's a couple of them where you have to. Oh, I love that like transit thing that like totally looks like Samo Cam from Sam Raimi movie.
I'm wondering what the deal is with their between CG environments to organic sprite environments. It's very bizarre choice.
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
You've got live action transitions, you've got pits art for the areas, and then we have CG for the visitor center.
Look over at the computer. Move back to the left.
Oh, sorry, I'm.
Oh.
Go back the way I came, or.
You know, I think there was a card or something. It was something like that. You had to look at the slot and use the pliers on it. Oh wait, no. It's this one actually. No, turn to the right now. Don't move anywhere.
He moved. It's too late.
Sorry.
Remember, there's always a delay on
damn
the
it,
stream.
dude. I mean, what?
The Sam Raimi.
Alright, I'm gonna stop for a second. Just
crossover.
tell me which way to go.
Okay, you know that gate, the one with the Jurassic Park sign on it. You go back there.
Okay, I'm assuming I go this way.
That was.
It's just a one way.
Okay, since we're talking about movies no one has ever seen, and I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only person that's seen this in this, but I have to ask anyway. Did anyone ever see the movie Powder?
Yes.
Oh, I knew it would be you, JoJo, if anybody else had seen that.
Okay, go through the gate.
No.
Don't get me started, because you know, like, I'm not allowed to talk about.
On the right. No, look. Move closer to the right. See that key code thing there?
Yeah, you can pull it out.
Use the pliers to pull it out.
Yeah, that's it.
I think I got it.
Can you?
Now what?
Can you use that on the? Oh.
Why do you have Commander Keen's blaster?
It's a stun. It's even called the Stunner too. So.
Oh, I never realized that one.
Okay, what do I do with this key card?
My reference. It had to
You're
have been.
actually playing as Commander Keen in Jurassic Park. That makes this game better now.
I can see
Yes.
Commander King fighting dinosaurs.
The only other puzzle that I remember is there was one where you had to keep honking the horn on like a thing, like to get like a Triceratops to ram it.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. But if I recall, if you don't keep honking it, it'll eventually start coming after you.
And then you die.
In addition to starring in Jurassic Park, Jeff Goldblum was also in Powder, I just found out. I should probably not steer the conversation back towards there, but I was
going to say, that's probably not a good idea to start talking about Powder, because it's going to open up a conversation about child molestation.
Oh, I see. Well, it also had Ray Wise, who was Leland Palmer in it, so that.
Yeah,
also
basically the dude that like directed that is a convicted child molester, and he somehow got out of jail and was able to make the Jeepers Creepers movies, and he's making another
Mr.
one.
Jeepers Creepers.
Yes, it's the Jeepers Creepers guy, and before all that, he did some movie called like Clown House or something like that, and that's the one where he molested like one of the. But like, if you look at these, they're all like all of his movies have some kind of weird, like,
There's
fascination
a lot of
with
boy nudity.
yes, manlets being fondled and kids being terrorized and lots of like unpleasant imageries. So.
Wait, I stepped out. What are we talking about?
The director
Mr.
of
Jeepers
Powder.
Creepers, yeah.
I overturned the stone.
Is it the same guy that did Jeepers Creepers that did Powder?
Apparently, yeah.
Yes, doesn't
Damn.
it make sense?
Kinda.
Oh,
Yeah, because I mean, it's like the whole like weird vibe. Oh, god damn it!
No, it's okay.
I can't say that.
well, to be fair, he does kind of look like a pedo from his Wikipedia.
I'm gonna start calling it
So.
pedocult. I'm sorry, protoculture. Whenever I talk about
Culture.
instead of culture, it's gonna be protoculture. So I'm gonna try and say that.
So it's gonna power starships, is what you're telling us here.
Yes, and it's gonna stop the Zendrati. That's why you guys need to save that. Yeah, because.
I kind of need a map, I think, because I am super lost in this game.
Now, does anyone have an idea how is this a video clip as it's panning around? Is this? It looks a lot like those old QuickTime VR things.
I think in the regular areas it's just a panoramic pixel art landscape.
Right, like this, but then like in the visitor center, it looked like it was like a video clip that was just you would like play forward or backward when you're panning.
Yeah,
right?
it's got like mist type scenes in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like in.
I also remember the visitor center is also the only place where you can't freely rotate.
That was kind of like Dracula.
Face the 4 compass directions.
Wait, the Dracula? Oh, the Dracula Sega CD game or the Dracula Adventure games? Because there's a bunch
The
of Dracula.
Sega CD. Oh, you're right. You're right. There's that.
Dracula Unleashed, right?
No, I was talking about the Dracula Sony Image.
Oh yeah, that game is kind of ass.
Yeah, but like the backgrounds are this weird like. It's like 3D rendered and it pans as you're moving around, and then if you move back, it kind of pans in a different, back. It's kind of like they're playing a video clip in the background. It's like real weird because you're like, it's like martial arts.
So should I
Keanu Reeves.
keep going with this, or have we
Keep going with this until you die, because you will.
I haven't even found any dinosaurs.
Left the Jurassic Park gate.
What do you mean you haven't found any dinosaurs? You were shooting at dinosaurs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right.
Also,
Wait, I don't think I've been here before.
yeah, you're back at the helicopter.
Oh. Sorry, Ryusui, I am not good at adventure
Down
games.
and check out your tattoo and see how much health you have left.
If you look down low enough, you can see
try
the
heading
sphere she's propped up on that rolls her around the landscape.
Okay, now you go ahead straight here, and then move left, then try straight, to the right. Not back to the cave. Now once go to the Jurassic Park gate and try the path directly to its left.
Okay, go through the cave?
No, not
no
the cave.
Cave.
No cave.
Anything
no
but the
cave.
cave.
Yeah, don't incur the wrath of Plato.
Okay, no, you're just gonna want to go back to the Jurassic Park gate.
The allegory of the
Then
cave.
go left of it.
And I don't mean Dana Plato either, but we'll be getting to her later.
Well, no, the allegory of the cave, the whole everybody's entranced by these visions on the cave.
Okay,
It turns out
this
some
way? I'm
asshole
gonna stop for a
fire.
second.
More or less.
Yes, this way. Oh look, this is the way to the Velociraptors and
Yeah,
Triceratops
that way
and
clearly
T-Rex.
says, watch out, it's full of dinosaurs.
Ah, here's a familiar sight. Try opening that.
Apparently,
Is
Ryusui says time to get murdered, so,
That doesn't sound good.
Trying to remember.
Big
The
rock.
landscapes are really nicely rendered.
Oh look,
landscapes,
that's
though.
the Velociraptors.
Should I go for it?
Why not?
You don't
Considering
die
that,
just go there, do you?
I think I have a health bar, so...
Do you know what's
You
really
can fight
weird?
them with the
All
pliers.
dinosaurs are out of their enclosures, right? Why are they still congregating in like specific areas of the park where they were originally at? Like, did they realize that they're still part of some amusement park? And they're like, well, we can't leave our home territory. That would just be wrong.
And I don't know Jurassic Park having an active volcano on it.
I just realized, why do you have a health bar in a point-and-click adventure game? This isn't Nightshade.
Yeah, there's actually a few sections where you can take damage without dying.
Down Under Dam had a health bar. I mean, how that went.
Like the spitters, yeah, those
Yeah,
spitters.
spittles. And there's also a light gun sequence at the end. Well, with literally light gun, but all these guys who show up with guns and you have to shoot them with your stun weapons.
Kind of like Snatcher.
And I think this involved trying to cut down that tree somehow, but I can't remember exactly what.
Hit it with a rock.
Just throw a barrel at it.
Yeah.
Maybe the Triceratops area would be better. See if we can
In
find that.
terms of death potential, or
Yeah, I am,
Yeah.
like, trying to get myself killed, and I can't even do that.
You ever have a
Put the,
voice...
oh, hey, put the egg in the nest.
I don't
The
think
egg
the
is-
eggs are an inventory item. I have a rock.
Yeah, no.
Put the rock in the nest.
The egg's
Wait, what
dead.
is that?
What do you mean?
I think he means it's the eggs are actually fertile here.
Either die or quit, but you've got to do something.
Alright, are we done with this for now, then?
I think so, and I think I'll be hopping out.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks for joining us, GunHeart.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yes, sir. It was good.
Alright,
What's the next game?
let's see. I think MrArgent had a couple of games he wanted to do, so let's have him join up.
Hey, shoot the little compies real quick.
Okay. So, Argent, if you're here, please feel free to join us on Skype.
Maybe
At
set it out.
last, after 10,000 years, yada yada yada. And I just got a text message. 1 second.
Alright, let's see.
What was that meep sound I just heard in the background?
That was a text message. From
Argent wanted Night Trap and Silpheed, so let's do
Well, we
Silpheed
all want
first.
Night Trap.
Polar ends of the spectrum. Holy
Oh, hey, real quick though, you have to do before we finish Silpheed. You need to enter the uncensored code.
Mm-hmm.
You mean
The one where
Jurassic Park?
they just say, I can't remember, they curse a lot if I recall.
Is like, I just remember the one line, "You goddamn sightseers, it's time to go back to hell." You know.
Oh,
and
which
it's like
which game was this for again? Night Trap? Or...
Silpheed.
Oh,
On
Silpheed.
Silpheed, there's actually like
Oh
a,
yeah,
and
the
you can
uncensored
listen.
code.
Yeah, so you can
Yeah.
do the debug mode and listen to those.
Yeah,
before we quit that
the
game.
British Colonel dude has 2 lines that actually aren't in the English release. Goddamn sightseers! Time to go back to hell!
Do you know the
that's
code
it.
for this?
Yeah. Let me
Yeah, I'll
look
go
that
look
up,
it up.
actually. I actually didn't know about that. Which means we're not off to a good start. Anyway, there's also one other cut line just towards the end of the game. Like it's the British Colonel dude again, like right towards the the voice test. Is that what you're talking about, Joe?
Yeah, you can do the what was it, the debug mode? Oh, yeah, okay. Use controller 2,
Yeah,
and then
it's gonna need some juggling. It looks like.
yeah, it's gonna be a bummer.
Anyway, yeah, there's actually 2 cut lines.
Voice test. Never mind. Yeah, well, yeah, you should be able to do that, I think.
I can set up a second control on a keyboard, maybe.
Yeah, you might need to do that if you want to try this. I'll drop the directions for you in the text chat.
I cannot see the text chat right now.
That's not worth it necessarily, but it's a fun game, though.
Yeah, this one is a good one. It's honestly kind of surprising, though, because this is actually a remake of sorts.
What did the original come out on?
Well, the original
PC
game was
88.
released on, PC-88, MSX, FM-77, and Cirrus set up a localization for MS-DOS that added a gorgeous MT-32 soundtrack. But what's funny, though, is that this is pretty much a completely different game. Like, it plays the same on a basic level, but none of the stuff in the original is there at all.
All we're seeing right here is pre-rendered, correct? Are these models actually being rendered in real time?
No, actually, it's a really clever trick they used. All this is actually pre-rendered, and the backgrounds in-game are done too, but it's all done so that it all looks like it's being rendered in real time, or that like it could plausibly be being rendered in real time. The giant robot, kinda, but not really. It actually did everything in full real time, and it was full 3D too. It runs beautifully on an 8086 too, which is surprising. Let me grab a screenshot for you. I'm actually pretty
sense to make use of pre-rendered graphics for the Sega CD, so that was probably very clever on their part, even if the system could handle limited 3D.
And let me
really couldn't handle more 3D than the original.
This is one of those things, though. Like in EGM, there was a big, well, yeah, other magazines too, but especially EGM, they were hyping this up as like the Star Fox killer.
But it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny though, because beyond being a shoot 'em up, the two don't really play a whole lot alike.
Well, they don't, and then when it came out, then it got pretty bad reviews in EGM. So,
which is kind of funny because this is debatably the best shoot 'em up on the system.
You know, that's pretty typical
and also the only shoot 'em up on the system.
That's pretty typical of gaming magazines to hype something up and then retroactively say, "Oh yeah, it sucks. Sorry."
Yeah, well, they had all these.
Oh yeah.
They had all these things, and they were talking about how it's like, well, in this, in this level, the terrain is generated using fractals, and it's like it's all rendered on the fly, and they were talking about the background, so it's like, no, it's actually a full motion video. But it's
also,
pretty,
I'm
though.
I'm just gonna drop a screenshot in the text chat of the MS-DOS version running in EGA mode. And the MS-DOS version actually did a lot of polygonal stuff like this did too. Like, all the stuff that's happening on the playfield is all being rendered in real-time 3D like with the original.
Oh, you mean the ships are actually fully 3D, it's just the backgrounds aren't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
If I remember correctly, the debug, you can, like, rotate them and look at the models.
Yeah.
This one's pretty smoothly for a game with 3D graphics like this, I gotta say.
That's something the original also did really well. And by the
How
way,
much is this actual 3D and not just pre-renders?
Everything on the field, not the backgrounds, though. Backgrounds are 3D.
By the way, it's actually possible to start one of those moves also if you're epileptic. Try to avoid having epileptic seizures right now. I recommend doing this by not looking at the screen. Yep, just whole planet gets nuked. The commander dude's only reaction is that his bed got blown up.
One thing about this though is that even though it's pre-rendered backgrounds, they do actually put 3D hitboxes over them at some points.
Yeah. Like there's a stage later on with like laser cannons coming off the space stations everywhere, and like the whole thing actually works really well, even with the perspective stuff at play.
It's a good-looking game, I gotta admit.
It is. In addition to being the best Sega CD shoot 'em up by virtue of being the only Sega CD shoot 'em up
there's more than that. There's
there's actually a lot. There's Robo-LS is great.
Oh yeah,
Android Assault. Soulstar.
There's that Keikyo's game or something.
KO
Flying Squadron.
Yes.
Honestly, this is one of those games that shows off what the Sega CD can really do when you look at it as more than a straight up.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. This is probably the most Sega CD-ish shooter outside of Soulstar. That's probably the only one.
This uses the hardware to its full potential, whereas the other ones could have been probably done on the Genesis. They just weren't.
I can't really think of any other games at the time that looked like this. The only other one I can think of that came several years later was Iridion 2 on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing to compare this to, actually.
Well, this is a similar feel to some of the arcade games from Namco. What is their name? I knew them before. I mentioned them in the Star Fox reviews.
Xevious?
You know, it's really unusual
what do you call it?
Yeah.
Starblade.
Starblade and some other bizarre name, like Novi, some just gibberish phrase.
Solvalu. It's Solvalu.
Solvalu, there we go, yeah.
Although Solvalu is a little different. Starblade, there is actually a Starblade for the Sega CD, but it is a really bad port. Like, it's so cut back. Even as, like, the 3D elements in it are wireframe rather than, like, full shaded.
You know,
yeah, it's supposed to look like Silpheed here, but it doesn't.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
It is really unusual to have a Japanese shoot 'em up that not only has like a health bar, but also has like things that fail when you get hit, like a Wing Commander game or something.
By the way, did you see that really chunky ship the screen just panned by? I think that's actually supposed to be a cameo from the original version's final boss, a huge battleship named War. See that chunky one with the 2 thrusters on each side? And I don't know if it's specifically supposed to be it, but it's got a really similar design.
But yeah, wings failing, that happens in Star Fox, so it is kind of similar in a few ways.
Arch, I got a question for you. Have you played its many years later sequel developed by Treasure, Silpheed: The Lost Planet?
I've heard of that one. I've been meaning to check it out, but I'm actually not all that familiar with it. Have you?
Can't say I have. I'm just looking at a video of it on the site right now. It seems pretty alright, but
yeah.
I do have
there's
to
also
admit...
a release. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No.
And there's also an Android release of this, or there's actually an Android release under the Silpheed brand actually called Silpheed Alternative.
Wasn't there a PS2?
Android...
PS2 game in the series?
Yeah, there was a PS2 game. That was the.
That's the one I just mentioned.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. This is kind of an obscure series.
Also, we've got some comments from the chat. Actually, the Starblade that I was talking about, that was rendered on the fly, and that's the reason why it was using wireframes and stuff, which is in contrast to the console ports where, like the 3DO and PS1, where they actually had pre-rendered graphics and FMV.
Using a similar trickery to this, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, something along those lines. I think it was
surprising because the PlayStation probably would have handled it.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, it could pull off Time Crisis 1, so
I gotta ask, for those of you in the text chat, have any of you tried the Android release? I imagine it probably doesn't control all that nicely, but I'm not familiar with that one, so.
There's also another sequel as mentioned in the chat by the name Project Silpheed, although spelled somewhat differently.
Yeah.
Last generation. I haven't played that one either. I have to admit the fact that it had very anime-looking characters in it kind of turned me off, but that's just me.
Well, this type of game, and then Iridian in a way, these are kind of throwback to the old Laserdisc games, because there were quite a few, like Astron Built, and...
There was one on the MSX that used an obscure Laserdisc add-on for that one that looked pretty good.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is there was a type of game where you basically have FMV in the background, and then you have, well, on these ones, sprites.
Yeah.
That...
You mean like Cube Quest?
Well... Sort of, but no, I was thinking more of Astron Belt, Galaxy Ranger, Vegas Battle, Star Rider. Yeah, now that one was very handy because
they use large list of these games that don't get
Vegas Battle.
Vegas Battle. That's the one that uses footage from Armageddon, the movie.
I've seen that one, and actually, it's very weird.
I liked it. I love the design of the main robot in that. And that's actually based on this really super long science fiction series in Japan called Genma Taisen, and it's based on this guy has these really weird religious views, and there's the do you remember there was the suicide cult bombing or the gas bombing in Japan back in the 90s?
Yeah, the one...
Shinrikyo, was that the one?
Yeah. Didn't the same group also threaten to poison some candy or something? I also want to say
that's something different. But yeah, basically, the cult leader lifted a lot of his stuff directly from that series, so...
Right.
Oh, jeez. Was there like a giant media rallying against the series as a result of this? Or...
Not really, because they weren't all that popular, but it would be kind of like... I guess if, let's say, David Koresh was lifting stuff from like the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this one more shot.
Go for it, yeah.
No, he was stealing stuff from what?
That'd be pretty cool. He just like had like it's like yeah this because that's what the leader of that cult did. He basically like told everybody it's like yeah I got all these cool powers and stuff. I'm like Kenshiro. So he had these people do like promotional cartoons and stuff to recruit people, and apparently it worked. But he like had I've seen some of the videos that he had, and he's like using powers to fight demons and stuff like that. And that's kind of what that was about. It was about people fighting off demons with ESP and stuff like that. So
were the special effects in those videos about as terrible as I'm thinking they were?
I don't know.
Like
yes, they were like animated. Oh man, that'd be awesome.
No, we can't bring that up. No.
Yeah.
A cult, you know, based on it's like I would give you a hand here, but as you can see, I do not have any.
People don't know what we're talking about.
They should. I mean, we need to do like a movie night if we haven't.
The Further Adventures of Geist by
You know,
one night only.
I should note once more that we're like probably the only thing keeping that alive on the internet.
That's probably a good thing, cause well, except for the we found that video. Remember, we found that video of it on. It was on like one of the. It was like a yaoi forum.
The one with the chick who's going to way too much effort to see some nudity.
Also, if you don't know what we're talking about, it's probably about your own ass. I'm just gonna say that.
No, it's they should ask because it's about this guy who's industrious and.
Yeah, if you want to learn more, ask Yahoo.
Well, I don't know if it was the guy. Did Snarbu? We were talking about this. Where like
it's probably commissioned, as far as I would explain just the sheer number of inconsistencies in the animation.
So he had like like 2 or 3 guys that he was like paying. It's like here, I want you to like do these animations in PowerPoint.
Hey guys, you want to make some PowerPoint animations?
Yeah.
That was you, Creepazoid.
Go drink some coffee with cream or something.
Oh man,
dang it, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, we were getting a question. We're getting a question from the chat. What is this conversation about? What isn't it about? It's about the absolute best independent animation piece of the early 20th
someone
century.
link this in the chat for people. Like just
put it there. Let them make their own minds up.
I'm just gonna say that what we're talking about is Criterion Collection worthy.
Should I keep going this or move on to the next game?
Yes, actually, let's go to Night Trap. That's the perfect follow-up to this conversation.
I'm gonna admit, I know more about this one on the technical end than I do on the actual gameplay end, so
So yeah, there were a lot of people asking me to do this for the FMV stream, but I think this game is what people recognize as Sega CD for in a lot of ways.
This game, long story short, it caused a huge media stink, but what a lot of people don't know is that there's a bit of a story to its development. This game itself came out in 1992, but development actually started around 1987, and by development I mean filming. And this was actually meant originally for an obscure Hasbro console that ran off VHS tapes of all things.
The Nemo.
And yeah, the Nemo. That was actually a prototype name. I can't remember what the file name was offhand, but if anyone wants to look it up, feel free. And I'm pretty sure that one didn't pan out for all the reasons you guess a VHS-based console wouldn't pan out. Namely, VHSs are terrible in terms of reliability, and there's no gameplay there.
That was the thing. They actually did have working hardware. They got it to work. They had the what do you call it? It was some other thing. It was another test thing, but. The problem is it was going to cost like hundreds of dollars, and then they saw how the Action Max did, and then they were like, okay, forget it.
Wait, the Action Max, those were those VHS tapes you'd get, right? And it was like, they were a game, kinda, but not really.
Yeah, it was basically like playing Captain Power, but a little more advanced.
By the way, I should mention, I was actually doing some reading up in advance of this stream just so I could get my facts together, and did you know that the guy who directed this, James Riley, as just mentioned, is actually planning on doing an HD remaster for modern systems.
Of Night Trap?
Yeah. And this is something that was only recently announced, too.
Are they using original footage, or...?
I think they're remastering from original footage, yeah, but I'm not really sure.
If they're gonna remaster, it would have to be original footage.
Yeah. Taylor says that only if they get the original actors.
I bet all the original actors are dead. That's what I expected.
Dana Plato's dead.
Yeah, the original actors all got kidnapped by vampires.
They're not really vampires. They're more like they have like drills or something. They're like aliens almost. It's weird.
I mean, you guys will pick up on this, but I love the fact that they're called the Scat Team. I just
Yeah. In this release, that's the Sega Control something team, and others special something because other
Sega
game
Controlled
systems.
Action Team, because there's also a game by that name for the NES, which is by.
And it's worth mentioning that other versions don't use Sega in the name because you need blast processing to say Sega. And I had to get a black market surgery to get the blast processing necessary to say Sega.
Tonic, now this is just plain Sega CD release.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a Sega CD release because of the size of the video.
Yeah, I mean,
You can tell it's
yeah,
Sega
like-
CD because you can't see crap.
Yeah, you can't see crap in as it says on the postage stamp.
Actually, you can kind of see more on the stream because the blurring artifact actually makes it easier to see.
Which I'm guessing that's I'm guessing that's something they would have intended for, because honestly, TV quality at the time probably was not that great, especially if you were connecting over RF. And
Yeah, I mean, the dithering effect probably was much less noticeable on an
Yeah.
actual TV.
which leads me to, or which gives you an interesting question. For those of you who had any of these games when they were actually new and relevant in any capacity,
I kind
did
of
the
know how to
dithering
play
actually-
this, but
yeah.
not really.
How did these things look compared to VHS tapes at the time?
Better.
much
Oh,
better.
this. Oh, well, VHS looks so much better than this.
VHS is just, it's fine. There's no, you won't notice the difference
The real-
compared to anything else.
The real question is, how does this look compared to Beta?
Or Laserdisc?
Well, I mean, it's
Honestly,
still
though-
more video than Beta.
Well, you
Well,
mentioned
that's the
that
thing. Like, betas were actually pretty good. It was just the, I guess they just lost out. I forget what it was, but I think it was the price reason. That was they cost more to make than VHS, so that was one of the reasons why I didn't catch on. But
It's
like a lot of
basically
TV,
more expensive, and you had to have
Yeah.
2 tapes per thing.
Oh, you switched away. Now you can't capture them.
I think that you should note that Bob has already missed 12 captures.
Well, I'm trying to keep.
How is that even possible? He started the game off and there was 10 that he couldn't capture.
Yeah, he took too long. You're
When do I hit
supposed
the
to
button?
Immediately start the game.
This game's kind of
Wait, really? The cutscene actually, the cutscene explaining how to play the game actually.
Yes. Yes.
I have
if you,
no idea.
It actually takes up in-game time for them
if you
to
don't
explain
skip
to
the-
you.
If you don't start the moment you can, you miss people.
I think I've screwed this up.
Yeah.
No, just keep playing. Just
Kind of
keep playing.
incoherent.
Uh-oh.
If you get all of them from now, you'll be able to keep going.
Oh no, they have
How do you
trash bags
capture
on
them,
their
though? Where's the
heads.
button for the
Bob
trap?
has pressed the wrong button and has changed the access code color, and so now he is confused.
They tell you, hey, we're switching over to this other channel. Please switch over.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, but Argent was you were gonna explain this game, I believe.
Should I reset?
No, just keep playing until you lose.
This is the Night Trap experience, Bob.
What button do I hit?
Don't bring in modern OCD tendencies to this game, Bob. Just play it. Just...
No, stop pressing the button that you're pressing!
Does the mode
What button? The B button?
So
Look,
far,
what?
this is-
Press a button. Okay, press a button. What happens? Does anything happen?
A button switches scenes. B button does something else.
Okay.
So then, what button have you not used, Bob? That would be the C button for capture, I assume.
No, that switches the thing.
Okay, so yeah, you want the B button, but you gotta find the
so
right color because you changed
basically-
it with the C button.
Yeah,
Purple.
Color. Okay, so C is for color and B is for.
Okay, you use button B to trigger a trap, and you have to make sure the sensor meter's in the red zone before you try to trigger the trap in question.
Yeah,
And the
you're
trap-
not the right color channel then.
I mean,
And
usually
then
you
if
can
you
just keep
hit C,
pressing
you
B,
change
it
the
doesn't
code
matter.
for access code.
Can I start over?
No.
I'm really glad I'm glad I'm not the one
Don't bring
playing
the modern
this right
OCD
now.
gamer tendencies to this, Bob. Just play it and fail. It's not that long a game, even if you do play it right.
Someone's mentioned Double Switch. Tonic has in the chat. Double Switch is the sequel to this game, in a way, but it's a much more gamey game. It's less, lazy, I guess. You actually have to trigger traps, and you have to arm them before activating them.
and did you would short out if you armed too
so
many?
Yeah, if you
Basically,
arm more
what you want
than...
to do is you want to wait for the you see that meter above the buttons?
Wrong button.
Part of the orange. What you want to do is you want to wait for the dudes to move to a point where it's
Man,
I'm not sure.
No, it's in the red, but you have to be on the right color channel.
Yeah, he's on the wrong.
Yeah.
It usually starts at blue, I believe. So I mean,
and then I
you
can't
should
remember.
be.
Yeah, code changes. Does the game tell you automatically, or do you need to do
No,
something?
they tell you, and you have to listen for it. This game's really weird because it almost seems like you're supposed to be a voyeur, like you're supposed to be watching people. But the proper way to play it is to constantly switch between the scenes and not actually see any of the full motion video.
That's what I've been doing mostly.
No, you were
That's
watching
kinda-
people talking, Bob. That's wrong. It's not how you play this game.
So it's a full motion video game where you're not supposed to watch the
Don't
video.
enjoy the experience of this game. You're not allowed to.
Yeah, the way this game is set up is really weird. You have to play like a gazillion times just to get the full thing, and it's pretty much just a memorization deal.
So kind of like with adventure games. I mean, it's one that kind of mentality where basically the game was all about replaying over and over and over again.
So odds are good you would see the full FMVs at some point just by playing the game so much.
Yeah, that's actually.
Bob, you're not supposed to be watching this. Come on, stop being
But this is where they sing the song. I gotta see this.
No,
He's already lost. He's completely.
hang on. Let him enjoy the game if he doesn't know how to play it. All right.
He's 31
he has to
August
suffer.
in the hall. He can't possibly come back from this.
I can't believe the game runs in real time though. Like when they're trying to explain to you how to run the system, it's actually running in real time. That cracks me up because it's like that's such a gotcha.
Can we at least cheer loudly if Bob does capture at least one?
Oh no, we can give him a golf clap at least though.
Like it's like, oh hey, interesting things are happening. Don't watch them. Instead,
You set
capture
yourself
some,
up for this, Bob. Though, so I don't have that much pity on you.
Instead, capture some dumb losers with trash bags over their heads.
Oh hey, Xerxes is around.
What's actually kind of cool is they were able to do this. They would have been able to do this on a VHS. They actually had this technology where it would read off a thin strip of the magnetic
So
tape.
we're switching around the different channels on the tape, essentially.
Watch that counter grow.
So basically, it was all running in real time. You would just have to go from one channel to another, and then, so that was the original point of this. But
Totally worth it. I'm just saying.
No, Bob, I'm sorry. You've just doomed all these people.
Ignore the trash bag vampires. Just
I think that's, I can see why this might have been seen as salacious at the time, but it's like, it's like not even, I don't know, it's like something like, it's like if Full House, like the people that did Full House tried to do a horror movie. That's how offensive this is on a,
honestly, this is so tame you could put it on a cereal box.
That's true, Tonic. I forgot about that. I did forget about the shower scene.
it's really not too bad, but it is kind of like, it's really
PG
not.
or PG-13 at worst.
Yeah, it's PG.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think the implication of what's about to happen is somewhat worse, but eh.
Yeah, like if you were to cut away during the shower scene, you know, like after the Augs get in there.
No, you failed.
I'm not surprised he failed. He failed to capture a single auger.
Can we give Bob a redo until he gets just one?
No.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
He gets one till he gets to the shower scene, just to show what.
That's cut from this release, actually.
What?
Honestly.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the re-release. It has it. It's cut.
I don't think I could find the original version. It went
Honestly,
on.
if you're playing,
Find the original version. It has to be floating out there somewhere.
It
honestly,
is. I
though,
got it.
if you're playing Night Trap at all, you're losing at Night Trap.
So it's kind of an anti-game, basically.
Oh yeah, you can actually. I forgot. You see that?
This game's actually kind of clever the way it's structured, though. It's like really clever. Like you could do this today, and it would
Wait,
work
the game
still.
quits once you get a game over?
I was gonna say there's actually an extra Easter egg at the end. Did you see that brief memorial
The game
screen?
quits itself when you at the end.
Yeah, what's the deal with that, Argent?
So there's a button code you can introduce there, and you'll actually get some original footage from when they were pitching the VHS version to Hasbro.
Yeah.
That would be so funny to see. It's like, okay, this is gonna sound like a really, really terrible idea, but it's gonna be great.
It is. It is a terrible idea.
All right. I think
We never even hired you. Who are you?
Gaming industry, although it would
Crap,
have been
no.
some other game. It would have been some other game if not this or Mortal Kombat. Something would have tripped
he
up.
skipped the opening cutscene and... Oh god, why are you pressing that button, Bob? What's wrong with you?
I forgot it was the... I had it...
That's the color button, remember CD?
Oh god, there's already 2 of them.
What the hell is going on again?
Go, man, go!
This is happening at a really fast rate.
Where are they?
They're happening
People
quickly.
complain about this game and that it's, it
happening.
lacks replayability and stuff because it's, it's only like a 20, 30-minute long game. But it's
When do I hit the
way
button?
the game is designed, you're
when that
supposed to
little
play
meter
this...
goes into the red.
Yeah.
So you're on the blue channel, so you're probably on the wrong channel, so you already messed up.
I think he's on blue. I think blue is usually the default.
Okay.
You should be okay. You need to go to the, yeah, you probably needed to go to the bathroom. They just walked in and you missed them. They walk between the scenes. You gotta learn the layout of the house, Bob. Learn the layout. Come on, man.
All over again, actually, where you have to learn the house in order to speedrun it so you don't die.
Yeah. I think you may have to play this game like 24 times to finally know where and when.
Yeah, and if you think about it, 24 times, that's like
Yes!
gameplay.
Yay!
Like
Bob
you
got
win.
one!
Oh, but he missed the other one, so he loses.
Oh,
the
heck!
other
Oh,
one?
come on! Come.
Also,
I'm giving
nah.
a B.
Man, I'm sorry, but
I'm giving a B- for effort. Okay?
You
Can
can't capture that guy.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
What?
say really quickly, I really
Yes!
something about stopping vampires in the chat, and the way it's worded, honestly, for a second there I read that as the only way to kill them is to rip their noses off.
Sounds
What
like
I really like about
Right,
I love the traps in this game. How can you not like the traps?
So what
They're
happens
so
if you set
funny.
them off? Oh, yeah, you can't do that if there's a normal human, but what would happen if you did, I wonder?
I think
Like,
there is a part where you actually can trap one of the family and it game overs you.
Yep.
There's actually,
the-
like, you can, if, Dana Plato, you can trap her.
Yeah, you can trap a couple of people. It's actually really clever. I mean, they took the idea that they had, they did little bits and pieces with it. There's a couple of points where you have to trap them or else someone will be killed. There's this one point which is really clever where one of the characters disguises themselves as an ogre and you are not allowed to trap them.
That's weird.
So you
But it'll
have to
still
watch-
let you trap them is the weird thing.
It'll let you trap them.
Right.
Because you're supposed to catch the scene where they're discussing them disguising as an ogre, and then they'll be disguised as an ogre, and they'll come onto the screen and be like, "It's me," and then you're like, "Okay," but you can trap them. See, it's kind of clever. Like they did what they could with the idea.
Probably just can't really enjoy this game because you actually ever stop to watch anything, you're basically screwed.
Bob, you saw the bumper at the beginning of this. I mean, you set this stream up. You saw the bumper that you actually put at the beginning of the stream about how extreme this console is. You're not meant to enjoy it. You're supposed to be devastated by it.
I grew up with Nintendo fans, so I
looks like you're on the wrong color channel, Bob. 'Cause it's...
No, you got to go down the stairs. Go to the stairs now.
It's based on a
Just
fictional
Bob, what are
true
you doing?
story.
Feel free to switch over at. Oh.
Yep, he's captured a
Yes.
bunch.
Yes. fall
Okay,
down the
that's
stairs.
actually pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Double Switch, it also has some amazing traps in it. Like, it catapults guys across rooms and, like, these, like, giant swinging logs that fly in and knock guys in.
They really should have made this like a Home Alone game.
Yeah, it would have been. I recall there being one trap that just dumps a dude at the side of the house.
Just imagine all the augurs were Joe Pesci, and there you have it.
There's one, the outdoor trap is the best. That's the car trap. Because the car trap catapults them off the roof. If we manage to get that one.
And LanceBoyle wants that Night Trap crossover DLC for Deception 4.
How am I supposed to keep track of all these guys?
You're supposed to remember where they're going throughout the house, Bob.
Look, you're not supposed to beat this game in one try. It's like 30 minutes long. You're
It's like
supposed to play it like 10 times to even have a chance
Yeah,
of
I'm
getting
telling you,
through
Bob, you can't bring the OCD, like, JRPG playing mentality into this game. You just can't. You have to just be able to fail.
This is one of those games you're just gonna have to stumble your way to victory really badly, and it takes forever and it's boring.
let me ask you guys a question here. Am I the only person that hears the Bulk and Skulls theme whenever I see these guys on screen?
Go to the bathroom! There's no time! Oh, man.
I mean, this must have been the most fun set, with just all these, like, secret doors and exits and rooms and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really sad, like, realizing that it was, like, destroyed over, like, 30 years ago.
Oh, man.
So I see numbers pop up over the room
I think
icons.
that
Does
was
that
the
mean
thing.
anything?
Like, when I was a kid, like, I always wanted to, like, be able to play in a house with, like, secret passages and things like that, so... I can totally agree.
One of my neighbors back when I used to live where I lived when I was in grade school actually did have a secret room in their house.
Ooh, Bob, you might want to go back to the bathroom. I think they're going to talk about the
They
code.
used
Not
to
the
told
bathroom,
them-
the kitchen. Go to the kitchen.
They used to told them model railroad stuff.
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
None of these are the kitchen.
Oh, Victor, you monster. Let's have the boys change the code to be safe.
80s hair.
Okay, thank you for telling me about that.
It's okay,
Change the
I
code to
won't-
what? They didn't tell me.
Okay, well then go to the lounge room. Not the lounge room. The staircase. Staircase, I think it is.
Hmm.
No, yeah.
Now, Jeffrey, I want you to go downstairs and change the trap access.
So do these people know that they've just bought a house that's like a secret vampire meeting lair or whatever?
I didn't hear they just changed the color too. I'm just gonna let you guys know that.
The owners are the vampires.
Thanks, Narbu.
And these 5 teenagers are just staying in it for reasons that are never clearly established. from what
Bob, I
recall.
have no sympathy for you right now because you did this to yourself. You chose to willingly play Night Trap for us.
I was being completely quiet because I knew that they were about to say the code, and it's really hard to hear because they're like, "Let's change the code to blue."
I was gonna say that the staircase scene reminded me of Parker Lewis Can't Lose, and I don't know why because I never actually watched that show.
Great show.
Well, yeah, the
I heard it was
plot of the
actually
game is that the house is owned by the vampires, and that's the 2 adults who are kind of. It's not gonna be blue. Change the code. It's not gonna work.
Oh, too late. You failed.
Come on.
Yeah, you don't get a second chance to capture anyone. If you miss them the first time, just ignore them because they're gonna.
Snarbu, my 100% run.
Yeah, man, you fucking
Dude, you
funked it up.
lost
I
at
was saying
100%
funked
run
it
ages
up.
ago. Look how many possible you have versus how many you captured. I'm
That's
sorry,
it.
man. That's not even 1-to-1 at this point.
Screw you guys, I'm watching this again.
Honestly, guys.
I'm putting the controller down and you can't stop me.
I honestly don't think this is really hard to talk about. I'm supposed to know.
Well, yeah, you have to sing along to the Night Trap theme if you're gonna keep it here.
You will revive when you're on the road.
Well, okay, so while this is going on, since no one's gonna sing, the kids here, or the teens, have been invited up here by the vampire
Night
chick.
Trap.
Oh,
Something, Night Trap. Don't know the exact words, Night Trap. Na, 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 Night Trap.
The only way to lose is to, well, Night Trap.
Once upon a time, there was a house named Night Trap. Then some dumb teenagers stayed into it. Then some FBI agents showed up and rigged the place with traps, and some dopey jerks with
actually, they
garbage
didn't rig
bags
the
over their
traps
head
up. The
got
traps
trapped.
are already in the house.
Yeah, they're taking control of their traps. They're using them against the vampires.
You'd think that they would be automated then, but they're not. I mean, it's very confusing.
Okay, I found 2 things. There's a, let's see, on fantasyanime.com there's lyrics. It says lyrics. I'm pretty sure that these are the lyrics. There's no official script around on the net, so I had to put down what I think it sounds like I'm hearing. Feel free
Mr.
to
Cool
like,
Shades is there as a vampire as well, in case you guys are wondering.
Permission to move on. I think we've.
There is a fact on GameFAQs about the
Also,
Night Track theme song lyrics.
One last remark, yeah, the code actually always says blue by default at the start.
Yeah. But,
Anyway, just give me the window time to a washing machine.
Okay, I think it. Let's see if Ryusui's ready for his turn.
And CO.
Indeed I am.
Be in the text chat.
Hey, Ryusui.
Hear me. Hey there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I have been watching this, and I have to admit, Night Trap is probably a lot less terrible than I would have expected. But then again, I've been watching the stream on mute, so I could hear everybody without repeating everybody.
No, Night Trap is, if you like if you can tolerate the way it's made, you actually really enjoy it. It's basically just a fun B-movie that you play.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it makes me think a little bit of a couple of old text adventures. The finale of A Mind Forever Voyaging, where you have to use the recording facilities. You have to switch cameras at just the right time in order to catch the villain making his confession, and then broadcast it to spoil his plans. And then the game's suspended. You're basically in command, similarly, of a bunch of different robots, each with different perceptions and capabilities, and you have to get them to certain places at certain times in order to get them to do what they need to do to save the facility before the people upstairs come down and pull the plug on you.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's basically...
Suspended, for what it's worth, Suspended is a kind of game that would really benefited from a graphical interface, because the feelies actually included a map and tokens for keeping track of everything, because you desperately need to. Oh, are we doing Sewer Shark?
We must be doing Sewer Shark because it's a
Oh.
DP.
Yeah, I actually played it just last night, and it also wasn't as terrible. I was expecting, somehow tougher than what I was remembering.
Sewer Shark. One thing about Night Trap is that its sequel, Double Switch, actually has something that Bob would really appreciate. You see, Double Switch has a map that also shows you when people are in a room in real time. So there's no random guesswork.
Wasn't Arlie Ermy in that one too?
Was he? Huh.
I think he was. Oh yeah, and as Lance says, just the phrase "dog meat."
Yeah, that's your call sign. That's your call sign.
Shoot the tubes, dog meat.
Yeah,
I may or may not, talk about. I might just talk about this on IRC later. But my brother and I have like in jokes about this game because we rented it a whole bunch of times, and
I got it on my. It came packed in with my Sega CD. I had one of the Model 2 ones and a Model 2 Genesis to boot.
that's right. That was the pack unit for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if it was deliberate. I don't think it was, but this game's palette is... It doesn't have a lot of rich colors. I wonder if that was to actually, make it blend better.
Well, it might be, possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a compression artifact, but it both kind of sets the feel of the game, but also, well, probably a pragmatic concern.
Given color limits.
Well,
yeah, because I mean, it's a very brown game, and it didn't have to be.
This guy scares me, like...
He keeps violating your personal
he does.
Please.
But so you feel like you're in the game, Bob. Like the guy's right in your face. You can smell his breath. Like he's like tweaking your nipples.
Something that like VHS interactive games. They weren't meant to do those. Like, I want to say there was one based off of Star Trek. Anyone know any?
You're talking about the one that we showed on the multimedia thing, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Star Trek 4.
Yes, I remember that one. It was a pain in the butt because there was this one sequence where you had to hit a. There were these two sequences where you had to hit a hotspot on screen, and that hotspot was almost impossible to click. It's where you punch out the guy who's you punch out your dad, so to subvert the. Okay, there's a good reason why you end up having to punch your dad, because it's for his own good. But the big thing is you also have to grab his phaser and adjust the phaser settings so that when he wakes up and the Borg are around the corner, he doesn't die when he tries to shoot it, and the Borg have already adapted.
Your back seat this trip, so don't screw up, huh?
So yeah, it's tricky and it's annoying because the really annoying part is that when there's this big close-up where you flip the phaser over in your hand and the button is right there and you have like 5-10 seconds on it lingering, and that hotspot, I swear, is still freaking impossible to click.
A complete cranial evacuation is a no-brainer, Mr. Ghost.
Oh, true though, it's worth playing just for Q.
They were all down there in Sector 19.
I mean, it's
What?
This footage was recorded in the 80s, right?
It looks 80s, but this is, I'm pretty sure this was filmed in the 90s, wasn't it?
It had to have been, yes.
I mean, I love the sets of this
This
game.
comedy relief robot, though, reminds me of something from an anime.
Everything in the
So this is like Sewers the anime, or anime Sewers, I guess, I don't know, because it's all futuristic.
I don't see Yelly Guy drawn as an anime character. I don't know if he has a name, I just call him Yelly Guy.
What is it with
His name's on his helmet.
Oh yeah, Ghost. It's weird. I mean, his name is printed on his helmet. He does not strike me as Ghost anything. He's Shouty Guy.
Isn't that maybe it's an ironic thing then? Like Little John?
I thought it was because he's a good pilot, so he goes through the sewers.
Why did every set in the 90s have a gratuitous amount of steam rocketing out from everywhere?
Because it's Grimdark?
Hell was that?
It's an angry mutant rat. You're supposed to shoot those.
Yeah, I mean, they're your
So here, well, let me explain something important here. Every now and then, now you're probably gonna die now because you missed it, but
what do I do?
Okay, when Catfish shouts out directions like 3, 6, 9, or whatever, you're gonna want to keep those in mind because they correspond up, down, left, right. You know, 12 is up, 3 is right, etc. Now here's the thing though. You see the icon at the bottom, top of the screen, the little flashing arrows, with arrows?
Yeah.
Every now and then there's going to be a green arrow coming up. That means you can jump by pressing B and the corresponding direction. But here's the thing. You have to take the directions he tells you. You have to skip the ones that don't. So for example, if he says 3, 6, 9er and a 12 comes out as up, you skip that and wait until the first 3. And then you take the first 6 after that and the first down after that and the first left after that. Get the idea?
No!
It makes it look.
Basically, follow the directions.
It's pretending that you're actually in a sewer and it's telling you the directions that you could possibly go, but the robot is telling you the directions you have to go in the correct order. So you ignore all the directions except for one key tell.
4. Yes. No, you went the wrong way.
Yeah,
He said right first, right? I thought he said right.
No, it's 6, that's down. 3 or 6, 3, 9 is what it said, isn't it?
No, it's 3, 12 looks like.
Ah. So now you die.
Well, you have a couple of chances. It's not instant death, but you stand a better than average chance of, you know, crashing and burning if you don't follow the directions.
Well, I mean, if you don't follow the directions, you crash and burn more later on, don't you? It gets harder, right?
Don't get stressed out, Bob. I mean, again, part of these games is failing all the time. Like, I could tell you stories of, like, Rebel Assault being
and
stuck
one
for
other thing, I have
for hours.
One other thing, this has never been something I've gotten far enough to encounter. Oh, here you go, and you die. But see the yellow gauge above your energy and score? If that hits the red, you press the C button.
One more time.
Red's run, you blow up. Holy that's way into sitcom. Stay cool.
Don't let them freak you out.
The only problem I have is that it always plays this entire sequence whenever you restart. This which will cut first Catfish's first set of directions.
I'm Radigator, mate!
I'm ready.
This game actually game over you at any
6, 9, or 3. What now?
6, 9, 3. Okay, now down. No, wait. Now,
Six,
wait till you get the first down. Now.
Yeah, he did it. That's right.
Okay.
Then left, right?
Left. Okay, first left to C.
Wow.
Also, this was actually filmed for the Nemo.
And right.
Oh, it was.
So it was filmed in the 80s, I figured.
still pretty impressed, actually. I didn't.
Did I miss a turn?
No, you've still got 3 to go. The right.
He's got it, yeah.
And here we go. And there you go, your first one. Also, there's another thing. Your energy is something you really do have to worry about, because shooting consumes it, just flying consumes it. But anyway, there are recharge points during the flight, if you will. And in order to take advantage of them, you need to take into there's going to be 2 branches. One of them is going to be green, and you're going to want to jump to the green branch. It's going to be left or right. And don't worry, Ghost will let you know in advance you're about coming up on a recharge.
For all the complaints about it, it's really not a terrible game.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game. From what
Up, down, right.
Yep.
I noticed the arrows light up when he gives you directions. That helps.
Yeah. I assume that's for people that might have been deaf, although I don't know why you'd want to play this game if you were deaf.
You might want to play if you were blind, though.
GH had a good point in the chat. Lightgun would have been pretty neat for this kind of game.
Yeah, it would have.
Special effects on this game were by, sorry to interrupt. It's by John Dykstra.
Who did the CGI? It's actually not that bad.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he worked on like Star Wars and a whole bunch of other things.
I'm not sure this is CGI. I think this might be models.
Okay, I think I made the turn.
It's models and puppetry.
Yeah.
GH pointed out something else earlier. It's really impressive how seamless the thing is. You don't see any real jumps in the FMV.
Yeah.
At some point, character actor Robert Sims probably known best as voice detective Bullet for that movie.
Also, Pumbaa, right?
No, that's so your energy level.
There's a whole mess of bogeys appearing. Well,
because they're vampire bats, you
Up,
see.
down, left. Okay. Wrong turn.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, you're doing.
What now? Can I save myself?
No,
yeah,
it's
a crapshoot with whether you're not going to survive.
Oh well.
Sometimes the sooner dying.
On a completely irrelevant note, I see JoJo has tweeted a picture of Van Darkholm.
Hey, somebody, if Xerxes is dissing the Sega CD, I'm going to war.
Oh, Jesus.
So next up, you had Willy Beamish, right?
Oh no.
Oh wow.
So you said the loading times in this are obscene, because I swear this game crashed on me one point.
They are beyond obscene.
Minutes
Yeah.
to load something.
I might have to make liberal use of the fast forward on this.
Well, that's the thing. This like at the end, there's a bunch of puzzles, kind of like what Ryusui was saying.
Yeah, it is a timed sequence. It is pure. I remember the first time I managed to get right to the end game, but I did not have enough time to finish. And that's partly because there is a hotspot at the very end that is hidden in the absolute bottom right corner of the screen. You need to get the tape deck out of your jet ski, and yes, you do get a jet ski at one point. And actually clicking the jet ski in order to get the tape deck out instead of moving to the other part of town is, well... Anyways, I did actually...
I had a burned copy of this, so...
Wow, this music is ridiculously 80s. I'm kind of digging it.
I couldn't get past the... there's the part where, like, you're in the mansion. I couldn't get past that because I couldn't find the hotspot in time, and then you die, and then you get a really depressing game over. It's just
the
like,
one where
whoa.
Billy gets drowned in the fish tank.
Yeah, he gets drowned in a fish tank, and then it shows the villains eating all the frogs, including his pet. So it's like, what the hell?
Super Warhawk.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh man, yeah. Basically, yeah, that would have been right at home with the Warhawk endings, but.
Or you mean
now,
Death Duel?
Yeah, well, no, Warhawk's endings were worse, or game overs, but even though they're just text. Well, all those were text. The laser balls. Let's talk about laser balls, because the load times were so bad that they had something called laser balls.
Yeah, you press start while the game's loading, and you get these little vector balls flying around. You can movement to an extent with the D-pad and whatnot.
Yep, and that's pretty much.
How
That's
long
pretty
did
much
I
what you're
do
doing.
times? Because I swear there was one point I was waiting 20 minutes for something to load. I did have a burnt copy of this, I will admit, back in the day. But I thought the game froze, but I could still do the laser ball thing, so...
I'm sure...
I did actually beat the game on PC eventually. Though I will say that loading times aside, it was... The version I played didn't have voice acting, it didn't have the intro theme, and it did not have Super Space Canoitrix. Yeah,
was there any I know it was a different type of game. It was like a platformer or something in the PC version.
But it was also just a cutscene. You didn't actually get to play it. You just
Right.
played this little game called Monster Squad, which is like this little side-scrolling thing. You played out entirely in cutscene. In the Sega CD version, there's an actual game called Super Space Canoitrix, which is, like the name kind of implies, kind of cross of Space Invaders, Arkanoid, Tetris. You're got a little spaceship dude at the bottom. You can shoot blocks coming down, and if it all fills up, then you die with the most hilariously over-the-top game over sound. It's this dun 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 dun.
I'll try to shut it off if I can get that far.
Yes, with complete with a little sting at the end.
The only memory I have of this game is that I kept getting flushed down the toilet.
Yeah, this game is... Something feels really mean about this game for how cartoony it looks.
Well, let's be honest, his name is Willy Beamish. I mean, what kid isn't going to beat him up?
It is. I mean, like, it's one of those things kind of like Little Shop where everybody's an asshole.
So this game is... You don't get to kill Steve Martin in this game, do you?
No.
I don't think so, but you do have to...
No, I'm talking about, Little Shop, the 90s cartoon.
Oh, I thought you meant...
Well, that one's kind of, especially after the
Duke
the original
Nukem,
ending.
the early years.
Yeah, that does look like Duke Nukem.
No, he looks like that scrawny wimp from Bad Street Bros.
Oh, yes, Duke, his name was Duke, too, wasn't it?
Oh crap, he's basically a wimpy version of Duke Nukem.
Oh wow, I think the game is loading something important.
Full circle!
It must be the emulator, but this is loading pretty quickly.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah, Ryusui, do you want to tell the folks what his frog's name is? Or have they already done that? I can't tell.
The frog's name is Horny. God help us all.
Well, he's a frog, but not a toad.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's like all these jokes that are kind of like they're real weird. Like there's some stuff that's like real cartoony and childish, and then there's some stuff that's more like
it's basically it's almost as if the Leisure Suit Larry guys were trying to make a kids game but couldn't quite pull it off. At any rate, one interesting thing about this is that one interesting thing about this opening sequence is that there are actually multiple ways to get out of it. I mean, if I recall, there are multiple ways to escape the classroom and multiple ways to actually get out of the school once you're in the hallway. At least one of them will actually take you to the principal's office where you can basically negotiate your way free. Oh, God help you, the loading screen.
Yeah, this is a Sega CD experience.
Do the laser balls.
Hit start.
It's the loading screen. It's the loading screen. Can't be game. It's just all loading screen.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh no, the old one caught me. Better think of something fast.
Also, no subtitles. Sorry.
Probably the worst loading I remember was at the contest. Like, if you died at that point, it would take forever. They call it the frog jumping contest.
I mean, to be fair, it's really hard to put subtitles in because that's a lot of extra sprite data.
Well, it doesn't have to be extra sprite data. It can be, well, unless they really sucked at programming, it would have been perfectly possible to simply store a font and have it printed. And for the record, the PC version did have subtitles for the text. So, I don't know.
I mean, it's the sprite limit on screen. It would make you cut back a little bit.
well, you wouldn't have to worry about the sprite limit. You could just write it to the tile data like most games do.
Huh.
If Mom and Dad see my report card, they'll never give me the
I don't know, the
call I
Sega CD had some very unusual bottlenecks because it was basically just a Sega Mega Drive.
But here's the funny thing to consider. That of all the Sega CD games we've looked at tonight so far, this is the only one I can think of that had really noticeable loading times. I mean,
the Sega CD doesn't have that long load times. I didn't ever really feel that
impressive.
way.
Even when the games were FMV heavy, it was like they figured out how to stream FMV from the CD, which is really kind of impressive even today if you think about it. Then again, if you think about it also another way, streaming video would have been kind of a necessity given the lack of memory space to store entire decompressed movie in. You could
it only has like what does it have, like less than,
I think it was like
how much RAM is there?
I don't know, I can look it up.
I thought it was like less than 100K or something. It's like tiny.
Probably 64K if it's less than 128.
Okay, so I've seen someone play this game before, so I kind of, sort of know what to do.
Well, you know how to do the intro in any case.
Half a megabit, which would be what?
Well, it's a megabit, so that's a 1024 bits.
Oh, wait, never mind. I'm looking at something wrong. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let's see here.
Megabits are so weird to me because I understand megabytes because a byte is 8 bits, but a megabit
is basically 1024 bits. Or another way to think of it is 1/8 of a megabyte, or what, 128K?
Yeah,
I think.
The protagonist of Bad Street Brawler was Duke Davis, just to clarify. I just now found this out.
Okay, I think I wait for her to fall asleep.
I wish I had more to say about this game, but like I said, all I have is memories of that stupid jerk flushing me, or even drowning me in the toilet. I don't remember.
Okay, so 6 megabits. All right, so that's about what, 768K. That's just a little bit more than you'd get on a bog standard DOS PC.
Dynamics is probably one of the more interesting company divisions of Sierra, but this game probably is most afflicted by the trappings of malicious Sierra adventure game design. As opposed to Space Quest V, which was actually pretty fair and
yeah, I remember it even was nice enough to tell you that you're about to leave an area without an important item, and of course later on that means that it has it's well within its rights to mock you for ignoring the warnings and not picking said item up.
Well, you need the hall pass.
It doesn't even really give you a proper ending, if I recall. How about this? What's his face? Roger has his little oh crap moment when he realizes he doesn't have what he needs, and then throws up the message, and then just cuts right to the game over screen. the usual you died screen.
Abort, retry, quit. I'd love to see an adventure game that would do that when you lose. It's like those are your options to continue. Abort, retry, quit.
Yeah, there was this, reminds me, there was this, what was it? There was this thing a long time ago. Well, technically it's still around, but there was this thing called, you might have heard of 3D Game Studio, right? But the original DOS-based version was basically build engine quality, and one of the things it came with was a little demo level of something called Skaphander. It's a German name, German software, to be honest. But the thing was that one of the messages you'd get when you died would be abort, retry, fail, since the whole thing was kind of meant to be a inside a computer type setting.
Yes, I've heard of Skaphander. I remember trying to play it, and it apparently ran so fast that an enemy would hit me once, and then I would spin around so fast I couldn't see anything, and then I'd hit the ceiling and die.
No, that's how you die. That's how you die. When you die, you start spinning around, and then you hit the ceiling.
That's so weird.
I think I took too long getting out of here, so I just leave normally.
Anyways, the other thing I forgot to mention was...
Here's the laser balls, by the way.
Laser
Yeah,
balls,
I'm missing laser balls.
Demo scene represent.
Still loading.
It's Vector Man's DNA.
Well,
How do you know when it's done loading? Does the laser balls
before the
disappear?
game? No, you can
Say
just.
the
I mean, you
laser
can-
balls counts as a game.
Wait, Frank, you guys can see the stream, right?
We just lost 2 people watching.
Can you guys see
No,
the
I
stream?
see the stream just fine. There's nothing wrong with it on my end.
I can see the stream perfectly. Anyways, the other thing I was going to say was, when I played Willy Beamish on PC, this was in that weird little twilight age when Windows PCs could still run old DOS games more or less fine, but they were too fast for a lot of older games, and DOS bots hadn't really become a thing yet. So I had to run this program called MoSlow, which basically does nothing but eat CPU cycles so that older games could run at normal speed. Otherwise, I would have literally no time at all to solve that sequence we talked about, the one that ends in you getting drowned and the frogs getting eaten.
Weren't the villains in this like aliens or something? I'm trying to remember.
No, they're just a corrupt corporate exec and her right-hand man or something like that.
Do you know who the lady's a parody of?
Not a clue.
Leona Helmsley. She was a real big figure in the 90s. She was a like property magnate, but she was like
that would explain.
Yeah,
Well,
she's
that's
just a
kind
real
of the whole,
bitch.
Yeah, well,
She
that's
was
kind of the
nasty.
whole plot. Yeah, that's kind of the whole plot here. Basically, the villains are trying to take over the towns so they can demolish it and put it in an amusement park.
Hang on. If this, they could be aliens because you know that they live prove that high society are a bunch of malicious aliens.
There is a monster. There's like a vampire later on, though.
Yeah. Well, actually, should I go ahead and spoil?
I don't know that we'll get to that point.
It's a dream sequence, but it's a really creepy one, a really freaky one for Willy. And as far as the game's concerned, you can still die in it, even though the twist at the end turns out he was just having a fever dream, apparently.
So wait, if you lose the dream sequence, you die.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you die in a video game dream, you die in video game reality.
I haven't had that many nightmares where I died where I didn't wake up, but
yeah,
then
it
again, I
is-
wouldn't be sitting here right now if that was the case.
It only takes one,
I love the intro to that sequence, though, where Alicia reveals her true form, and Willy says, "Mom should have checked your references. This must be the babysitter from hell." She's like the anti-Mary.
So yeah, there's... Tonic was asking if there's actually any gameplay. That part where I was looking through his desk, that's actually gameplay, but... At this part of the game, and probably for the rest of the game, it's going to be pretty slow.
Was that the Simpsons house in the background?
Might as well be.
It looked like it.
Cue purple motion.
I'm going to try to show off something Tango was asking about the other day, if I can get there.
Wait, what? What was I? I guess I'll see.
Oh,
the laser ball thing is a digital toy to distract you from the horrible loading times.
It's a shame it's
Vector
not
Man's
quite a
DNA.
game. If it was a game, they could get rid of Namco's horrible pace.
Is that Willy's mom?
Yeah.
She has her midriff exposed. What the? This is saucy.
Yeah, I did not remember that, or rather,
crap.
when I first saw this, I probably did not think of that being, you know what, my age would have been just over the double digits or something.
What I'm picking up from this is like if a team of animators didn't have anyone to come in and censor their like their project, because they were just like, well, we'll just do what we like, and then normally you would have executives come in and say, look, this stuff isn't suitable for children, and then they would trim it back. This feels like the first draft of a cartoon that hasn't been trimmed back for PC audiences.
I want to say that yesterday Snarbu or day before Snarbu commented that like most moms in cartoons are like fetishized or something.
Yes, I have no idea why.
Yeah, look like
And
Dexter's mom or something.
She got the booty.
Oh yeah,
I'd
she
say that.
has a lot of fan art. Surprisingly, there is nothing. There is no Rule 34 on this game.
That's a triumph, though, for once. For once we've played a game that hasn't been ruined in that way.
So if anyone would like to ruin that, please send me pictures.
Wait, there's a joke in there about this game being ruined or whatever, because I could argue that's...
Ruined itself.
Would it be harsh to say that? Like, amongst its contemporaries, like, what can you say about Willy Beamish being, like, good?
Okay, so Tenga?
Yo.
This is gonna take a while to get to, because this game loads at glacial pace, but hang on.
Oh yeah,
you
that's
cut
right.
off your finger. I remember this. Don't you have to actually do this? This is something you have to do?
No, actually, the thing is, like I said, at the very least, at the early parts of the game, there's actually some leeway on different things. I mean, there's a trouble meter, as it were, where basically you can have Willy be a little jackass, and eventually your parents will get fed up with it and ship you off to military school.
But then later on, they just kill you instantly if you fail a puzzle.
Yeah.
It's probably something like they ran
Okay,
out of
watch,
time
Tenga.
and had to cut back it.
Oh boy. I remember this scene. I remember playing this and cutting off the finger. I'm like, oh great. Ow!
Ugh. I don't...
Whoa.
Hey, Beavis, you cut off your thumb.
That's like Mortal Kombat blood going on.
I don't think thumbs are supposed to spurt like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's that bad, you go to the doctors.
Yeah, you pass out from shock, likely.
I mean, you can actually ask to be taken to the doctor, and I think that's a game over if you answer the wrong response or something.
Doesn't he give you like some sort of weird medicine or something and it kills you, or I forget?
Or I think you get wrapped in bandages. I can't remember. It was something like that.
Yeah, it is, and that was at the beginning when you could say you're sick, and then you go to the doctor's office, and there was a over-sexualized nurse.
Yes. Yes.
Who looked basically, I'm fairly certain that like she looked like one of the ones from Leisure Suit Larry 7, where just really top heavy, kind of like grotesque, like breast expansion.
I forget if we touched upon this, but what is with the boosted sexualization of this game anyway?
Should I keep going with this, or do you think we've done enough?
It's exactly like Cal said. They didn't have any oversight, and that makes sense because
Can you... Oh wait, you have to go up. Basically, you gotta use the iodine, or else you lose at the end because you.
Yeah,
get,
you get like the worst ending. Your family goes into poverty because you don't win video games. I'm not kidding.
That's what I mean, and that's what Snabu was gonna reiterate. It's just like this is just like people who aren't really great at making games for children, making a game for children with no one to tell them this is probably not what children are gonna.
This was very common back then, though, especially with like FMV and CD games. Like it's like they didn't know who the target market was exactly, and they had no oversight. Like there were no standards. So they just pump out a game and they don't have anybody to tell them. It's like you probably shouldn't have a children's game where your character can cut off his own thumb.
Here's the thing. I think they must have been trying to think like where like kids and adults could both equally enjoy it, but they lean too far forward to the adults, and it really suffers.
A little too much parental bonus, as it were.
Sorta, yeah. But I'll be honest with you, when I briefly had this game, I actually did enjoy playing it, even if I couldn't get anywhere in it. I mean, it's kind of an interesting, novel little game.
An old friend of mine loved this game, because she was just like, this is such a great game when she played it. So
Willy, quit being a little bitch.
Several years before Curse of Monkey Island, this is probably the closest thing to playing an actual cartoon that existed.
It's a very boring, slow cartoon.
I kind of like the mundaneness of it, though. Like, I think that's something that we've lost with modern games, is there's no mundane elements. It's all fantastical. Well, that's not technically true. I meant there was a game recently released that was pretty mundane that everybody hated, so maybe that's why.
Wait, which one do you mean?
Gone Home.
Oh.
Oopsies! Oh, okay.
Well, there's another reason I didn't like that.
Yes, I know why you don't like it, Jojo.
Let's not alienate everyone in the world.
Social justice, but
oh, god damn it.
We lose, don't we?
We've lost plenty of times during this.
We're probably gonna get another complaint, but you know it's okay. It's
yeah,
just me.
We'll get another. Joe does not represent the opinions of everyone ever.
Exactly.
So how about that Willy Beamish, huh? He sure is a rascal.
You know, I'm having more fun watching these little laser balls than actually playing the game right now.
Oh, laser balls.
Laser balls.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're playing Sega CD games. We don't need to talk about social justice right now. That's
Well, hey, I
topic.
just said that one time. That's you bringing this up again, Mister.
I'm bringing it up again. I'm bringing it back because there's a lot of misogyny present in this game.
Can I move on to a different game, please?
Yeah, this is.
You know, come to think of it, this is a pretty misogynistic game, and it's coming from me.
Huh.
There's one thing I didn't like about this is like, I just remember thinking about that. Like they're obviously pretty well to do, and then there's like a little thing like his dad loses his job or something like that, and then they're like,
you know,
oh,
for
God,
kids,
we're just gonna have to like eat filet mignon this month, you know, or something like that. It's like, fuck you guys. I mean, I don't know. Like it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, at first I could relate. Now, you know, I didn't care for that.
it's like they live in this gigantic manor house.
Yeah, I know.
But
They're in this giant house, and you know he's complaining.
That's pretty
he's like,
typical of cartoons, though. Like, think of the Simpsons house. This is actually very similar in terms of size and layout to the house that the Simpsons have. Like, that house is gigantic. It's got like 10 or 12 rooms.
Well,
some of them you don't even see in the show. It actually has rooms you never see in the show. It's weird.
It's a little contradictory because, like, in some episodes, that house is portrayed as being a real dump. But then in Homer's Enemy, Frank Grimes thought that Homer lived in a palace.
Well, it is technically.
I'm just playing until I can find a way to get this kid killed or something.
Homer's Enemy is one of the earlier seasons episodes before they exaggerated a lot of elements.
I suppose so.
Okay, you know what? I think we've seen enough.
The whole point of Homer's Enemy was just to tell us how terrible we are for enjoying this sitcom family.
Hey, Ryusui.
Of it.
Is it okay if I cycle out?
Is he still here?
I think you
I
have to
think
leave.
he may have had connection issues.
Is who?
Ryusui, is it okay if I cycle out?
Say what? No, I've been here the whole time. There's something wrong.
Can I cycle people out if that's okay?
Ask me a question. What?
Can I cycle out people if that's okay?
Sure. Sure, I don't mind. You can go right ahead and switch to a different game if you like.
All right. Does X have one in?
Was X next? Yeah, I think he was.
And I hereby pass on the guest host hat to the next contestant.
Thanks for joining us, Ryusui. It was good having you.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome. Welcome.
All right, I'm
hey,
putting
X.
the hat on now, and oh man, what did you get in here? Is this? Oh, dude, what'd you get on my hat, man? Ah.
We've got two particular games for.
Yeah, it's Road Adventure time and Novastorm.
God.
Oh, man.
It is Road Adventure time. It is always Road Adventure time.
All right, so I
Wait,
gotta.
you have to play the whole intro so we can hear the song this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself so you guys can listen to the theme.
Yeah, you gotta hear the awesome.
In that case, I'll step up a little bit.
Springsteen.
Butt rock, yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Another one. Another person thinks of that. That's one thing I always thought that sounded like Springsteen. It's like.
Well, I gotta represent this game for Dr. Allosaurus. So those of you guys who aren't as familiar with them.
Get ready to mute. We gotta let this play out.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta mute for this.
Yes.
All right, so.
Okay, I know a couple things about this game. One, the theme song is amazing. This is a fact.
Yes, absolutely.
Two, apparently at some point someone's going to make a book about this game. I don't know if that ended up happening or not.
I don't think it has yet.
Three,
no.
This game is a port of an arcade game that has a much lamer soundtrack in the arcade version than this does.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, one of the things I was going to bring up about this, this happened recently. There was a project to port this game actually to the Super Nintendo.
Actually worked.
Yeah,
it worked.
It actually worked. Basically, the idea was, before the PlayStation took off, Nintendo, of course, was working with Sony on creating a CD add-on to the Super Nintendo, and it would have used this additional chipset they were going to build for the Super Nintendo that would have allowed them to do all kinds of cool stuff with the technology. Obviously, that never happened because Sony ended up doing the PlayStation instead. But this guy who created the emulator was originally BSNES, and then it became Hegan, or what it is now. He basically wrote up technical specs for what this chipset would have been had it actually been created, and then also added in emulation support for it in his own emulator. And so the guys who wrote Avenger actually went back and took the original Laserdisc stuff from the arcade version, recompressed it using modern technology, and fit it onto a CD-sized ROM for Super Nintendo that uses this chipset.
That's amazing.
It kind of is, and surprisingly enough, it plays almost as good as the Sega CD version. It's a little bit faster though, so if you're used to playing it on the Sega CD, things are going to happen a lot quicker and you're not going to be as used to it. So it's actually a lot harder. That said though, this one I like because it's got something that the Super Nintendo one doesn't, and that is it doesn't play sounds when you hit the turbo or the brake. So it's very easy to forget which one's which.
Now, one thing I was going to say about this was the... okay, who's going to bring up the Double Dragon?
Oh yeah, this is the car that shows no dragon in it.
Yes! But I forget why.
Same producer.
Wait, it was only in specific versions of the game though, wasn't it? Because in other versions it was...
pretty sure.
Car.
Well, it was the
Man, I love this game's soundtrack.
Car in the first game, and then it was the helicopter in the second, and that was a reference to Thunderstorm FX, which is the other Data East Laserdisc game. So.
Wait, do you mean the car that shows up in the very first screen?
Yeah, the garage they come out of.
Yeah.
That's the car.
It's this car.
Yes, yeah, so Jimmy and Bimmy were actually friends with this guy whose name I forget.
Wait, is that canon?
I don't know, but I'd imagine that they'd hang out because this guy's obviously not doing much on the weekends with his wife dead.
Well, I know that Double Dragon essentially takes place in a post-apocalyptic world.
He's the one holding onto the camera while Bimmy and Jimmy double team Arian.
I'm going to show you content.
Yeah.
So this is like one of the best FMV games on the Sega CD. I mean, it's pretty clear how everything works. I mean, controls aren't too hard to figure out. It tells you what to do. It's pretty forgiving.
It's really beats the snot out of the I like it. There's just no context.
Okay, this is from Lance. Yoshihisa Kishimoto was at Data East before he founded Technos, so that's where...
Yeah, just drove through a helicopter.
Eat that, Jason Statham.
And John McClane, for that matter.
This is a pretty hardcore, sports car, because, I mean, it's like taking damage left and right, but it's still running, so...
Let's see, the engine gives it a lot of structural integrity.
It really is a muscle car. But,
Somebody modified it or something, I don't know.
Da-da-da. Now, there was a port to the... I know it was on the Laser Active, and they called it Road Prosecutor for whatever reason. And,
that sounds like a completely different game.
I think I remember reading about that, yeah.
Now... Oh, I'm sorry.
Basically, Miles Edgeworth loses his marbles and just runs over with his specs.
Yeah, he just decides to take that money and... He, I just remember seeing a preview for this, and they were saying things about, oh, it was in GamePro, and they said, in this exciting game, you know, mow down, you know, enemy gang members with chain guns and missiles on, you know, your souped-up car, and it's like, yeah, that's actually not anywhere.
To be fair, the real game in that is pretty cool too.
Yeah, oh, it's totally cool. You're just mowing them down with your car rather than with...
It's a pretty fun game to watch.
No. Oh, it's beautiful. It really is.
I forget, does this game still have the multiple death sequences, or did they have to cut that for
It does, I just haven't died yet.
It does. He just, my favorite one is the, you know, like, when you're in the hotel and you crash into the desk, it's like really kind of disturbing because you hear this like squishing sound when you hit, but it's all the storage.
Oh, I think this is one of the parts where I usually die at.
And Lance, you are right, this is by Toei Animation. So it was...
Laserdisc games that have more original animation.
Yeah, there's this, yeah, Thunderstorm, Time Gal, Ninja Hayate. Actually, there was also, it's called Eshes Urunmila and Super Don Quixote. They were animated by Japanese people but they actually came out just in America for whatever reason. And then Badlands.
Oh, good.
Badlands. They killed my family.
Crap.
Why? Why, God, why?
I think I'll finish this level and move on, or die, whatever happens first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, then there's the...
It did, I mean, Time Gal only came out in Japan, but...
Yeah, this is where the game gets a lot less forgiving.
The one from Funai and, I'm sorry, Super Don Quixote and Eshes Urunmila were the only ones that, they came out here in America in really limited amounts, but not in Japan, so...
I don't really know why, other than the Sega CD had strange popularity. It was very popular, like, in Japan it was popular in terms of the percent of people that owned the Mega Drive, but the Mega Drive wasn't popular, so not that many sold.
So it's a factory connected to a junkyard? Okay.
The Mega CD sold well. Sold not super great in out in the US and Europe, but the adoption rate of the console was higher, so they sold more Sega CDs.
Oh, there was something. Dang it! Before we quit this game, there's a couple fun facts. Lance also mentioned the iOS port. There was a company, I can't remember the name of it, that also ported Thunderstorm. I believe Road Blaster's still, or this one's still available on the iTunes store, but Thunderstorm port is, or Cobra Command port is no longer up, so... let's see what else. I'm trying to think of... There's a couple of cool things about this.
I'll play for a little bit longer, so we have more to say.
I like that in the Japanese, like, the original, like, opening song, it's a really lame, like, just generic kind of filler driving around music thing. It's not the rock opera epic that we witnessed earlier. Like, I just remember, especially, it's in this part, like, they're showing footage from this, and then there's, like, a fake radio thing, and it sounds kind of like in South Park when they were, you know, the Japanese guys were, no, it was the Chinese announcers were doing impressions of Americans. That's what it reminds me of, because they're like, hey, can I get you a non-dairy creamer? Or, that's kind of how the guy on the fake radio thing sounds. He's like, oh, did you see those guys like dragging their tongues at you?
I'm gonna be honest, Bob, I'm actually jealous of you because this is farther than I've ever made it in this game.
Well, Dex, to be fair, you did say that the super fast.
You know, I just thought of a really good. Oh, I thought of a really good.
Dang.
Oh, and that was that was funny because that was actually one of the death scenes for Cobra Command.
All right, I think that's enough of that.
Really?
Wait, no. You play for a second. I've got a joke. You got to do this. Play for one, just a little bit more. Come on.
Okay.
I think you still have one more life. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Play to the very end. Okay. Oh wait, dang it. It keeps cutting away.
It took me a second, but I got it.
Those films
Sorry.
are so bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, there's. I'm pretty sure there is like a scene where, like, you know, it's going through.
For that guy in particular.
Oh wow.
Oh man.
That guy
really
even
hard.
didn't look like a villain.
Should I keep going?
I'm gonna just assume he was a villain and.
Bob, I think you're actually up to the last level.
Nah, there's a few more after this, I think.
Well, there's one comment actually I want to make. Does anyone think that this might have influenced the one of my favorite arcade games, Lucky and Wild, perchance?
Possibly. That's very like.
There were a couple other FMV games by these guys, but I didn't get them.
You should give up. Yeah, you're under arrest.
You got Revenge of the Ninja, which is about a ninja in a skirt, and yes, there's upscotch of the male ninja. Thanks. And there's also Time Gal.
Lucky and Wild was such a. That was like God tier.
I always get confused. Lucky the Wild, is that the one where you actually get to shoot, or is that just the one where you're driving around?
Yeah, one guy drives, one guy shoots.
HQ if it were like cool, because
if
you got a gun.
Lucky and Wild is yes. I would love a cabinet of that because the full cabinet has a steering wheel, and I think both players get a gun as well, and it's just it's the best cabinet.
I read after the fact that the heroes and the eponymous heroes were influenced by Tango and Cash. So,
oh yeah, it's totally obvious. Yeah, and then like every level begins with their window getting shot out, and he's like, "Oh no, my car!" Oh yeah, oh my car! Yeah, that's what he says.
Hey X.
Whenever you get the game over, they're just sort of like, they just sound like, okay,
what are we gonna
whatever.
do?
It's like, what are we gonna do?
So many.
I might have forgotten to get Noah Storm.
Is there any other game that that you're an expert on for the Sega CD that we haven't covered already?
Take one of mine, X. Can you talk about Final Fight for a good deal?
I don't honestly know that much about Final Fight.
Does anyone want to talk about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which is inexplicably there?
Yes.
Can we play that for a bit? Just
yeah,
like
it's something to fill in the void. So
I'm sorry, X.
I was no.
So yeah, bad childhood memories.
It's always confusing because it's like you don't sell other people's stuff.
But you can do that with children, see, because in some cultures they're still considered property. So
I might.
But it's weird because it's like you give them stuff. It's like, this is yours now. Okay, but I'm gonna sell it. What?
As soon as you turn your back.
Yeah.
So
kids trust issues.
And my parents wondered why I never wanted to go outside.
I'm wondering, you think we should go and cycle, or should I like? Do you want to stay on for one more game, Max? Up to you.
I can stay or I can go out. I don't mind either way.
If Muteki's ready, I could cycle with him if you want.
Actually, I'm really glad you were on the Power Rangers thing because I thought that was some. We were talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, afraid of Nova Storm though.
Yeah.
That's okay. No worries.
Maybe we can wedge into another.
Let me do one more game and.
Which came first, Nova Storm or Microcosm?
Microcosm. Nova Storm is actually the sequel to it, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, what would be a good theme to fit those into? Space games?
Obscure shmups.
Oh, yeah, sure, definitely.
Oh, hey, can I mention one thing real quick? Did you know that, did you ever hear the movie Firefox?
Yeah.
There was a game, we were talking about like licensed games with, no original footage. There was actually a game made by Atari using footage from and new footage that they didn't use in the movie of the movie Firefox starring Clint Eastwood, and it was like a game where you had to like shoot stuff that was superimposed over the backgrounds and stuff. But I thought that was kind of cool. I got to play that when I was real little. I didn't understand it though.
I actually remember reading about that not that long ago, and I can't remember why now.
So I have not.
I don't
Sorry.
know. No, I'm sorry. Go on. I was just going to say real quick though that they probably those became really rare because it was real easy to damage the discs. They were video discs rather than laser discs, and you could scratch them really badly. So, and that's why Atari had like 4 or 5 different laser disc or video disc games in production, including Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Yeah, this one. Gorgeous game.
I have not played this game before, so
This game actually shows off the major advantage of the Sega CD. Everybody associates sprite scaling and rotation with the SNES, which is actually technically, well, it's not. It's a kind of a misnomer. It was something you could only do with certain background layers. It was literally a mode that the background could use that could allow you to rotate and scale it. It wasn't until I think Yoshi's Island 2 or so, or the Super FX 2, that they could actually just do that on the SNES. And this is the one thing the Sega CD could natively do with sprite scaling and rotation on everything.
But they didn't use it! Like, they didn't make...
Yeah, I know! They didn't. This is the only game that really shows off what made the Sega CD so superior to the SNES, besides, obviously,
Well, I mean, there's a humongous hardware failure in there.
I apologize. I need to hand my guest host hat over to Mr. Muteki.
Okay, can you keep the call going?
Yes, the call will keep going. I'm being rude and totally forgot to.
No, it's okay.
Well, I'll continue with this game, but I'll let Muteki go and host.
Well, hey. I never played Knights. Hey, how's it going, Muteki?
Yes, I'm doing all right.
Hey, Muteki. Welcome to the stream.
Yep. Alright, so, sprite scaling. Sprite scaling on the Sega CD is interesting because it is actually quite different from Mode 7. Mode 7 works like you were saying by applying to a specific background layer. It's one of those things that's sort of like raster effects that you might see in, say, a treasure game like Gunstar Heroes. For example, the rotating effect on the title screen, well, Gunstar Heroes box, is a raster effect. You get that by basically reading over time. Like, you read the whole box, then you read only, like, line 1, then line 3, then line 5, then line 7, stuff like that. And what Mode 7 does is it's an effect sort of like that, but it works in multiple directions. So you can do, in addition to like squashing and stretching like that, you can also rotate clockwise and counterclockwise, expand horizontally and vertically. It's, you know, obviously very responsive, and generally games can use it and have high frame rates, as for example F-Zero shows. But one thing it can't do is it cannot work for sprites. The way the Sega CD works is you give, basically the Sega CD has its own little extra video memory, and you can put graphics in it. And then the Sega CD can distort that, and then it sends the distorted graphics into part of the Genesis video memory. So this is really cool. But there is one problem, and that is if you're trying to do this for a whole lot of the graphics, you wind up with bandwidth issues. So it looks really cool here, and there are a bunch of games that show it off well. Another one is Jaguar XJ220, which is a racing game. And the big problem is if you look at, say, Sonic CD, where they try to apply it to the whole floor in very F-Zero style in the special stages, you only get like about 20 frames per second in comparison, because it's got to just push basically an entire screen worth of data onto the Genesis frame buffer, and that takes time. So the only way they can do that is if they cut down the frame rate to about 20 frames per second.
So about a third. Yeah, that makes sense. So, I haven't actually managed to play this game yet. I've only seen videos of it. Does this actually run at a full 60, or is it closer to 30, Bob?
Seems more like 30. It's a bit choppy, but not terrible.
Even so, the fact that they can do this at 30 FPS.
I gotta say, this isn't really going to be a Star Fox killer, because it seems a bit repetitive.
What you're actually going to see is if you keep playing for just a little longer, you actually go to a all-terrain mode stage.
And you basically fly around a huge arena and you have to defeat stuff.
Yeah.
I am honestly terrible at this game, despite loving space harriers.
This is not a game I actually played before, so I'm actually kind of interested in this.
It's a shame they didn't do more super scaler type games or ports.
Thing is, though,
well, I mean, this couldn't have done most of the super scaler games simply because it can't have that many sprite scaling on the screen.
Right, but at the same time, I think it would have. I mean, they did well enough with like the two Batman driving things, and then Night. I actually never played Night Striker. Did you ever try that, Muteki?
I have tried it, and it's okay, but you definitely would rather play like the Saturn version or something.
Yeah.
Because the graphics are so condensed, it's often a little bit difficult to actually see what's around you.
This game reminds me more of Galaxy Force than anything.
The thing with Core is, for a European developer, they actually did a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. What a surprise.
Before they became a Tomb Raider factory, and yeah.
Hey, that's still better than like stuff with Ocean, where you play some weird dope. Like we've got Duplo, RoboCop, picking up drugs and.
Oh, I see.
Weren't Ocean the guys who are going to make the game based off of Radio Flight?
Yes.
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 Oh, Jesus.
I can't talk about that one either.
I wish that Xerxes was here to discuss why a licensed game like that could exist, because I've spoken to him about that before, about why a game like that might exist. He says, well, they usually just buy the license, they have access to it for about a year, and sometimes they don't even know anything about it because it hasn't come out yet. They're just like, oh, this new awesome movie RoboCop's coming out, let's buy up the license and make a quick game.
So is that how Scorpion Vader existed?
I think that was just Japanese weirdness, if I had to suspect anything.
Hey, Xerxes in the chat box there.
Yeah, I see him.
I was gonna say Scorpion Vader though. That's even better than like.
Is Xerxes on the call or?
No, he's in the chat currently. Hopefully he'll explain some of the stuff with the licensing. Because I assume that's how Radio Flyer come about. They heard about this movie, they assumed maybe it was a feel-good children's movie or something, and then it turned out it was about child abuse, and they're like, oh.
Yeah, I was going to say it was more about feeling kids. Period.
Oh, you got annihilated.
Yeah, Frodo was getting his ass kicked by Jane Cobb, basically. if I remember this.
The ship in this kind of looks like a souped-up version of the Rhinox from Thunder Force 4.
It does.
Oh, George says he'll go on Skype. I don't really like the HUD in this because a lot of it's very unclear of how you're doing.
Yeah, there should be at least a little bit more text telling us what all of these meters are for.
Hey, I'm sorry, but someone messaged me in IRC because I only have that server open, so it must be something there.
I'm not seeing anybody pinging you at all, Bob.
Nope.
Well, if they are, I can't do much about it, so sorry.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. It might be from like a while back, if anything.
Is there a server issue or something?
I don't know. Maybe you got disconnected. Let me check if you got disconnected from the server. But sometimes that'll ping people.
Yeah,
no, you're still here. You're still on the server.
Like, we should...
This is totally irrelevant, but it seems like
Also,
a move Firefly for X.
I suddenly can't escape from this boss.
Why? Because Firefly is a ripoff of Outlaw Star?
Yeah, I can't remember what you're supposed to do against this.
I always see it as a
there
wipe-off of all things the Saturn.
Yeah, he said he wanted to explain him to explain the whole licensing situation. Because we've done a couple of licensed games here. A couple.
I might be done with this for now. I'm not really doing so well on this.
I don't know, you showed this off pretty...
I've never gotten this far, so you're doing better than I am.
It's like, I'm trying to get away from this boss, but I'm just stuck in this little blue arena, and I can't seem to hit him.
I think you have to survive for a bit, and then you have to go and break his stuff outside of the arena.
For what it's worth, Core Design have at least one other Sega CD game that uses this same sort of Mode 7 looking engine, and that is, let's see here, I have it on my list here of honorable mention Sega CD games.
The Jaguar or something, right? Is that it?
Hey, Kurt's on the chat, that's cool.
On IRC? Huh.
No, he's actually in the Skype chat.
On the live stream. Yeah.
I invited him because we were discussing licensed games.
Oh, hey, Kurt. Glad to have you with us.
Oh wait,
Hi,
actually,
Rupert.
Oh, there's Kurt. Okay. You said Kurt, not Xerxes. I got confused there because my brain doesn't work.
The live
Yeah,
stream
Thunderhawk is another good one.
I've not played Thunderhawks. Any good?
I've played a little bit of it. It's okay. If you like helicopter sort of sim games, it's actually quite compelling. It's sort of like if LHX Attack Chopper weren't actually...
sorry, Popful Mail was the first thing I played. We will be uploading this to YouTube very soon, hopefully, so...
By very soon it may take a while to have us edit out some of the more questionable bits, but otherwise, yes, this is ready to go.
We've been filing those down a good... as admirably.
Didn't we have like a 30-minute interlude where we were talking about the Mobileye Challenge, though?
No, that was just the... No, we were only talking about that for 5 minutes, and then...
trust me, this is nothing compared to the tech war.
It was 30 minutes of me laughing like a demented hyena in the background, and my face nearly broke out. Some sort of disease, I don't know.
I'm sure the word you're looking for is you were highly embarrassed for all of us, and that's a good feeling to have.
Okay, so why was I...
We were bringing up Ocean software and licensed games specifically. At one point, Ocean was actually going to do a Radio Flyer game, and most of us, are baffled by that decision. But you've talked to me before about why licensing is the way it is, like how they could get a hold of a license for a game that would be wholly inappropriate for the audience they were probably making it for.
Oh yeah, well, I mean I don't know this particular stories around any of these things, but you gotta realize. I think you mentioned this before, but you gotta remember that, like, if you want to get a license for like an upcoming movie, you have to be pretty much done with the game by the time the movie is out. So you might not, you might buy the license, or they may even bid on them. I'm not sure about that, but they might buy the license before the movie's even like begun shooting. I think a classic case of this was the GBA game based on Ballistic X vs. Sever, which came out before the movie did because they were just tired of waiting. Studio sat on that movie apparently because it was like a dog turd. And
then they made a sequel to that game too.
So
there's actually
well, because the game was pretty good. At least it was considered to be really good at the time. I don't have an opinion on it myself, but it's like a pretty competent FPS for the GBA. So we did play on GBA stream. That's right. But anyway, the point here is that at some point, like that like the I don't know what the acquisitions people or something were looking at. Like, well, let's do another action movie game. We had a good hit with whatever, or so and so had a hit with whatever. What's the next one up? Oh, here's a movie that's going to have who was in that movie? Antonio Banderas and Lucy Liu, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's do that, and there you go. So it's like you could. I think now. I guess now people might be wary of it. It doesn't seem to happen too often.
But it's kind of changed. I mean, they don't do licensed games based on movies as much, and if they do, they come out when the movie is on videos. Yeah, it's mostly superhero games. But they even do things like they didn't have the Avengers didn't have a game, or they'll have something like the Hulk or the Captain America game, but they're just not related to the movie at all. They just kind of go off on a different tangent.
Well, they're like a Gaiden sort of thing in most.
Yeah, exactly.
Cases.
Yeah.
No, okay.
I think they. I mean, it's kind of like a mini. First of all, I mean, they did tons of games based on stuff. Still, it's just they don't do like huge console games. I think because they're just so expensive and time-consuming to produce now. I think that has more to do with anything. Because it's not because they don't sell, because I'm pretty sure they do. I think it's more that by the time it would be like a GoldenEye 64 scenario for every single one of them, where the game takes exponentially longer to produce them, such that it's coming out years after the movie does.
Games are hard to make.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
it's amazing. They just get harder and harder too. So we were talking on
now
episode...
they have to have the movie content in them as well as all of the gaming bits.
It was kind of like with, but you know, you had some games where it's like they explained the bare, like principle of the movie to them, and then you know they were expected to get a game out within a couple of weeks, like E.T. or Rares of the Lost Ark, but they had like nothing to do with movies, just maybe a couple of key scenes or characters or something like that.
I mean, it's also just I'm not suggesting that it's the same for every single game, because I know it's not. But yeah, I think it's basically there's always constraints in
Hey,
these games.
I'm sorry, Cersei, but it's okay if I talk for a bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Just.
Well, you did, so.
Well,
might as well finish.
It's your stream, man.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
The thing with this game, I know it's a very well-known game for the system, but I have a lot of nostalgia for this particular game because this is actually the very first Sonic game I've ever played. PC version, to be specific.
Yeah,
It's actually a good introduction to the franchise, really.
It's a very deep game that's also still generally pretty accessible, I'd say. There are a bunch of different ways you can play it. The main sort of ways you can play it are either the explore everything and try to collect the hidden stuff. The try to get through every level as quick as you can, which is definitely encouraged by the time attack mode in particular. And then there's the just play it like a normal Sonic game, which is collect rings, try not to get hit, be kind of quick, and ace the special stages. Both acing the special stages and going into the past to destroy the little Badnik generator, which looks sort of like a clamshell almost, and
yeah,
if you go into the past you'll see it. You can destroy it, and that guarantees you a good future for that act. Destroying it in both acts gets you a good future for Act 3.
A lot of people complain about that, but you don't ever actually have to do that if you're good at the special stages.
Yeah,
I have to do it because the special stages are impossible. I am sorry.
They have weird collision detection. They have weird collision.
Yeah, I really
they
like
get
that
easy if you know what to do.
Yeah, I really like that they offer an alternative because I feel it is a real pain in the ass to get the good ending in all the mainline Genesis Sonic games to beat the bonus stages, especially ones in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but here they give you a nice alternative so you can get the good ending no matter what.
It's something that actually I don't know if I would say pioneered, because it was probably part of the beta Sonic 1 if I had to guess anything. But in Master System Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, the Chaos Emeralds are there hiding in actual levels ready for you to collect.
I don't know if it's just me being obsessive, but that...
If you don't get them in Sonic 2 on Game Gear, Tails dies. It's all your fault.
Now, one thing I will say about trying to destroy the Badnik generators, most of the time when you are near them, you are also able to get into the past relatively close by there. And generally, if not that, then there are past signposts that are also close to the end of the level as well.
Wait, Xerxes had a question. Was it for this game specifically?
Yes. Can someone please explain to me, other than the greeny anime cutscene bits, like what about this game could not be done on the Genesis?
Well, this, for example.
Special stage right here.
The special stage.
And the levels are pretty darn big too. And
there's like 3 different. Yeah,
Red Book 2, I believe.
Yeah, except for the past stages. The past stages are all sampled audio, sort of in the style of an SNES game.
Which is why they didn't change for the US version.
Yeah. You can replace the Red Book audio easily. Even you could do that right now by just burning a different copy of the music where you've replaced all of the songs. There are tools that make this super easy to do.
So you can replace all of the songs with Sonic Boom.
If you so decide.
I would do this. I really would.
That's not really is.
It always seemed to me like this was a very...
From Sonic Rivals.
You know, it seemed to me like this was a very doable game on the Genesis, for the most part.
Oh, funny thing. Apparently this game's... Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say this game is split off sort of from what became Sonic 2 on the Genesis. There were a bunch of ideas that were at one point common to both of them that sort of split off, and they each got their own identity. both games introduce the spin dash, but they're two very different spin dashes. You have to hold down the spin dash in order to use it, and it's not as useful as the up dash, the super peel out for speed. Whereas in Sonic 2 it does both. It's both a protective way of moving forward and also gives you a speed boost. Sonic 2 for the Genesis originally had a similar level of time travel planned for it, and there are a few stages that we seem to identify as probably having similar layout and structure to levels that were going to be past. Like the big one is everyone believes that this level for Sonic 2 called Wood Zone was originally going to be a past version of what is called Metropolis, and there's also probably a desert zone that was going to be the past of perhaps Oil Ocean or something. So I believe time travel was planned.
Didn't one have said that this might have been this was going to be like a Sega CD enhanced version of Sonic 2 at one point?
Or Sonic 1. I mean, you can also sort of see this as being Sonic 1 souped up. Most of the levels basically feel like they're based on Sonic 1. The only one that's sort of weird is Collision Chaos, in that it is based as much on Spring Yard Zone as it appears to be on Marble, minus the use of, like, lava. In fact, there are really no fire hazards in this game at all, strangely.
Didn't someone discover there was actually... Go ahead.
What game takes place?
I'm just joking.
No one really knows what the timeline for this is.
I like to think of this game as occurring before Sonic 2, simply because that way the Genesis game timeline sort of matches up with the Master System Game Gear timeline. There's almost a 1-to-1 correspondence between the two. If you think of Sonic 2 for the Master System as being the same thing as this, except you replace Amy Rose with Tails, because Tails gets kidnapped instead.
Yeah, fun fact, this is the very...
like 3 sprites in the game.
This is the
first game that hits a Sonic is Tails, isn't it?
I think in, like, the American manual, she was referred to as Princess Sally from Saban.
Princess Acorn, I thought it was, actually.
Yeah.
None of that made any sense ever. Fortunately, in the PC version in '95, they were like, no, we're calling this Amy Rose, because...
Didn't they call her Rosie the Rascal, too, or something like that?
Yeah, in Europe they called, or was it PAL regions, they call her Rosie the Rascal or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
What's weird is both Amy Rose and Rosie the Rascal are characters in the Sonic comic series.
Yes, that's amazing.
Rosie the Rascal is apparently an alternate Evil Universe version of Amy Rose.
Oh boy.
Sonic and all of his friends wear leather biker jackets.
Oh boy!
It's like making Mad Dog and Scorpion like actual characters in country.
I like that. That was fun. But I wish they would have given them the separate, sprites. Like originally it was supposed to be Vin Diesel and, what's his name? Tax evasion guy.
Wesley Snipes.
Yes.
I was gonna say Paul Hogan. Also, another thing I want to point out is that you get the PC version, which is all of $250 right now during
Eastwood.
the Steam sale.
The PC version is really good. It's like
special stages at 60 frames per second.
And you can play as Tails if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah, it is the definitive version. It is the definitive version.
Now, about the music, there was one thing was that I really didn't play this because GameFan told me to hate the American version because they were just bitching and whining that they changed the soundtrack. And
have they compared the boss music from the Japanese version to the American version? It's like not even the same. Like not even the same.
And that's the thing. Like I still haven't played that. Like
boss music is all like unsolved mysteries, and then the Japanese music is basically saying with some extra trumpets involved.
Yeah, this game has some really weird boss fights.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's actually sort of cool about this and why it really works well in HD. Most of these boss arenas are much bigger than even 1 or 2 screens. The area leading up to the boss, usually very short, but the boss battles are huge by Sonic standards. Usually it's just you're in a single screen and, you've got to duck Eggman's attacks. In Sonic 2, there's almost no Eggman fight that's bigger than a single screen. The only one that really sticks out at me is actually the final boss.
Can someone explain do the flowers appear at the end of every stage, or?
Oh, that's what comes out of the robots in this game, instead of little animals.
Or out of the
The animals do show up if you destroy the Metal Sonic figures in the past. There is an achievement in the PC version for doing that in every level, along with destroying the Badnik generators. You have to be in the past to do both.
So really the key with this game is to find a pastime post and just stay in the past.
Usually there are easy ways to do that. By the time you get to Wacky Workbench, though, they kind of suggest that it's a good idea to have gotten all of the time stones. Because when you get to the good future in Wacky Workbench, the weird sort of electrified laser circuit things that show up all around the level, they don't activate, so you don't take damage from them.
I've always really... I actually really do like the whole past-future concept in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 3 times the game, essentially, depending. And actually 4 times if you count the good future, although you only get that at the end of an act, so...
Well, you can get it if you destroy the Badnik generator and then bother to go all the way into the real future, but that is a lot of work. That is a lot of work, and it's probably better to just get all the time stones and then maybe fiddle around.
Didn't they make that actually doable in like the Steam release? Like they give you way more time or something?
No, I don't believe so.
No, I think the 10-minute time limit is in all versions. I don't think there's an option to turn it off.
No, I meant the bonus stages.
No, the bonus stages have the same length of time as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that's different is they're a little bit more smoothly animated, so you can actually...
Okay, so that definitely, yeah, that would help.
Is it sacrilege if I admit this is my favorite Sonic game?
Not at all.
Yes,
okay,
it is. Out of here.
That's understandable.
I'm ashamed.
It's a very different game, but it has...
Says the man who hates Sonic. That's a pretty low blow there.
Like, if you play Sonic
I hate
2...
Sonic, but even I don't hate Sonic enough to like this game. I'm just joking. I was just wondering, because I was asking about the flowers, because I was wondering whether the flowers at the end of the levels in Demon Returns and Super Demon Returns in the Game Center CX DS games were references to Sonic CD. Probably
potentially? It wouldn't be impossible.
Those games are more Nintendo focused, though, aren't they? In terms of like in PC.
Yeah, I mean it's like the analog to like the fireworks and flagpole at the end of the Mario levels, but it's like they're flowers that show up. So if you hit like the like I don't know, these giant spinning, I don't know what they're supposed to be, fireballs, probably supposed to be ghosts or something, Japanese style ghosts, at the end of each level. If you hit it at the top of like the top of its circular path, you'll get the most flowers. So it's kind of, I mean, those games are amazing in how accurately they mimic the Mario feel and stuff, but some of that stuff just feels like, oh, okay, they're doing the fireworks thing. But then, like, maybe it's a Sonic CD reference.
That'd be very weird.
It's not the craziest thing I've ever heard.
It sounds like it's not.
It's probably not the case. Oh, also, a couple people have mentioned the music, and there are a few things I want to point out. One is that if you've been listening to the soundtrack for this level in particular, you've probably noticed it sounds even different from most of the music in this game, and that's because they actually had a completely different bunch of musicians working on it. They were taken from Santana's backing band, in fact. They'll show up in the credits, and I will point them out. They're composed by a guy who went by the name of Sterling, and let's see here, they had Eric Freitman for guitars and Armando Peraza for percussion and Bobby Vega for bass, whereas the rest of the music was mostly Spencer Nilsson himself, because it's a lot synth heavier and a little bit less focused on the sort of intense jazzy-ish percussion.
Let me see if I can get some good future now.
They're really dark too. Like the Collision Chaos
meters in both ones, isn't there? is it only one of the acts that has the Badnik generator? I forget.
Oh no, Badnik generator is in both Act 1 and Act 2. You have to get both to get the good future, unless you get all the time.
Oh, and here's where the animals show up. These are things you're gonna... You don't have to destroy these, but you can if you want.
Yeah, they only count for an achievement in the PC version.
That's cool though that they gave you like more than one way to get the good ending.
Now, do the animals only appear in the past, or do they also appear from robots?
They'll show up in the good future too, I think. I don't know if they show up anywhere else.
So the animals showing up in the past indicates that this, like later on, Dr. Robotnik decided to like, animals are too tough. I'm going to build robots that have plants inside of them.
I'm not really sure
Maybe they don't
why
run
they're
as
built out of
fast or
flowers.
Hey, you never saw Jason the Wheeled Warriors?
Oh God.
That was all about plants inside of vehicles.
Okay, I'm about to show off the good future. You guys want to see?
Alright, it is very blue for the record. It actually looks really cool. This is probably my favorite good future. We saw the bad future and it was all gray and crap.
Gray and red
and
and brown.
We don't need
Music's a little bit more
eyes.
upbeat. This is maybe my favorite song in the US soundtrack. Just because of how intense it is, while also not being really sort of grim and creepy the way the other Sterling songs in this game are.
Yeah, this is probably like one of the darkest Sonic games out there, honestly. Concept and everything.
One thing I do like about one thing I do like about the good features for some of the stages is that they're still mechanical. It's not like once you get the good feature, it's always going to be like nature-y and stuff. It's like you can have these sort of things and still have a good future.
Yeah, in fact, the good futures are usually just about as technological as the bad futures. They're just way less polluted.
Who's typing?
You guys want to talk about why there's ground on the roof of the world?
I think part of it is just that the guys who designed this game, didn't
They really
care
like
about
Klein
making
spheres.
levels that made sort of physical sense the way we might think of. And part of that is when you've spent a lot of time playing this game, especially for speed running, you really sort of understand that one of the reasons the game doesn't seem to quite fit together is because stuff is placed together in such a way that you speedrun really efficiently if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you definitely need
built around
speed
speed rather than sort of a logic or sort of.
Yeah, there are a couple parts where you can just stay up in the air for a really long period of time too. The demo for Palm Tree Panic actually kind of shows that if you just let it sit right at the start.
A lot of levels have a lot more vertical room to them than a lot of Sonic games. That's kind of cool.
This is a very vertically large game, which is nice because
I don't think I've seen the Bad Future version of this boss fight. This has more spikes and stuff in it, doesn't it? It's harder to hit them.
I think a little bit.
Are they the same? I can't remember how much it differs.
There's not a lot of difference. The big difference between the Good Future version is I think there are fewer of those little glass balls protecting the boss.
Hey, did this little segment inspire Sonic's Spinball, I have to ask?
Well,
I think they came out the same year.
Basically, yes. Sonic
they came out at the same
was
time,
inspired by the Sonic 2 pinball stuff in Casino Night.
I remember
and
the
also some of
time by the same.
It was also built off of some of the discarded ideas from the Western team who was working on some of Sonic 2's level art and such.
Yeah, wasn't the machine supposed to be Genocide Zone or whatever?
Yeah,
they used some tiles from it,
Cyber
actually.
City was later called. Plus,
Yeah,
the
but
first
diarrhea
level is
is
based on the discarded Hidden Palace from beta releases of Sonic.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about the soundtrack for a bit. I like both soundtracks.
Same.
They both have good songs and bad songs.
This is definitely one of the better ones. It also sounds a lot like the Japanese version. If you mash the two up, and people have done this, it makes perfect sense. This is probably the one that has had the fewest liberties taken with it in changing.
They should just
In
let
fact, the
Michael
chords
Jackson
are almost exactly the same,
take
I
control
think.
on this one too.
But
you all know where the music for Ice Cap Zone comes from now, right?
Yes, it comes from the Jetsons.
Yep.
And he was a guy who did music for Jackson, so most of the music is actually taken from another composer's like B-sides, essentially, kind of.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, that's fair. They probably didn't have a whole lot of time to work on the music from what people are saying, so it's not surprising they went with concepts that probably didn't get a whole lot of exposure and people wouldn't recognize if they weren't listening for it.
I've always imagined that they asked Michael Jackson to do the music, and he came back just with like a bunch of concept drawings instead. He's like, in this one, Sonic's going to ride a giraffe down the window. In this one, Sonic's going to save all the children in Paraguay. Have you heard about what's happening in Paraguay? It must be awful. In this one, Sonic's gonna ride a roller coaster, and then he's gonna race the roller coaster.
That actually sounds like something would happen, though.
I would play that. I would play that. I kind of want a level that's like that. I've sort of had ideas for that in my head, sort of like the second level of Rocket Knight Adventures. Everybody take a shot!
And in the last
it's been so long,
Sonic
man.
fights the personification of hatred and ignorance.
Oh, I finally got around to watching your post Balloons shameless plug time.
What do you think?
On whatchamacallits, Mubsy. And you guys just mentioned Rocket Knight Adventures out of the blue, so I actually commented on there. Everybody take a shot!
I'll finish this. Finish this out and move on to a different game.
What was I going to say, though?
Stardust Speedway!
We should know. No, we're actually changing the name of the postmortem. It's going to be the second opinion whenever eventually we have a new intro animated. So, but for the time being, it's.
Do we need a song for that?
Did you get complaints or something, or what?
No, it was just my idea. Like, I don't like. It's just like my kind of OCD-ness coming into play, because I just don't like the idea that you would search for postmortem and not get exactly what you were looking for. You know, I want it to be something that's like GDC, yeah, and they're great too. Like if they were garbage, I wouldn't mind. Like, but they're great, and a lot of people watch them. They're more popular. I just feel like it's kind of like
sort of just get crap about. I dig that, you know, sort of SEO or content.
Well, I mean that, and I thought that I wanted to come up with a name that would fit with the kind of like animation that already exists. So.
Oh yeah. Oh right.
Yeah, with the whole we're tearing up the cartridge because we're trying to figure out how the game works. So.
Oh, up at the top, hit that spring. There's a hidden door where you can transform to the past, and then you just use the springs.
I noticed that like every water-based zone in Sonic has that. All of them have this sort of ancient temple design going on. Like, what's up?
Yeah, the drowning music never scared me that much. I guess because I had time to get used to it with this game. It doesn't play the drowning music; it just has this weird sound effect.
Yep, there would be almost, they'd have to sort of shift out from what's playing, fade that out, put in the drowning music, and it's just way easier to make it a really simple, repetitive sound effect.
In this level, Sonic teams up with Diana Ross. And with Diana Ross, they beat Prince up. Because what's up with that guy?
They actually tweeted about your Michael Jackson impersonation.
Well, to be fair,
I love Michael Jackson. Just to point this out, I think Michael Jackson's awesome. I just
also before we
you don't have to kiss up to him. He's dead.
Can we please...
No, that's why I am, because he could be watching me right now. Don't you get it?
No, he's not watching you. He's probably watching your kids.
To be fair, Michael Jackson had a much better video game than Prince did.
Prince had a video game?
It's like a weird...
Yeah, he had the Prince experience.
Prince Interactive.
Yeah, Prince Interactive.
Like you're touring like Prince's mansion, but I think you're actually touring like Prince's psyche. It's like a Lawnmower Man type thing.
Yeah, it's possible.
We're still gonna upload the FMV stream, right? Because I really want to.
Hopefully, if we can get it.
Oh yes,
that was good.
No, because the sounds all messed up on that one.
Okay.
It is. We should do it.
Yeah.
It's like only
Well, we
like
could. I think we could probably like redub it or something. I mean, the footage is all good. The only problem is though that like you know, we still have to cut the sound out for the second
You know,
half.
we could go through that, see which games really worked on it, and then just do a more streamlined version of it again.
Yeah, like
I think that's what we should.
there are a few games on there that I really want to try again.
You mean like Johnny
I couldn't figure out Giant Mnemonic, so I think I need another
Well, if we
shot.
could figure that out, I think that'd be.
Or Star Trek Borg. There was something really obvious I missed there.
I feel like this special stage is the last easy one. After this, they all get brutal, and I spend half of my time shuffling between trying to actually hit the UFOs that I need to beat the stage, and the one that shows up when you have like 10 seconds remaining. So that one there, yeah, the little time bonus one, and hitting the other ones.
This one, though, it has such nice background work.
It's beautiful. I love these backgrounds. I feel like, sort of like with Sonic 3, the special stages are sort of based on specific levels in the game almost. Like, this one sort of looks a little bit like Palm Tree Panic to me.
Yeah.
And then, the other one looked like Tidal Tempest. And then the very first one looks sort of like Quartz Quadrant.
Yeah, because it's got the glowing, rotating graphical effect.
Alright, I'll finish this boss and move on to new game.
Oh, no, Stardust Speedway Act 3, please.
That would take a while to get to, as a warning, but...
Don't stop playing Sonic CD until I have time to complain about something in particular.
Like, I mean, you know,
I'll
Sonic
do it right
CD
now.
is one of the better CD games, so you might as well.
Yes.
Keep playing it.
So, okay, so we've mentioned that Sonic CD is for sale on Steam, and it's for sale right now. I just want to point out, like, why is it every Japanese developer or publisher refuses to port their games to Linux and Mac? Like, why?
Because you're on the wrong side.
I guess
it was a contract in Sonic CD, wasn't it?
Except
I
for
could
game
see,
dev.
I could see not like. Granted, nobody ports to Linux and not Mac, but I can see doing that because you're gonna have the Steam box coming out, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I feel like,
And it's like,
Steam's
why?
probably going
Why
to try
not?
to get Sega to do stuff like that, because they're usually pretty good about
They
supporting
won't.
stuff like that, like
They won't.
Ubisoft.
Capcom won't do it. Nobody. They'll never do it. It's like, are you kidding me? Like,
If you want me to take a, I can take a
Sega's
stab
like
at
the
it.
one Japanese developer who knows PCs exist, probably because so much of their fan base is in Europe.
I think the most probably they get external teams to do it, and the external teams are not paid to port it to Linux, and so they're like, well, I'm not just
so pay them. It doesn't take that.
I mean,
there
all
are
it
some
is
games that have
compiling
problems.
RetroSonic for Linux. I think you can do this. I think RetroSonic exists.
Actually, isn't Sonic CD, that one uses a custom-built engine, wasn't it? That was actually outsourced, so it's completely custom. So, in theory, assuming it's you know, easy enough to port, you could easily do a Mac port.
They're all using the same basic architecture now. Aren't they?
I
It's
wouldn't
not
be
like the old
surprised if
days.
they port it when Steam boxes actually sees release.
I don't really know if I have time to get the start of Speedway, by the way.
Of course.
Use the reset and use the level select if you have to.
Do you know what that is?
I can look it up. I sort of remember it.
Alright, go ahead.
Let's see here. Sonic CD. Sorry, I gotta get to game facts because I don't want to misremember this. Okay, it is down, 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 left,
Where
right,
is this?
A, the title screen.
Say it again.
Also, down, 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 left, right, and A. Well, you're just
Cool.
like right now.
Okay, now what?
Oh wait, that's the sound. Oh, it's up, down, down, left, right, B. I am sorry. I have given you the wrong code. If you hit
You have
all
ruined the
7
string.
buttons-
Get out. Say it again.
Up, down, down, left, right, B is what it is. Up, down, down, left, right, B.
I was really hoping you're gonna trick him to opening the Sonic Death picture.
You should have maybe opened one that makes him look like Batman.
That's a good one.
It's Zone 7, right?
Demo. What the hell is that? Huh.
Is it Zone 7?
Special demo. I think that's the special stage demo. And it is 7-3C or D.
7-3C.
So you're going to be fighting against Metal Sonic, I see. I didn't think Stardust Speedway appeared that late in the game.
No, it's the second to last level. It's also the only one that doesn't have an obvious analog to.
Isn't it basically Starlight Zone?
Yeah, actually, that's sort of true, I guess. It's Wacky Workbench that's more the odd man out then.
Wacky Workbench has some elements from Scrap Brain, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say Scrap Brain.
Yeah, I feel like Scrap Brain has more in common with Metallic Madness in general. And Wacky Workbench is just the one zone that probably should have been cut.
I think it's a little too similar to Metallic Madness almost.
Oh, plus the floor that always bounces you. What? The bouncing floor. In Wacky Workbench? The bouncing floor?
I'm basically saying, no, there is no floor.
Oh.
Oh, this freaking segment.
This is great though. They did a great version of this in Sonic Generations, and it's got like both soundtracks melted together.
I've always preferred the Bad Future for this fight.
Yeah, this is simultaneously, I think, the most astounding and most frustrating moment of the game. But yeah, first game to introduce Metal Sonic, I believe, or is it Mecha Sonic?
It is.
Mega Sonic is a different thing entirely.
Gotcha.
There's like 3 different things that can be described as Mecha Sonic. Like some like in my strategy guide book that had 1-page summaries of this because they didn't have a finished copy of Sonic 3D to give the strategy for, so they used filler from this game. But yeah, they mention him as Robo Sonic instead. So you know, all of these Metal Sonic clones, none of them had like official names in a lot of the extra literature for a while. But the comic sort of described it. This is Metal Sonic, then there's Mecha Sonic,
Silver Sonic,
and then there's Silver Sonic, which is the one from like Sonic 2 and Sonic 2 Master System.
Not Silver from Sonic 6.
Someone got those two confused though, actually. Crap.
Oh wow, really?
You died.
Generations is really good. I really like Generations.
Generations is excellent. Everyone should play Generations if they even just sort of kind of almost like Sonic.
I have a stupid question.
Really, Generations you should play even if you don't like Sonic.
Could I play Generations even if I haven't played Colors yet? Because I still...
Yeah, because you have to have a Wii to have Colors.
Yeah.
Well, but I do have a Wii though, it's just that I don't actually have Colors.
Are you worried
this about Sonic games though? If you like the sort of aesthetic of Sonic CD's level design with the sort of weird-looking levels that you kind of have to go out of your way to collect stuff in with vague puzzle elements, Sonic Colors is the Sonic game. It is excellent.
Colors always felt like a spiritual sequel to CD for me, for some reason.
It is in a lot of ways. A little bit of like CD and Chaotix, which itself sort of felt a little bit like a continuation of...
Well, it had the same jumping sound for starters, where they played pitch too high.
It's only $16.39 at Amazon right now, and I've been a real spendaholic this weekend. So,
speaking of the jump sound effect,
100%ing it, and it's great. It's so fun, Coco.
Let's say chili dogs.
The jump sound effect that Ashley, the Twitter superfan, or a Twitter superfan, complained about. She said she hated Sonic CD because of the jump sound effect alone.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't like the jump sound in Sonic CD or Chaotic.
It never bothered me, but I guess I just got used to it. Okay.
There are a bunch of Sonic sound effects in the Genesis games that are being done on the little 3-channel PSG that dates all the way back to the Master System days. But they don't have any code to run any sounds from the PSG in this game at all. Zero. None. Everything is synth, and that includes the jump sound. So it's all just a sine wave instead of the square wave jumping sound that we all sort of know and at this point love.
Okay,
So it's almost muffled.
Muteki, speaking of using like legacy hardware or capabilities for sound, do you know if the DS Pokemon games use like a Game Boy sound chip or something to make the like Pokemon voices?
I think the sound chip that they're using is basically the program sound generators that are in the Game Boy Advance. Actually, it sounds more like what from the Game Boy Advance. Like another good example of that sort of sound, I'll say, is Sonic Rush. There are a few songs that have PSG versions for sort of 2-player multiplayer because it's less data transfer between, and you listen to it and it sounds sort of square wavy-ish, and then there's another thing that sounds more like a saw wave. And if you go and you play like any Sonic Advance game, that saw wave is pretty much what's being used all the time for the bass.
Also, there's a reason I'm standing still.
This is the only game in the entire, I think, all of Sonic history that kills you if you just don't do anything.
For like 3 minutes.
I'm glad you picked this position where Amy is struggling and Sonic's just gonna piss off.
I don't give a crap.
I'm not about to let the worst character in the franchises hit now. Actually, no, they're way worse. But...
Wait,
wow,
well,
worst character.
Serbu...
She's like in the top 4 best characters, you know.
But guys, remember, Space was so cute. She had to shave it.
Maybe.
What is up with that?
I will give you maybe top 5 because there's no way she's better than Robotnik, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. There is no way she is better than any.
I might have gone through that too quickly, so I'm gonna try that again real quick.
Yeah, just sort of start from anywhere and just sort of sit there for like 2.5 to like.
Vector's the best. Come on.
No,
Hits the bet.
Man,
That face
every time
around.
he looks at me, just like the tude just blows me away. It's just looking at me like, you can't handle
right out of the screen.
how much tude I've got.
Unique
He's gonna
animation.
spit tude at you. It's gonna be like a
He says,
like
"I'm
two
this is the first
radiation
time Sonic
waves
has
are just
talked, correct?
Yes.
The very first
He
time.
says, "I'm out of here."
Okay, next game.
I'm out of here, mate. Off we go.
Sonic's Australian.
He should be.
Voices.
We don't even have Hedgehogs. Knuckles should have an Australian
He's an echidna,
accent.
though. I mean, you guys have echidnas, though, right?
Yeah, we have echidnas. He should have an Australian accent.
Isn't
Instead of
Knack
being-
Australian or? Oh wait.
We don't even have weasels. He couldn't possibly be.
What about
Australian, even
raccoons?
though
You guys
he
have
lives in
raccoons? Because there's a Marine. She's like ridiculously Australian.
Oh boy.
We don't have
Panic.
raccoons, but they gave her a freaking boomerang.
If this
it's
game
a different character, actually. Now,
I love this game so much.
What, they
if this
changed
game
her?
came out today, everyone would complain that it is not
Oh,
the game.
man.
But who cares?
Data East.
This game is like the most honest FMV game out there because you really don't ever do anything. It's just the game knows about just like looking at random crap all the time. And
Yeah, you just push buttons and it's all those.
it's just
sorts
so
of
honest.
that you see in
This
edutainment
game was
games.
published by Sega in Japan, but didn't make the cut. Yeah, this was released a lot later. It was like 94 or 95, I think. Actually, 95, I think.
This is actually one of
America.
my brother's favorite games of all time. Probably because it sort of has a very Monty Python and Terry Gilliam-esque sort of aesthetic.
Yeah, you don't. It's really hard if it's even possible to actually lose at this game. You know, stuff.
I think
goes
there's a few
wrong.
instant death buttons somewhere.
It is
Yeah,
possible to lose, yes, but you have to work very hard at it.
Yeah, it's almost impossible. You generally have to be trying almost.
And here comes the
It's how
puke.
impossible, like Mario Paint Impossible. Because I've lost that game.
Oh, and I just want to mention one other thing about Sonic CD. The Japanese intro and ending cutscenes do not have their vocals because the guy who wrote the lyrics to them was dead and they could not get the rights to them for it. However, you know, in classic keep circling the tapes fashion, I have managed to replace the sound in those cutscenes with the original full-width lyrics versions. So if you want the uncut, you know, full 60 frames per second animations with the Japanese soundtrack, 'cause I think this is the only way to get that. Just hit me up at some point and I'll put it on, like, SenseBase or whatever.
Can you fix the jump sound effect? Because I know that that's the sticking point for some of us.
I'm pretty sure we used this song in the official GC9x stuff, by the way. It's a nice song.
Every game with a Moai in it is automatically.
Now, did this use any special tricks for the colors? Because it looks really good. It's got some really nice
they just worked with
digitized
the
graphics.
color palette very well, I think.
It's possible they could have more than like 61 colors or whatever is the Genesis limit, you know,
Well,
sort of thing
64.
going on. Well, there's one palette that has 16 colors, and then the other 3 are 15 plus a transparent color. So
Oh,
it's
okay, yeah,
sort of
so
like the
it's-
Game Boy and that. So that's why it only comes down to 61. And that's an upper limit. That's assuming you don't duplicate colors in between the two palettes. But
Your factual knowledge disgusts me.
well, one of the things to keep in mind
As
about
a
that
fake
is
game journalist, I find this very insulting.
if you look
confront me
at
with actual facts.
So, this is the entire game. You find a thing, it has buttons, you hit the buttons, and things happen.
does this support the mouse? I recall seeing it does actually.
It does.
I've never
Yeah, it
tried
does.
it with the mouse, and support for it in Fusion is sort of buggy as I recall.
Naturally, playing with the mouse is the only way to properly experience the game.
Why didn't this have a PC version? That's just so weird to me. Like, or any other versions for any other system, it's like...
Yeah, I guess...
I mean, I know Data ceased to exist, but...
I love that barfing sound so much.
Yeah, it just barfs. Everything
Would
in
it
this
be
game
really
barfs.
cool, you know, if they remade a game like this with, if they, you know, I'm trying to get the words right here. I'm just thinking, I'm getting overlap. The Oculus and the gloves that you can get for the Oculus, and then they made it so that you actually interacted with the panels on screen using that.
And then you could actually feel the puke hit you in the face when the machine
Yeah.
barfs.
You could put on the vibration suit for the Genesis. It can shake you up when you get vomited on.
Get the smell-o-vision that produces the accurate vomit smell.
I'm
You get like the...
porting Zork to the Oculus, man. I'm gonna make a killing.
But you should port the, which Zork was it that had Zork as a bonus extra? You know, the,
Call of Duty Black Ops.
Oh, yes.
The MIT, the quote-unquote MIT early version of Zork, I believe, is public domain.
I'm pretty sure it is. I recall having
If you ported it to Oculus, you could make money off of it. Because you're making an original iteration of it.
For
So I'm
anyone
totally
who will
doing that.
pay money for the Oculus version of Zork.
Dude, you turn any way you want. The text
and you'll
is
be
everywhere.
eaten by a group.
I have a random piece of
right.
advice for.
No, it would be better if the text was in only one spot and you could look around into an empty black void all around you.
You're right. Thank you. I'm
I think
totally
it's-
steal
I think
that
it's
and make
fitting
money
for this
off of that
game.
idea.
I think it's fitting for this
Think
game
about
that
it.
we're not talking about any of the content in it at this point.
It
We're just
kinda
going off on
speaks for
random
itself.
humorous tangents.
Well,
because
it
I
was,
feel no better way to honor this game, because that's what this game is. Random humorous tangents.
Ashley says this game has boobs in it. Can we
Yes,
see
it
the
does.
boobs?
If you
has
get to the
boobs.
science lab area,
Just
then
throw bunches of boobs.
slap
It's
grows.
like a fake out, like a Venus de Milo picture or something.
Like one of
Right?
those
It's like a
ancient
really...
kind of statues.
I honestly think that's the only reason they were allowed to leave it in for this game is because it's totally out of context boobs.
I doubt anyone even play
The
tested
part where
this
they
game.
grow the tits on their foreheads and stuff.
Yeah.
And their eyes. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
This game, man. Oh man.
It is a game. You interact with it. There's a win condition. It's a game.
Two
It is.
things.
Yes.
Two things.
People will complain about it not being a game, because this is the sort of game that people complain about not being a game. But it is a game.
Wait, two things.
Well,
to
I
say.
mean, you
One,
got stuff
Can
like
I talk in
now,
a second?
Kentucky Route Zero, right?
let
it's
Joseph
just
speak.
that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a there's damn it. But anyway, no, the okay, you guys go first. I'll have to get my...
no worries. I just want to say that one, you can always get an animation if you click on the button in the upper left of any given menu, just so you get something, so you're not just warping around everywhere.
Got
and B, this game is Heavy Rain if it were fun. There, I'm saying that. Flagrant statement. Boom.
Yes, but where's the misogyny?
Well, see, if it was Heavy Rain, it would just keep doing stuff, and you would only have a limited time to input things.
Good point.
And
He's
you
right,
have
you
to
know.
like grab for the door with the L stick, and then
Yeah.
close, and it would just not work. Like it would be funny on that result. Dang, all these machines are vomiting.
I think thinking about it, Fahrenheit had a lot more elements of panic in it. It had the bit where you get chased around by aliens.
Oh, I think I did that
bit
one.
where the entire house gets thrown at you.
It had the
bit where you
Matrix
fight
fight
against
against.
net. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Fahrenheit was actually inspired by Panic. That's the most reasonable explanation.
Every time that goddamn fight gets mentioned, I always have to link to it. So.
I still like the part where you get chased by giant dust mites for some inexplicable reason.
That part was the most fun part of the game, seriously.
Wait, what? Someone linked that to me. Ooh, tiger.
That's a great bit where it's just like hey, let's make some fun bit and we'll put it in and it'll be great.
It's like at first he's just hallucinating little ones crawling on his coffee cup or whatever.
Yeah.
Damn.
It goes excited. Is this game called Panic or Panic?
It has an exclamation mark in the title, so it's Panic.
Yeah.
Panic! Unless you're in Japan and then it's Switch.
At the disco.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
So if this is called Switch if this is called Switch in Japan, then is Double Switch actually the sequel to this?
That's...
Alright.
I wish.
Hey.
Let me keep the leg.
Okay,
the best game.
I've got a couple of things.
Oh, there are the boobs.
God damn it, man, I'm trying to talk.
Let's speak.
Okay. First of all, there was a PS2 port, and they actually had to censor it because of 9/11. So instead of, like, if you do the wrong thing in this version, the buildings will, blow up. So they took that out, and they just made it where they got covered with shit.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
That's so much grodier.
I mean, it feels somewhat less disrespectful in a way, because it's just like, yeah, it's crap, whatever. But
there's
they
a
actually
port of Panic.
No, this is like PS2.
Oh no, this is a different game.
Yeah, they've got. I'm looking here. There's actually, let's see, the voice actors for the. Apparently, there were a lot of comedians that worked on this, and a couple of them are famous for. There's the voice of the kid is actually this guy that did the voice of this one famous gay character in a. Well, it was a major like gay.
Anthony Daniels.
Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, no, sorry. It's called Padaliro, and it's this. It's like a comic and anime, but like on the anime, that was like one of the first yaoi themed cartoons to be broadcast in Japan. So I don't know why I'm talking about this. So and yeah, Anthony Daniels.
Mountain of
gay knowledge.
Yeah. No, I mean like.
As a Ramon, how to get?
It's like splendid yet terrible. That's what I mean. Like,
yeah, no, I'm looking over Japanese Wikipedia. That's how I know this. No, actually, these guys, the voice of the dog, like he was in some legit movies. I'm like looking through here. This is pretty.
Is
crazy.
that what the talking dog references? The Skype chat is entitled "A Talking Dog," right?
No, I think that's probably a reference to you were talking about how people look at you if you.
That was actually there before we started the call.
Oh.
X is just being weird.
I just recently found out that you can actually change call topics in Skype, so I was just going through a topic.
That's the topic? I haven't mentioned talking dogs until now. I am dangerously off topic. No, what is it? What is it about? I don't understand. Is it about this game or?
This genie is a dick.
Off topic.
Yeah.
Doesn't he warp you backward or something?
In later levels, Slap the Kid grows noticeably irritated every time the genie appears. And yeah...
Did I say something about a talking dog?
Yeah, like in a previous podcast.
When?
I can't remember. We were talking about how it is when you're in Japan and you speak something in Japanese. They just kind of like look at you like there's a talking dog in the room.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I don't. That sounds like something I would say.
I don't think this. Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with the topic, but I do remember that.
Yeah, like if you can eat noodles the right way, that they're just astounded that you could.
Yeah, if you can do anything a normal human can do in Japan, they will just look at you like you are a mythical chimera of a human. Like it just cannot believe. Like you order curry properly, they'll just like, oh.
Hey guys,
sir.
would you say that
But
this game is a breakout hit?
Oh, I love the little like bumps on his head. Oh.
My favorite thing that happened at my best cultural interaction moment this last trip to Japan, like last month, was I was in an elevator and like these I can't tell if they were college age or not, but these two younger girls were in the elevator. I didn't say a word or look at anybody, and then once they got to their floor, they go 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 go, and then like run out of the elevator.
Were you unshaven that day?
I'm pretty much always that. Like I couldn't figure it out. It's like, did I, like, was it, I don't know, like, I wasn't doing anything weird. Like, it was kind of rare. Like, normally I'm just, like, gawking at people, you know, like, but, I made a point not to do that. Maybe that was the weird part. I don't know. But the go, 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 go.
The fact that you didn't feel them up.
I don't. Yeah, that must be weird for them. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, it's a settlement
It
problem.
does suck. It sucks for women over there. It's a crappy, crappy situation, and it never seems to get better. I can't.
I was gonna say like that'd be about the only situation I would white knight in. Like if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably kick them in the nuts.
If you just look at them, they'll stop. Like
yeah,
that's
but
one thing I did.
I would like to, you know.
All right,
No.
Should I keep going with
No,
this,
like,
or
as a white-skinned monster, you have that power. Like you look at somebody and they will just immediately freeze because they're being observed. You know?
Yeah.
Bob, I can stay in this game forever personally, if that's your call.
I'll do a few more
I
rooms.
can't really get tired of this because it's just so it keeps getting weirder and weirder.
There needs.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of like a WarioWare game that has no mini games in it.
Yeah,
It's
that's a good idea. That's a good take on it. Yeah.
I know,
I
I'm
see
brilliant.
Shoot, I would probably play that.
Yeah, I would too. I love that Wario has the freedom in Nintendo to just be completely hosed constantly.
I still want to know what was up with those CDs that you could collect in Wario Land 4.
I don't know, but some of them are really disturbing. Oh, this one has like my brother's favorite gag.
Is it the Scooby-Doo chase?
Oh no. Well, that's a good gag, but that's not the one who's. Let me see if you.
What, do all the doors open up and it's just like there's just a huge torrent of puke that just sweeps down the hallway?
Exactly. No, it's just that a bunch of those giant phone boxes. It's on the left side of the wall there. Just a bunch of giant phone boxes with legs just quickly dash by, and for some reason that really cracks my brother up. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm glad they brought this game over to America because it.
Yeah. Baby clock. It really seems like the sort of game that shouldn't be here, but it's just one of those rare little gems that slip through, like Trio the Punch.
I'm so glad that CD games of this era were, I guess, cheap enough to produce that you could do stuff like this. It's just such a shame that the platform is so heavily region-locked. That is my one big problem with it. I will say, I have a huge fondness for the Sega CD in general, and in fact, it was basically the first console that I put anything remotely regarding my own money into. And even then, that was when I was in college, and even then, that was mostly because I could basically burn the entire library onto CDR and play it that way.
Oh man, I love that one too, Weasel, but I'm not going to say a word about that one.
Yep.
I just got, somebody was selling a Mega CD 2 for pretty cheap on Famicom World, so I picked one up, and it's, I don't know, I mean, it's nice to be able to play, like, Time Gal and stuff, and see the Japanese versions. They had a couple of games, I mean, there was a couple of games that are Japan only. The Cyborg 009 game is a pretty cool action game, and then the Devastator was pretty cool.
Okay, that's definitely Monty Python.
Well, there's a PAL-only game as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's like so much Terry Gilliam in this game, it's ridiculous.
Are there many Monty Python fans in Japan, I wonder?
Good question.
I'm curious. I don't.
Keep the faith.
They did a lot of verbal
And you
humor,
will-
though. How well does that translate?
Need
I think it's as much that the Japan sort of sense of visual slapstick sort of meshes with the kind of zany slapstick that the Pythons tended to engage in.
Well,
Something
their humor
like
tends to be
confusing
very
cat.
absurdist, doesn't it? It's
Yep.
a very absurdist humor in terms of presentation.
Well, I think I would be careful with that because I think that a lot of stuff are like puns that we would not get because we don't understand their crazy medieval language. No, like if you gotta understand, if you have like a character-based like backwards ass language like kanji, which is nuts. I'm just pointing that out. Like,
Let me
nuts,
test
and they
something real
know it.
quick.
But if you do that, you have all kinds of crazy puns at your disposal because
I have to
a
find
lot
something.
of different words will. So there's a lot of stuff, I think, visual gags that we don't get because they are puns that we could not possibly comprehend, but would be very apparent to a native Japanese speaker.
Hey Bob.
I think another thing along with that is that like some of the Monty Python humor only seems absurdist because we don't really grow up in the same political culture as Americans. Something like the Arthur Two Sheds Jackson sketch, for example, to me sounds just so on the mark for the way Pierce Morgan does his interviews.
Sorry,
that it feels like just
Get the
brilliant
green one in the
satire
upper
to
right.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put a save
I
state
can
down,
get
so
you
don't worry.
Yeah, we're gonna find this if it kills us.
When
I'm looking,
and on the just while we're touching on Monty Python, I want to point out too that they consider themselves to be failed absurdists. So take that as you will.
Well, that's exactly something an absurdist would say, though.
Yeah.
Dada's dead, long live Dada.
No one knows how to do Dada.
Dada is dead. Hot dogs.
Oh, there you go, boobs. Oh, he's got arm boobs now.
I mean, technically he's a male, I believe. So maybe that's how they got away.
You know what's even worse? You can get to this room with a dog and do the same thing there.
Wait, you can play as the dog?
Oh
Yeah.
There
you
is
get the
a
control
room.
stick for a few rooms.
Yeah, there's a room where you can switch to him and he stays for some areas, but like for others it just randomly switches back to Slap. I think.
Maybe they ran out of time.
Did we mention that the boy was named Slap and the dog was named Stick? I forget.
That's really clever.
You
That's
just
cute.
You just mentioned that the dog was named Stick, yeah, but I think Slap's name did come up earlier.
Yeah, well, they're called Slapstick. That's amazing. This is.
Now the Rorschach room.
I've got to say, this whole thing is also really impressive because the way you'd have to have made these sprites would have been a real pain in the butt.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like,
Oh
why
wait,
did
hang on.
bother?
There's a switch here that turns all the snowflakes to poop.
Be able to find is the question.
Oops.
Did you all see what I linked
Oh!
on the stream?
Oh lord.
I clicked over to Twitter for a second. I saw that.
Terrorism!
Oh no, we're all on a list.
Hey, wait, this is the beginning of Deus Ex. Slap caused Deus Ex, didn't they?
It's the beginning of Planet of the Apes. You know the thing that never explained in Planet of the Apes is how is it possible for the Statue of Liberty to be buried in sand? Did it like wash up ashore? Everybody realizes the Statue of Liberty is on an island, right?
Yes.
It's not like the sea level is like decreasing.
The apes drink a lot.
That Dr. Zaius can put him away.
I think they were thinking it had. That would make sense.
How did it get into the sea? How?
I would really like to see Planet of the Apes recast as a comedy, and recast as a comedy where 90% of the content isn't bored quote-unquote lesbians.
I think that musical version of The Simpsons is the closest we're going to get.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
I can see.
Alright, I'm about ready to move on to a different game. That's okay with you guys.
Okay.
There you go. We got a.
If we have games with no hosts lined up, I wouldn't mind continuing to host. But if people are worried I am monopolizing the stream too much, because, like I say, I love the Sega CD.
Let me think.
Well, let's kick the guy who loves the Sega CD out of the Sega CD stream. I think that's, you know,
yeah.
that's
All right.
reasonable thing
Also,
to
do you mind if we if while we're in transition right now, I want to bring this up. There were a couple of games I didn't see on the big list of games we were thinking that I sort of thought deserved at least an honorable mention.
What would those
be?
be?
Them ports of Genesis games. Well, Earthworm Jim, for example, has a few extra stages in the Sega CD version, an excellent soundtrack, and the ending is the guy, what's his name, the head of Shiny, just trying to read off dialogue as it scrolls by about what worms are, and it's hilarious. There's also
Are you going to play Earthworm Jim Special Edition? Is that what's coming up next?
I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Well, it's not too different from the Genesis titles, and most of everything that's in that version is in the PC DOS version too.
Unfortunately, you would sort of have to play through a lot of Earthworm.
I'm gonna forget a game facts for this one.
Well, actually, the Sega CD version does have a number of changes. A lot of the stages are lengthened. There's added segments. There's a new weaponry. There's The samples sound really horribly compressed, though. They sound like butt in the Sega CD version, and I can't figure out why. I assume it's because they have to load them all into memory or something?
Probably. Yeah, they might not have quite as much space as they do on the whole cartridge. Because while the Sega CD does have a good amount of space for samples, much more than on the SNES, they gotta move that stuff all off of the disc if they're gonna use it.
Okay, exactly. Can I talk about this here for a moment?
Oh, yes, we can talk about Sega's adult label.
Yeah, this is... They use this deep water label for like maybe 2 or 3 games and nothing else. There was this, there was Duke Nukem 3D, and I don't think there was anything else.
Oh man, are we doing Eternal Champions?
Yes,
yep.
He's trying to.
Guardians of the Spotless Mind.
I think we need Cal for this too, because I think Cal knows way more about this game than I do. So
I don't want to act like I know that much about this game. I just really enjoy it.
Cal is my best obscure 90s fighting game buddy.
Yeah, you. I don't know how you do it, man. I think you've beaten Shaq Fu. You said?
Yeah. I've beaten Shaq Fu on hard, just easy.
All right. I have prepared a move.
I don't know if I would say that's easy though, Cal, because you had to wrap your brain around the bizarre moon logic that is Shaq Fu.
Yeah,
what with the projectile shields,
years
circle
balancing
inputs.
Shaq Fu, right?
I am the premier expert of Shaq Fu in the known world.
Huh? When did I put my character's code?
It would be fun to do a how we
Senator.
Like
all right. Let me go look at his moves.
I forgot how big the cast in this game was.
Well, the cast is bloated because it's those lots of them are joke characters that don't really, play properly.
Senator is best.
Senator doesn't have a moves list on this FAQ. Should I try him anyway?
What? Hang on, let me find another move list for you.
Just play him. I mean, sure, all of the movements in this game are confusing at best.
Also,
who cares about doing the moves?
How?
The moves list is so credible in this game.
It's like half charge moves, half quarter circles.
A lot of them also use
like
multiple buttons at the same time.
Basically,
it's the obvious Bruce Lee guy. Senator versus Ramses.
Ramses has the largest moveset in the game, I think. He has like 12 special moves.
Alright, give me a moment.
10 to 13 specials almost.
Senator is apparently what kind of senator wears
he's based on Joe Lieberman, I believe.
But he's also actually a sprite edit of another character in the game, namely Larson.
Yes.
First of all, if they want to make a senator a character, they should give him a better nickname than Senator. I would have called him like Filibuster. That
Also,
like a fighting game.
Do
that's
you think
great.
anybody would know what this was aimed at would have known what that meant.
I think of the 10 people who
I
bought
think it
this
would have
game,
made
maybe
sense,
one or two of them would know. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
I
they
think,
called
yeah.
him senator because he is they're joking about a very specific senator, so they wanted to make it a little bit more clear.
Well, they could have done like Freeman, called him Senator Freeman instead of Lieberman.
Damn it! I keep getting hit with my own ban on violence.
Yeah, because he has a projectile counter. He's a projectile counter move.
Well, he has like everything.
Clearly,
got, like,
Ramses
so
the
many
Third
moves.
is the best character. It's his universe, and we all just live in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, make
Does
sure
he have a move where he finishes you off by lopping off your head? Please tell me he does, and he's going to use it on us if we lose, because I want to see
Does
that.
he have a move where he subpoenas D. Snyder?
He can throw red tape, he can veto, he has one called
He actually does have a projectile counter move though, Senator. It's the grandstand move.
What is it, do you know?
Move, one of the two. I'm not sure the input for it though. I forget where I found all the inputs for the characters.
He has a
Why the trench coat? Why the trench coat?
He's a sprite edit of
Yeah,
another
he's a
character.
sprite edit. They didn't bother.
Oh, okay. So they didn't care enough to actually like cut off.
He
the
is
trench
like he is a super secret character. He's like double secret, I think.
double secret probation.
Yeah.
Damn.
He gets his own
He's
stage
so
background
secret that
though.
the developers
He does
didn't
get his
know
own
about him.
stage, so they put in the effort there.
He gets his own
Yeah,
theme
but
song.
if
It's
you're
like a
gonna get
heavy metal
stage,
remix of
like
Hail the Chief.
It's actually probably
And
the
it's
best song in
sprite,
the
so he's
game.
not wearing
Really.
a trench coat. The trench coat just bugs me.
One weird thing about this game is all the moves in the manual are wrong.
Really? How,
Yes, they are. No wonder nobody likes this game.
Like half the moves in the manual are just wrong. They're just not. You can input them as much as you want, they won't work because they're the wrong inputs. I don't even
Also,
understand what the
For
hell.
like the
A
Genesis
red
game
shirt
instead or
and a
something.
white tie. I don't think there has been a senator in the history of like Clownopolis that has ever worn a red shirt with a white tie.
that used to be that's your biggest problem with this character is
I
that
love
the
the-
attire is the fitting of a senator.
That is a great win pose.
Trench coat,
I
but
love that
also
ending.
that
That is a
shirt
good
with the
ending
white tie.
pose.
He can't he can't get into
That
the
is pretty damn cool. Yeah,
deal.
with the yeah, see,
this
somebody
game,
bothered
what
to
I
do
love about
that.
this game is how much stuff it has in it. They just like
They put a lot of effort into this game.
how many
of
special moves should our characters have? Oh, I don't know, 20?
So it's like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the prequel then?
Yeah.
And also, some of the stage fatalities make the Mortal Kombat games at the time look like child's play.
This game
Well,
is great.
NBC 2 has like a lot of characters, but does it really have that many moves? Animation.
NBC 2 is
Mugen.
yeah, proto Mugen more or
Yeah.
less. Definitely
It's
quantity
just
over
as broken
quality.
too, apparently, from what I'm seeing.
Well, this game has every character except the secret ones are all original characters. There's no overlap between them. And they have like the most ridiculous special moves. There's a character who switches bodies with the other character.
There's a character who has a move that all it does is make the timer go faster.
Yeah, you can make the timer go down.
Whoa. There are
That
so
could
many
actually be
great
useful.
ideas that probably would have been amazing if they'd just been tuned a little bit better, or at least
Okay, watch
explained better
this.
to the player.
Yeah, it really.
Making the
it's like,
timer go faster is pretty much like a Hearthstone card, right?
Oh, nice.
Oh, right in the water.
Is she gonna get like snatched up in half by a shark or something?
Yes, pretty much.
Oh man, I'm excited.
Oh my god.
It'd be funny if it was just like an octopus who helped her, like
Deep water.
took her ashore and like rolled over her 401k. And,
Jesus,
Man.
mother.
They get worse than this. They get a lot worse.
I
that
think
was
the worst.
pretty-
I think the worst one is either of Midnight's are pretty nasty, and the one on Dawson's stage where you get impaled by a giant wooden spike and entrails are dangling.
And now we have an old white man beating up on black people.
No, I like the fatality that lasts like 10 minutes. It's just like your body falling down and shoots
Yeah,
and
that's
it
the-
chops
that's-
up until
that's
it's
the
just
one
a
in
smoke.
Oh,
Stage,
yeah, that is
yes.
good.
Raven's the one who has the time reduction ability.
She does, yes. Hang on.
Man, this is like all of American
Also,
US
why
foreign
is a
policy
senator wearing
explained in a
saddle
nutshell.
Somebody
Policy!
explain that. Why is a senator wearing saddle shoes?
Larceny.
Because it's a recolor of the other guy's snazzy shoes.
A wizard
Just
did it.
don't wear saddle shoes. It doesn't make sense.
If you guys want to see all of the fatalities, I'll post that in chat.
Everything in this game that is wrong to you, and it's all just the senator. It's like, I like
pick
this
someone
game,
other
but
than the senator.
It is all wrong. I'm just telling you, saddle shoes do not make sense. Like nobody. Like the only way I think you could possibly get beaten up by other senators is by wearing saddle shoes.
This is your HG101 fashion. Also, Bob, go for a quarter circle forward and a hard punch. I think that's his voter pin stab, and that's very effective.
Really, they should have done Robert Byrd instead. That would have been good.
Oh, I did fatality.
That's because he's so old.
No, because you were close to the.
Oh, this one's really foul too. Well, then again, they all are.
Oh, she's gonna get boiled alive. That's great.
Ugh.
Hello, nightmares.
Holy shit. Yeah, that is, I was going to say after the stage fatality from the last stage that, I heard there was an extra level in Echo for Sega CD with a couple more sharks, but this is ridiculous.
Well, okay, question for you. Is this any... I mean, it looks like this plays a little better than the Genesis one.
It's
but,
faster, yeah. It's a full 60 instead of 30, I think.
Yeah,
Faster, you can do combos a little easier, that kind of thing.
This one's actually the playable one.
The Genesis one's still okay, it just has some issues.
I just remember playing... Like, I rented it, and the moves were a bitch.
Why can everyone reflect my projectiles?
The AI is a cheating jerk. Like I said, yeah, I want to say, like,
universal move. Doesn't every character have a projectile counter? I'm trying to remember now. It was kind of weird. There were some weird oddities to the move list in this game. This is clearly a fighting game made by people who had never made a fighting game before. They were just like trying to push the limits of what they could do.
Yeah, it's like they played a couple rounds of Mortal Kombat maybe, and they were like, or maybe they watched someone else play Mortal Kombat. It was like, oh shit, fatalities, gore.
Somebody who got drunk and vaguely remembered Time Killers.
Okay, this game is basically like the bastard child of Street Fighter Mortal Kombat. It controls like a Street Fighter game, it has special moves like a Mortal Kombat game.
But it looks like Time Killers, does it not?
Is Time Killers the one that has the weird ending messages? Like, was
Time
it
Killers
GM
is the one
sucks
that
or
has
something?
the dismembered.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah,
and
the only character you should play as is the guy with the chainsaw called Rancid, because he's got a chainsaw and his name is Rancid.
Yeah. And the game is about dismemberment, so like...
Yeah.
Didn't Eternal Champions come out before the original Time Killers, though? I'm trying to remember.
No, actually, it came out after. It came out around December 1993.
I think Eternal Champions came out before Bloodstorm, but not...
Yeah,
I'm so
Bloodstorm came out 94, mid-94.
So, okay, this game also has a weird meter management system, too, doesn't it? Like, if you use special moves too often...
Yeah,
like...
but Yin Yang is basically your special move meter. If it runs out, you have to wait for it to charge to do special moves.
Bloodstorm was the one I was thinking of with the weird ending messages.
I think you can cheat and disable the thing, can't you? I think you can disable.
It's an option, yes. It's not.
Might just be for two-player matches. Like, I assume they did that to like prevent projectile spam. Doesn't really work.
Well, the projectiles take up barely any of the energy meter.
Yeah, it's actually because the different special moves take up different amounts. So some of them are very powerful and they take up more. It's
it's kind of arbitrarily distributed. It's
but
like,
see, AI cheats because I think they get infinite meter. Plus, they can taunt you, take away your meter.
Well, you can taunt too. Everybody can taunt, I think.
Well, yeah, but it costs you meter to do it. It doesn't cost them anything.
AI has unlimited meter. I think they have unlimited meter in Eternal Champions on the Mega Drive, but I think they changed it for the CD version.
Now, have they said anything about what the specifics were for the Saturn game?
It's gonna be a 3D game, wasn't it?
I'm still so sad that was.
Yeah, Sega of Japan are assholes. Seriously, you're assholes.
This game has witch burning.
Yeah, that's a fatality too.
At the stake. for being a witch, obviously, as you can see.
Wait, but he's not at the stake right now.
Well, okay, there's some weird time shenanigans in this. The basic goal of this game is you pick a character and then try to prevent their untimely demise so they can change history or something. In Xavier's case, he was brought back because he was burned at the stake, and oops, they probably shouldn't have burned him at the stake. And if you beat his game, or you beat his storyline, he goes back and does whatever he's supposed to do.
As a fun fact, Xavier apparently knows Hapkido according to the manual, but
yeah, I don't understand how he
invented until the beginning of the 20th century.
His fighting style is Hapkido. It doesn't. Yeah.
Well, maybe maybe when he was in the
same
weird time
conclusions the Hapkido people did.
Oh man, he screwed up my controls. That's awesome.
Yeah, he can reverse controls. He can turn you to stone. He has some of the best special moves like Xavier doesn't. He switches places with you. He's got all this other crazy crap.
He's up there with Larson and Trident as well.
Can he steal your health too? That's something else. He has like health regeneration that he can pull out at any time.
Damn. I think he swaps health or something.
And I think he got that. I think he got that cane uppercuts.
He can make you switch characters, like.
Which doesn't make any sense because it just means that
No, it's really confusing. You switch characters and then you do damage to their life bar as you.
Let me try a different guy.
This doesn't make any sense.
They really put effort into this game. It's just kind of.
Yeah, you should play the monkey and see how far you can get. I almost beat around once as the monkey, but then
I was gonna play as the cowboy.
Yeah, Dawson's one of my
great.
favorites.
What about the Bruce Lee guy?
What's his
Oh,
name?
Dawson.
Shin.
Like Mike Dawson, like Darkseid, like the GC9X Game of the Month.
Head is head.
Man, Muteki, you were on the zone.
Fei Long?
So that's playing
the
as
Street
Dawson.
Fighter.
As Dawson's descendant. Mike Dawson has to stop the Dark World invading.
This is canon.
Mike Dawson apparently could not be from earlier than like what 1880, 1890. When was denim invented?
Actually, denim was invented.
Yeah, I think it was actually back then because of the railroad.
Yeah, so it was the Levi.
Damn, the AI's gotten really good now. All of a sudden.
That's Wranglers. He's wearing Wranglers.
You're like 4
I can
characters.
I mean, they were brought back in like future time. Maybe they had some time to get in, some new pants.
He's clearly ahead of the time, so those are skinny jeans.
Crime in a future time.
You know who I just realized he looks like?
Crevice of his thighs.
He looks like Eric Lecard from friggin' Bloodlines, or for the Europeans here, Castlevania: The New Generation.
Who does Dawson or Xavier?
Xavier.
Yeah, when he
got the green
transforms into his
robes
regular
and then
form.
the blonde hair and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Is it his regular form? He looks like an elf. I have no idea what's up with him.
That's why he's the best character. That and Midnight too. Midnight had some. I think Midnight could drain your health too, couldn't he? He had a bunch of weird moves too.
Oh, the vampire. Yeah, he grabs you and stuff. Yeah.
I need to play as Larson if I lose, because he's like the best character in this game in terms of design. Basically, Larson is like part gangster, part Batman, part Vega.
He even had a spin-off game.
He does sound the best
really
character.
Sucked.
Yeah, it was his spin-off game had Sonya or whatever in it as well. I can't remember what the lady's name is.
Shadow.
Shadow had her own spin-off game.
Yeah, Experts, and it was awful. Don't ever play Experts.
That's the thing about like
God.
Sega of Japan sort of, dumped Eternal Champions, but to be fair, they gave it a bunch of games. Like considering that basically no one knows or cares about the franchise.
Sega needs to bring this back though and just make it ridiculous. Just keep all the broken as hell shit in it.
If they can bring Killer Instinct back, they can bring this back. I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah, I think so.
Should bring it back. It's great.
Well, this is a lot more. I don't know, like Killer Instinct is so Duplo.
Yeah, the thing about this game is I'm pretty sure that it's
One more time.
90% well done. It's very difficult to understand and very difficult to get into it, and then there's some small broken elements that sort of throw the whole thing off.
Cal, there's another game I could say about that. Would you be able to compare Eternal Champions in a sense to Weapon Lord?
Yeah, Weapon Lord...
Weapon Lord's a lot more technical.
Yeah, most people at least hold Weapon Lord as being like a legitimately good game. Like, they just
assuming
like,
you can actually play it.
Like, it's super great, but you have to study it for a year to actually understand the systems of it. But when you do, it's great. Whereas Eternal Champions is, once you know what's going on, it's still a bit broken. But
well,
I
why
think it's
wouldn't you pick the characters with the bizarre special moves like the timer scam, the health stealing, this turning
Alright,
your opponent to stone,
I'll do
and
that
all this
next.
other stuff.
I just really like his character design because he's basically Batman.
Because if you think about it in terms of the context, there weren't... Fighting game characters didn't do that sort of stuff when Eternal Champions was released. Like, you sort of get it now. Like, I know Guilty Gear and stuff has some incredibly wild characters, and I think even, like, Skullgirls has some very unusual stuff with some of their characters.
They look they look crazy, but generally their move sets are... I don't know, Skullgirls is kind of weird. It's kind of in a weird in-between, but, like... This game has such mundane-looking characters with the most bizarre moves. They make no sense.
Let me go and try off one of the weirder characters. Let's see, you wanted Raven, right?
Yeah, Raven's the one with the timer scam, apparently.
Check out my bobblehead.
I kind of wish fighting games hadn't got to a point where it's like they have to have certain features. Like, this game has a lot of the features of most other fighting games, but it also has the really weird, bizarre stuff. And then, like, you have all these characters that are... They're not mundane, but they're sort of like, you've seen them before, but then they do really weird stuff with them. Like, the vampire character is like a weird meta-vampire or something. Like, he doesn't drink your blood, he steals your soul or something weird.
Yeah, didn't he? He was like a scientist and he got something...
Yeah, this game has like a ton of backstory for a fighting game, like a ton.
So it's basically American Blaze Blue before Blaze Blue was even a thing.
Yes, exactly. It even has a very similar time travel story to it.
Yeah.
There's no booby
Except
lady,
that
though.
It's not bogged down by a bunch of...
Yeah, boost.
Horse. Yes.
I am throwing things directly at the timer, and it takes away time.
Yes.
So Raven
Destroy
is Deadpool,
time.
basically.
Does Deadpool have a move that does that?
Well, he does have a move where he grabs his life bar and whacks the enemy with it. That's his super hyper, basically.
That does seem like a pretty Deadpool thing to do.
It just blows my mind. You have a character that can actively run the clock out and be the cheapest jerk you can be to your friends.
I'd like to see more games do shit like that.
I would too. It's just so crazy. It's like,
yeah,
there's so many weird metagame things you could do.
It'd be really fun if that was like the main special move the character had, and otherwise was mostly just resorted to simple punches and kicks. Like, you have to play this really sort of weirdly defensive game.
There would be like a meta character or something. They'd have meta moves that could affect the game. Like, you suddenly change the game's gravity.
That didn't work out so well for me.
Glitching out.
Falling apart.
Sorry, dude. Yep, X-linked in here to Shigaku Syndicate, the really bad spin-off starring Larson. I remember recently that Pendleton War, the creator of Adventure Time, actually had a stream where he demoed that, because...
I remember he was talking about that.
Yeah, I think the story was that he remembered that from much earlier in his life and wanted to go back and discover it. And then he found out it sucked, so then he switched over to playing Gimmick on the NES.
That's a good game.
Okay, I gotta try out something so I can make it work.
It works on the Retron 5, by the way.
Oh man,
this game has a particular
want a
feature I'd
Retron
like.
5?
This game has one particular feature I want to show off.
One thing that we've got is I don't know if I mentioned it. You can actually get the original Eternal Champions on the Wii store, apparently. But that's the original one, not the CD release, which seems kind of...
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised more Sega CD games aren't on these virtual consoles, because they have like...
It might just be too big.
They have TurboGrafx CD games.
Alright, is this where we do the Retronauts thing and grumble about the VC like a bunch of old farts?
I'm just going to grumble about the fact that these Sega CD games never get re-released anywhere. When Echo and Echo 2 Ties of Time get released, it's never the Sega CD versions with like like the superior soundtrack and the few.
You think there could
levels.
be rights issues with the soundtracks, actually?
Let me see if I can get this to work.
I'd be surprised.
In-house, though, aren't they?
Yeah, it's Spencer
doubt it.
Nelson again. I mean, they've managed to keep access to the Sega CD soundtrack, so I'm sort of surprised that it would be a rights issue. I think it's just more they don't want to go to the work of emulating the Sega CD.
That's right. Yeah, they don't want to do that.
There's a particular
Why do that
thing I'm
when
trying to
you've already
do.
emulated Genesis?
Are you trying to get him eaten by the dinosaur?
I'm trying to do one of the certain type of fatality.
Oh, the Cynic. Okay, so
Those-
here's the... Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's going to be pretty hard to work out. You have an FAQ in front of you to do that? Go ahead, Simon.
Let me look this up real quick.
If someone told you about this now, you'd probably think they were making it up, and it was true at the time, too, because I remember I had a friend who actually beat this game or got to the final boss.
He beat this game?
Yes,
Wow.
the original one, too, and he said he got to the final boss, and he was telling me these things, and I couldn't believe it. It's like, no, there's no way the boss has, like, 5 forms and transforms into, like, a tiger and a dragon and all this stuff. I looked it up years later, and he was, in fact, telling the truth. The final boss does, in fact, do that. He has, like, 5 or 6 forms.
9. The Eternal Champion has 9, the Dark Champion has 8.
Yeah, there's 2 bosses.
Yeah, 2 final
Completely
bosses.
absurd. This game has like it's got 2 bosses and
Also, if you
it continues and it's basically impossible.
if you lose the boss even once, it's an instant game over.
And he is like a SNK boss +1. He is incredibly difficult.
Would
Okay.
anyone believe it if I said I did?
With save states, right?
Watch.
No, I beat it on the actual.
This is great.
Damn.
Sure you did.
The CD or the
Yeah, the CD. Both the Genesis and the CD. I did them both with Larson, I believe.
It's very
Because-
impressive. I hope you spammed something to do it.
FMV fatalities.
Then a kill.
Oh, shit.
CGI from the day. So the Dark Eternal Champion basically transports a bomb inside of Larson, which is actually funny.
I love how lame these things are. They're like, no, you did it!
Yeah, because they've already got like this hugely ultra-violent, brutal death scenes in the game engine. They're like, nah, we need CG that's goofy and dumb.
Yeah, that's so weird. We watched someone's skin get melted off by a boiling pot. And
Let me do one more of those.
That was a crummy CG render sort of exploding, I guess.
Okay.
Does the sticker have a Cynic kill?
The secret characters do not have any. Let me do one more of these.
Would anyone actually like me to attempt to beat the challenge from the Dark Side live someday?
Yes, I'd like that a lot.
You want to try it, man.
I haven't practiced.
Save states.
I didn't practice up a bit, but I think that'd be fun.
You would have to practice up a lot, I would hope. That's
Okay, one more of these.
Talking about was it during the stream? It was during something where I was mentioning like if there's an impossible game, Satango will have claimed that he beat it somehow. And he can back it up generally. That's the funny part. It's like no, there's no way. Then you watch him, it's like oh okay, I guess so.
I will never beat Cobra Triangle. I admit to this.
Secretly, you have, and that's just your one shame is that you've actually beaten Cobra Triangle. You don't want anybody to know.
That was dumb.
Crush.
Oh my god, it's literally a Kids in the Hall sketch. As a freaking fatality.
Yes.
Well, he is wearing a dress.
Alright, I think that's enough of that game. Is LanceBoyle around?
LanceBoyle, please report to the front desk.
Actually, can I go do make my video now?
Yes, please.
I will save MegaRace for him because that's kind of his thing.
Oh yes, that has to be him. Do I need to sort of start getting out of the stream because I know I've been in here for a while, so I do not mind.
I don't see him yet, so
I'm not supposed to be here, and I just stick around.
No,
I think I saw. Oh,
that's because you have a.
Hey guys.
Hey,
oh
Lance
hey
is here. Hey Lance.
All right, can we cycle out?
Yeah. Before I go out, there are a couple other Sega CD honorable mentions that I wanna list out, and two of them are Lunar Silver Star and Eternal Blue, which are actually very good, if maybe slightly cliche at this point, RPGs. They do have the PS1 remakes, and they're probably on PSN right now, and you can play those too. But the Sega CD ones are both pretty interesting, and they're probably both worth playing. Eternal Blue of the two, if I had to pick one though, and of course Shining Force CD, which is the Game Gear games, including the one that never got translated here, plus a few extras. So if you like Shining Force, play that one. And finally, Misadventures of Flink, which I'm a little bit surprised isn't on this stream because it is just so friggin' pretty. It is probably the prettiest
that was more of
I've ever played.
I tried to do exclusive games. Anyway, thank you for joining us, Muteki. It was good having you.
Hey, thanks,
yeah,
Muteki.
you all have a good night.
You too.
I'll probably just exit out of the stream call completely. So y'all have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Hey, man.
Take it easy, man.
So yeah, I've been saving this particular game for LanceBoyle. It's kind of his thing.
He's our resident super machines expert, and I say that with the utmost of admiration. Cough. I mean, his avatar in Skype, for those who don't know, is Tim Curry from Command & Conquer Red Alert 3, who plays the greatest evil Russian communist general ever.
Yeah.
Alright, sounds good. Next.
Cryo. Now, did they... What... They're... Are they out of business? It's hard to tell.
Think so.
Did they make MegaRace 3 for the PS2?
Yeah, they did.
That probably killed them.
It was one of our last games, so...
I'm just surprised a game like that, a series like that, lasted the PS2. Like, it's just not a bad series. Just
the first one is the only good one anyway.
Yep. Is this where I mentioned that David Cage got his start in
No, estaban que tengo acá, amigo. Con unos tipos acá en Skype que ya conocía.
Sorry?
I think he's speaking to
Con unos tipos chat.
He's talking to someone else, yeah.
Okay.
Are you sure? Maybe we're supposed to have already learned a different language. I'm assuming it's just...
I understood that. He said, I'm on Skype now.
No, it's Spanish.
Maybe he said Skype has eaten my brain. I cannot speak English.
Sí, está
so MegaRace.
Yep.
I really think MegaRace should have been called Sega Race outside in America.
So was this originally a Sega CD game, or was it a 3DO game first?
It was. It might have been PC.
Ah,
yeah,
PC.
I think it was PC. This came with our first CD computer.
Hey, it's Paul Schaefer.
So Xerxes, you were talking about bad fashion earlier. I forget what game you were doing that with already.
That was the entirety of Eternal Champion.
The Senator.
Yes.
Well, here
Paul
we have...
Schaefer does bad fashion on purpose. So, if this guy's trying to be Paul Schaefer, he's actually not flamboyant enough, really. Not bald enough either.
You don't want to get arrested for taking the law into your
fun fact that I like to ping around is that Christian Eriksen here, the actor for LanceBoyle, did show up in Heavy Rain several years later as a homicidal doctor, I believe.
It is nice to have the real LanceBoyle here, you know.
Which one?
But I'm not the real one.
No, for all intents and purposes.
You'll always be the real one to us, Lance.
Yeah, that's right.
I always just assumed you were the real Lance.
LanceBoyle, for those who don't know, is like a IRC regular, but he's never hosted a podcast, which is a shame, and something I hope gets fixed soon. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if you show up on the IRC channel, like, we'll just let you do stuff like this. There's almost no control or oversight on anything.
Join us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Cabal could always use a new initiate. Oh, yes.
That's right, Cabal. But LanceBoyle is like he's our resident. Well, he's an expert on this game, right?
I said cheese expert earlier, and respectfully though.
Well, MegaRace, you can't spell MegaRace without Mega Cheese. So.
I am fairly certain I might have actually owned this game PC at one point. It might have come with a CD-ROM drive or something.
I don't think I actually heard of this game until I met LanceBoyle on the forums, oddly enough.
I can't remember. Real fun game. I mean, it's...
I don't recall when I heard of this game first. Like,
it's a lot like Road Blasters, actually. You ever played that?
Like, when did you first play it, Lance? I'm curious.
In late 2009, so... It was the first 3DO game that I played. That was the first version that I played, and it's probably the best one.
Did you have a 3DO, or were you just emulating the 3DO out of curiosity?
Emulation.
Ah, okay.
It was because of MegaRace that I decided to emulate the 3DO.
That is kind of like a lifestyle choice at that point.
I used a 3DO emulator to play Way of the Friggin' Warrior.
I bought a 3DO to play Way of the Warrior. That's a long story.
Bob is the most hardcore person among us in that sense.
The FAQ I found from 1994 made it sound really good, okay?
Well, that's the thing. That's okay. 1994. That's very typical of like all the different magazines and stuff. They just like were fawning over these games, and sometimes like in the case of Way of the Warrior, they actually end up giving it mixed reviews. Some of them were just like totally gushing, and some of them were like, well, it's pretty rough, and some of the moves don't make sense and things like that. But they were very like, if you had really nice graphics and kind of a new concept, or like a unique one, like they were the only digitized fighter on the 3DO, for instance, they'd get higher reviews. So I guess it's kind of still true, but like they were really shallow.
It kind of makes sense though, because they're delivering a product for a system that may not have that sort of game, and that's your only game in that genre. Well, by all rights, it is the best game of that genre on that system.
But like,
yeah, Fighter 2.
Yeah, and that was actually supposed to be a pretty good port, wasn't it?
And Samurai Showdown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, that too.
It's an arcade perfect port, I thought, outside of maybe a couple of minor issues.
How does it compare to the TurboGrafx Street Fighter Champion Edition?
Well, it's based on Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, so you get the extra stuff there.
Okay, well, yeah, alright, that's probably not a fair comparison.
So I'm gonna say this right now: the Sega CD version is good. It's not very good.
What's wrong with it exactly?
Its music is different, correct? And not for
the...
Yeah. They changed Victory to Victory.
Yeah, that's a huge mistake. Huge mistake.
I was explaining that to my wife, and she was just like,
"Why am I married to you?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's normal shit.
I know. I get that all the time.
I was gonna say I don't have to be talking about video games to get that from her, but.
Oh man, my wife, she finds out I spent like any money on like, what'd you get while you were out? It's like, I bought a Japanese PC engine. It's like, what's that? It's a game thing, but it's kind of like it was like already like filling out the divorce papers that I'm on.
See, it's not like that with I mean, she's actually pretty open-minded about things because I'm open-minded about her hobbies. She's really into typewriters, but she's been good. She hasn't bought any for a while, but just like,
does she have the IBM Office Master Pro?
No, actually, she focuses more on the yeah.
Does she have more on Nova?
That's actually.
Wait.
Here's the funny thing. She bought one of the, like I showed her that movie, or at least clips from it, because I couldn't show her the movie. She wouldn't watch that. But she found like one of the portables, that was used to make the Clark Nova, like when it wasn't in the Bug Rider form. And I was like, okay, that's nice, but you know, I want a talking cockroach typewriter that's going to talk to me out of its asshole.
Me too. Me too.
Is this music from Mad Furnace?
It's not.
So, in regards to the game that is currently playing,
okay, yeah.
Do you want to talk about some of the differences between the Sega CD and maybe the 3DO version?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, the Sega CD version is closer to the PC version in terms of, say, the graphics and whatnot, but it's choppy. The 3DO version had some changes, mainly the shots are actually lasers now, and it's much smoother.
Alright, let me try that again.
Does LanceBoyle's hair not match the color of his skin perfectly?
It's more like the PC version in that case, as in, you know, it actually looks good.
That's so creepy. It's like, he's got hair,
but it's skin colored.
Looks like Max Headroom.
The same color. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me kind of like a G.I. Joe when you rub the paint off of them.
No, he's got like the hair molded in like Max Headroom.
No, maybe it's intentional. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
I've played MegaRace on the 3DO. From what I'm trying to remember, I think the palette is just way worse in this version.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It looks a lot more monochrome than that.
But it's smoother.
It's pretty much blue.
The problem with this game is you ever run out of ammo, you're basically screwed forever.
I think he was saying the 3DO version was smoother than this, though. This version is super choppy.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like the color's not as good, but it's smoother.
Hey, which version of MegaRace had arranged music on it again?
3DO.
Oh, yeah, it changed the underwater racetrack to something that Weasel didn't like as much, I believe.
This version
out of
uses
ammo
that
again.
version as well.
Weasel likes the PC usually,
like
though.
arcade racers, look at these arcade racer games, how you can somehow spin out yet not lose any momentum. Right there. Just happened.
Well, that's because of the physics of the FMV track that's being generated before our eyes.
Yep.
See,
well, I mean, it depends. Like, there's either games where you, like, as soon as you wreck, you stop. You
dang
lose
it!
Every bit of momentum completely, like a Rad Racer, where like you hit a palm tree and it's like, you like don't keep going forward. You just stop cold and start going sideways. But in other games, like, you don't really stop. You just keep moving.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's really because it's badly designed in that regard.
At least you can actually, like, if the car bears like a rational relationship to the road. Like, there's a lot of NES arcade racers and type games, like Knight Rider probably being the worst, where it's like it doesn't give you a car sprite for the player character. It just like is a dashboard, and the car is apparently like the width of the entire road. So that always bugs me. It doesn't look. It's like, how can
Sounds
you
realistic if the game's set in America.
That's true. Yeah, that's right. That would be, he traded in kit for a Chevy road monger.
Every time Ryder gets mentioned, I always want to bring up Night Boat.
There's always a fjord or a canal.
Well, there kind of has to be, but yeah.
This is it's got like a Tron-esque vibe to this thing.
Oh, I give up. I don't even know how I'm failing anymore.
You're not destroying the vehicles, I think.
I can't because I keep running out of ammo all the time.
Ask Lance. Lance will tell you.
You have to destroy them.
That's what I was trying to do.
You have to destroy them.
How do you conserve ammo, I think, is what Bob's asking.
Maybe the Sega CD version is just naturally tougher.
Yeah, the 3DO version is much easier in comparison to the.
I have to fetch something
PC
for a moment, so
versions.
please excuse me.
Okay.
I believe I had missed something very important.
Uh-oh. What is this?
This is not what he's gonna get a copy of it.
No, yes, he's going to.
Legal.
He's going to get
Ported
it.
Google
Copy
to
of
Sega
Make My
CD.
Video.
That's yeah. This is what is even going on here, right?
Yeah, we'll just cut this out when we edit it. Like, we'll keep the audio.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
It'll just be like that one technical difficulties thing from The Simpsons.
In my I've always kind of imagined that a lot of these like major ROM hub sites have just been like run by an AI since like 2002. It's like a Skynet type thing running them. It's like periodically like updates the banner ads and stuff. And...
Oh shoot, we're on Final Fantasy right now.
Someone asked me specifically Crisscross Tonic. I don't know why. I'm looking intro to this play because voice acting is great.
Yep.
That is something. Okay, Muteki actually did bring something up as a general note. Is that you can in fact use your own Sega CD games on PC via Kega Fusion. So that's a legal means of playing the games if for whatever reason your Sega CD explodes. However, there's another issue in that the BIOSes still aren't legal, so you're still technically breaking the law.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It's
they took immediate action to bring this new mayor under their
Well, it's a shame, but we're gonna ignore that part.
Let's leave it at that.
It's funny. You can play the game if you own a legal copy of it. You can technically play it in the in emulator. It's just you have to dump the BIOS too. The only way to be 100% legal.
Is this the one? Is this the most arcade accurate version?
Pretty much until the Game Boy Advance version, I think.
The era.
Does it go? Does it have the censored bits back in?
Your daughter for your
You beat up Poison, if that's what you're saying.
Well, no. I mean, I understand that, but does it have like the? Is it the party dress or the lingerie?
Turn on your TV with Jessica.
Can't remember, but seem to remember the underwear.
You son of a! What have you done to her?
That is like the worst voice for Mike Haggar. I'm sorry.
Oh, they did it, but in the Japanese version, it's underwear.
Well, something to note though is that this is probably the most arcade accurate home port at the time. But there are people that will argue with you that the SNES version is better for whatever reason.
No.
What people?
Wrong.
Who is arguing this?
You guys know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name names, but
I said Rushing Beat was better. Or, I mean, Rival Turf was better on the SNES simply because it had two-player co-op. That's only vaguely related, but.
I love how like the first boss apparently has Jessica captured. So apparently right before you get to each boss, they like shuttle the woman like further down the line. Like each time it's like, oh crap, Cody's getting closer. Like we better like somebody get out their moped.
He's like he's actually punching me in the face. Oh.
I just realized I think they might have taken that from Streets of... No, wait.
Haggar's #1, you idiot.
I'm gonna have to dig this up because I know somebody on the forums was saying this, and if it's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think it is who you're thinking of, and I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, actually, yeah, much earlier we said we probably shouldn't have.
Strawman, I know that guy.
Well, as long as you don't say the name, it's okay. You can be passive aggressive. It's when you name names that it becomes a problem.
This version is objectively superior to every other version.
I think why they were arguing this version didn't count or something, or it wasn't technically the best home port of the time. I'm trying to remember.
The only way you could argue is if it's like.
The thing is, Snarber, you basically just kind of outed who it was by, like pointing out how anal intended.
Well, we already mentioned someone else's name here, so we might as well.
I thought this was the same.
Nah, we might as well not.
Yeah.
Yes, let's not name names. It can be vague.
So, who doesn't know Final Fight by now is the stupid question I should know.
People who aren't worth knowing or remembering.
No, I had this for my Sega CD, but I don't know what happened to it. I wonder if this was another one of those games I had that was just burned on the CDR.
Would I be wrong for saying I always thought Streets of Rage was better?
No, you would not be
No,
wrong
you're
at all.
not. You're not wrong
is
because
better,
you gotta understand. Yeah, Final Fight. I mean, Streets of Rage was at least designed with like a console audience in mind. Final Fight was not, and they never really bothered to fix it. You know,
I mean,
it's
this
like
is more Streets of Rage, so it's got, you know.
it's quarter munchy. It's like, I mean, Final Fight is a quarter muncher arcade game at heart, even the Super
You know
Nintendo.
what? That's bullshit. Shmups, you know, they're totally right, because basically, this is totally manageable, and if you can't handle it, then you're not allowed to be a human being. You should just kill yourself, because we need that air.
Well,
We need
okay.
that space.
Okay, problem number one with that is that we're playing a Sega CD version. Clearly, if we don't own an arcade PCB, we are just human filth.
Exactly.
We should just hang up our gaming gloves and just never play games again.
I completely agree with you guys.
Secondly, you should be playing this on a, it has to be on.
Are you streaming this from a CRT monitor? I mean,
Yeah, it has to be on a CRT monitor that's, got RGB hookups, and it's got to be a CRT monitor that's, accurate to the time the video game was created.
You can't reach the kill screen to Snacks and Jackson. Get out of my face!
The kill screen. I'm not sure that's a game that has the kill screen in it. Has anyone
What's that Sony monitor or that Sony TV model
The Trinitron?
that was used? No, it's one of them that it's like it has like little like bars on the side of it to hook up like studio monitors to. It's one of these things that you only know about if you go to these like Neo Geo forums.
I thought it was a sword.
Wait, does this version have Roxy?
I've got one of those older ones, and it is a Trinitron, but it's like a certain type. But there's several
There's a certain
types.
type that they like obsess over. It's like the ideal Neo Geo garbage TV to play it on. I don't really understand. It just makes me laugh. Like,
Yeah, it
says it's the possibly the PBM.
that sounds.
I've got an older PVM. Apparently they had later ones, but it's just got the RGB, and it's some screwed up. I don't recognize the.
But there's a certain one that there's a certain line that Sony made that was designed to be used like in not by consumers. It was like a
Yeah, it was like a video editing
something
one.
for right, exactly. And that's
Right, and that's the
way
thing.
to
I got
play
one
it.
for like $80. Some guy was just clearing out his house, and he had it was brand new. He'd used it like once, and then he put it away. And unfortunately, it's just like taking up space in my place right now. But it's like built like a tank. It's got like a steel cage around it, like you were saying, like so it could be mounted on studio equipment or like on a rack or something. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I think that Hagar here could probably use it as a weapon because it's got nice handlebars.
And Dory could use it as a necklace.
Dory would be too busy. Oh, yeah.
I gotta admit, like I really am.
Hey, he's Hugo now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm
always fascinated by the amount of like '80s pro wrestlers that show up in Japanese games. So.
Yeah. Knuckle Bash by Toe Plant had giant rock.
Well, they're big on wrestling over there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Very. Probably arguably bigger over there now than over here. Well, it depends on who you ask.
A huge here still too, though. I mean, the fact that we can each name a famous professional wrestler, or that we count an episode of it, kind of is a testament to how popular it is.
I don't know, like the ones in WWE right now are pretty generic, except for I don't know, like
cares about them.
I think most everyone knows people like Hulk Hogan or The Rock or anyone like that.
That's the thing.
So.
I mean,
do like American wrestlers still go over to Japan to wrestle, or they like?
yeah, they do. I mean, there was rumors that CM Punk was probably going to be going over there because of.
I can't imagine what else he would do.
Because
I don't
basically
really watch wrestling, but like I don't know what else he's going to do. Like I just know about him. Like, what else are you gonna do? Like, that's like the one place you can go to keep it real now, I think, right?
Well, yeah, but it's because basically, like, yeah, you know, if you're in WWE, you just have to job to Triple H or his friends, so.
Yeah, or Cena or what have
I've
you.
never
WWE's
watched more than like 20 minutes of sustained professional wrestling in my life, but I am reading a book about professional wrestling, so I feel like entitled
Which book?
to it. The Squared Circle by, what's his name?
I know crap and all about wrestling. I'm not afraid to admit that.
I have to
I
admit,
don't like wrestling, but I like reading about it.
Xerxes, I feel the same way about comic books. I don't.
Yeah.
It-
Comic books are obviously garbage, like, I just want to point that out, but and the people who read them are like man-children.
Well, I mean, I agree, but, you know, like, I'm also in that group, so I just...
No, I mean, it's a joke. If, like, anyone follows me on Twitter, like, even I'm related to it.
I know.
Yeah.
I hate how many enemies in this game have like a combo that you have no way escaping from besides losing health.
Well, you're supposed to use your breakout move, I believe.
Actually, yes, there's a certain trick with this. You're supposed to manage your crowd clearing move a certain way, and then you can supposedly beat it without having to spend money on it outside of the first quarter.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Cody is objectively the superior character to use in this game, right?
Well, I mean,
I like Guy.
I always play Hayes.
I always play as Guy too, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like objectively, like, he's got the reach and he's got the.
He's got reach and strength, yeah.
And strength, yeah.
Balance.
And he's got the pig sticker, the knife. You know?
Then he went to jail.
That whole thing didn't make sense, and why the hell was he dressed up goofy like that? It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna continue dressing up in this Keystone
Which
Cops.
jail did he go to? Like, the
It makes a
1920s
little
jail?
makes a little bit of sense because apparently the explanation they went with was that, you know, you can't go around beating up people in the streets without eventually ending up in jail somehow.
The
So
mayor of the city does it.
Well, they
said
the
something.
mayor of the town.
Have you seen the mayor of the city? No one questions him. He's the dictator of the city at this point.
The city's basically run by what's his name? The guy with the nuclear sign on his jacket. Peace.
2P.
P-Hound.
2P from Forgotten Worlds.
P-Hound. Somebody needs to do a ROM hack that could just change.
Oh, for real? That's who he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think so. He's supposed to be inspired by the second player of Forgotten Worlds. I think it is. Let me see if I can find the
But yeah, apparently Cody goes to jail because of poison. Like, poison frames him because he's not into, you know...
How long have you been waiting to say that, Jojo? How long? How long have you been waiting?
When this gets uploaded, someone's gonna have to just put a big, long metal beep over everything he just said.
No, it's a very, very short metal beep.
Well, everyone knows about that by now, so I think we're allowed to get away with
Well, that's the thing. I don't even know if that's like canon. Like, some people are like, yes, that's canon. No, that's not canon. All right.
I don't think Capcom's ever going to say just us.
Yeah.
Katana, aka Sodom.
Capcom right now is basically like 5 dudes in a like Mossburger. You know, it's not like what it once was. So I'm not sure it really matters.
I forgot to mention the fact about Poison and Roxy in this game. While they are in here, not replaced by Sid and Billy, their shirts have been modified to show less underboob.
I know, that's such a cheat too.
Sodom's awesome though. He's like such a great character. I wish that they would have put him in, you know, Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, he's like the one character from the Alpha games and Final Fight who hasn't been brought to the modern end.
And they really fleshed him out too. Like, they made him like such an interesting guy.
He's like a weeaboo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
less. Not like well, wasn't there somebody in a fighting game who's like a really obnoxious otaku nerd or whatever?
I don't know. Vogue someone.
But like,
yeah.
if you read his in the Japanese version, if you read like his win quotes, they're like he's trying to say things in Japanese, but it's like he's just screwing them up. Like, he'll say die, job, death, car.
Yeah, we meant to say Daijoubu Desuka, I believe.
Yeah, Disca, and then, which is like, are you okay? You know, but then he's just saying die job, death car, or like, oh, up, ooh, ray, you know, or things like that. But that's like how they, I don't know, he's kind of like a Bob Sapp.
They love how, I mean, their favorite thing is how, like, foreigners, like, try to accent words. Like, try to accent syllables in Japanese words, which they have no accent. It's like a monotone language. Yeah,
Muteki, yes, there is. I think you get like 4 credits, 3.
Oh my god.
Gravity Falls is great. It actually referenced that entire thing.
Oh yes.
And they had Paul Robertson do the animation.
Yeah, feel free to.
Also, watch Gravity Falls. It's super good.
Yes.
Hey, who's the dude that was all like freaked out by Paul Roberts because of that one picture? It's like he's a pornographer. Oh wait, we're not allowed to talk. Never mind.
Was this I don't think that person posts on the forums anymore, do they?
I don't even remember the guy.
Robertson is
a lot of people who don't.
You talking about Strawman 95? I hate that dude.
JoJo's our resident blogger, for the record. In the Steam title, don't get me wrong. But,
so just everybody hates me because I'm a jerk to them or something like that person who I won't name.
Something about like raw hatred being negative in a way. Like I don't really get it, but
yeah, I don't. You know, just.
I feel like we should be quoting
Bob.
Because I shit up every post I
But I need you today, oh Bob.
My last name was even more obnoxious as I was drunk.
I've got a lot of hate inside me because I've got a little schizophrenia demon inside my brain. And something, yes.
Well, I don't know. I don't dislike him.
He hates everybody, so.
Oh,
I think this is all like JoJo plans on murdering somebody like 12 years from now, and he's just building a case, right?
No.
It's like, no, I really am nuts. Like, listen to these guys I talked to on the internet. How they thought I was like.
Is this gonna end up as a Phoenix Wright case sometime down the line?
Hopefully not.
I feel like I do not like the state of lawyer games. There's so many, like, there's only one good lawyer game I've ever played, which is Devil's Attorney. Awesome.
Alright, I think I'm done with this particular game.
It's an iOS game. It's like a card battler game, but it's not a collectible game.
Whoa.
It's a courtroom themed card battle game. It's got great voice acting. It's really, really good. It came out like 2 years ago. Everybody should check it out. Devil's Attorney. It's hilarious.
Alright. So after that little detour, I think I know what I'm gonna play next.
Super Shark?
I already did that,
You
actually.
already played that.
Yeah,
I know I was there. I was just joking.
Maybe he could do Sewer Shark, but he can play it in reverse somehow. Like he figures out how to reverse engineer the loading process on the Sega CD.
Give me a moment.
You play the game backwards.
He's just give him a moment. He's doing it now.
Processing that idea.
Rewa's Cars.
Uh-oh, he has to keep it secret for some reason, even though we probably already know what game it is.
Get some water. Be right back.
Okay.
My favorite thing.
What is wrong? Fuck!
In the late 90s.
Yeah, okay.
They're no longer public domain in the United
really
States.
awkward.
Yes, it's really stupid, I believe is the word.
It really
you're
is, and isn't it? I
searching
mean,
for.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
because
the Mickey Mouse Protection Act is what it was. Sonny Bono, congressman from California.
Who's thankfully in hell right now.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You mentioned him.
If there's any justice in the afterlife, yeah, that's where he is.
Yeah, because that piece of shit crashed into a tree.
There's so many things he did wrong. I mean, he starts his career by statutory rape and beating up Cher, right? And then he goes on to advocate and pass one of the worst copyright laws. It's not the worst, bar none, copyright laws on the planet Earth. that kills the Muppet Babies among many other things that will never have the opportunity, like bubble tape commercials, gone forever. Everybody under 30 just loves it.
I remember bubble tape. There was 5 feet of gum.
6 feet
roll
of
out of a dispenser.
6 feet of bubble gum. 6 feet of bubble gum.
I think it was measured, and it was actually less than 6 feet. Like someone measured it. It's like it's actually closer to 5 or 4 feet or something.
How can you do that? You can't do that.
Bubble gum for you, not them.
Yes, I remember that commercial. I remember that pretty clearly.
Wait, we're not playing Crisscross anymore? I look away for 1 second.
And you're
Yeah, I think we
game.
It's just a video.
There was a
video.
Dude, that's a
But
good
I was
video.
gonna say, like, there may be some hope because I mean they're putting Batman the live action series on TV.
But that's not. It's not like the estate of Liberace.
Well, that's the thing. Like they part of it. Well, I think they were. It was probably that they were using it as an excuse, but they said all the walk-on bits. Yeah, they were saying that the window gags that was.
Sure. I'm sure the Edward G. Robinson thing was like the one keeping. No, nonsense. They weren't doing it because it would cost them more money than they could possibly make on such a product, which is just shameful for a publicly traded company right now. But I mean, thank God.
Well, that and it's not dark Batman like.
It's the best. It's so cool though. I cannot wait. They're putting it on Blu-ray, right?
Has anyone ever seen the comics based on the 60s show? Are those any good?
Those are good.
I heard
they're good.
Yeah, I heard they're good. I haven't read them yet. But
they look good. I mean, they bothered to render the Joker's grease paint mustache. So that's really cool. That's like a cool detail.
So basically, oh sorry.
No, I was gonna say, like, I love that there's like an undercurrent in Batman comics, like, even going back to the '80s, that like of writers who or artists who try to acknowledge the '60s TV show. Like surreptitiously. It's really funny, like what people actually are like, including like references to Egghead or King Tut or something like that. And it's pretty cool. Like I like that aspect of Batman a lot. Like that was my favorite show when I was a kid. Was Batman 1960s reruns. And I took them 100% seriously. By the way, I thought they were not. Like I thought that was
so confused. When I actually found out about the comics. Yeah. Because it was way different.
Batman used to use a gun as a golden age.
No, I mean, I thought the Batman 60s TV show was the definitive Batman, because the only other reference points I had were Super Friends reruns, which like basically made Batman into like a completely useless person.
My reference point was the animated series. That's probably the best Batman thing.
When
the
Tim Burton movie came out, it was really shocking because to me the '60s Batman was brand new. You know, I didn't realize that was like 25 years old at the time. So, you know, I thought it was 100% serious. Like I was totally like same like the bat shark repellent and stuff. Like I was not laughing at that. I was like, oh, cool, he's prepared for everything.
Have you seen the Hot Toys figures?
No.
It comes with a bomb from the movie. It comes with bat shark repellent. Yeah, it comes with all these little gadgets and stuff. But it looks great. I mean, it's one of their better figures. If I had like the disposable income, I would in the space, I would kill to get one of those.
I can't wait to like. I've been showing the '60s Batman to my son. He totally digs it. It's not like you know. It's like it's just like it was for me. Like he does not get the joke at all. Like it's totally real to him. He's like, oh, cool. You know. It's great. It's such a funny. It's a great show because it works on 2 levels. You know?
I would like to speak for a minute about the current game we're playing right now. That's okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is Lords of Thunder, and it's probably like the most metal shmup ever made.
Yes,
it was a TurboGrafx game.
Originally it was a TurboGrafx CD, but I've only played this version.
Hey, I don't know if... Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if Muteki's still online. He can take my place. I'm about ready to pass out. You guys have a good evening.
Yeah, you want back to Muteki?
It's been awesome.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, sir.
No problem. See you guys.
Take care, man. I'm also feeling tired, but I don't want to pass out.
Maybe I'll do a couple more games.
Okay. But yeah, Lord of the Thunder is a spiritual successor to Shooter on the TurboGrafx Gate of Thunder. That one was a more conventional Gradius-esque space game there, but it was still quite a good game. But yeah, I think it was the same development team. I want to say it was Red who made it the same team behind Bonk, but probably way off.
I think it was Red.
Also, this game is like one of the best soundtracks on the Sega CD. I mean that.
I'm in the call now, and I'm sort of disappointed about that because it means I no longer get to listen to the music because I have to do it stream.
I can hum it for you.
Only didn't make the guitar sounds.
It's like 10 different games right there.
Yeah, I guess it's Red. Yes, also Bob, the water armor is arguably the best one. Mostly because you can fire.
That's what I'm using now, actually.
Who else is still playing through the Game Center CX2 stuff?
I have not gotten to...
I didn't get into that yet.
I haven't played it yet.
So lazy about patching.
I gotta say, like, the games are in a way better, but the challenges are much worse. They're just not hard. They're way too easy. Like, I don't think I failed to complete a challenge on my first try yet. And I'm including like the daily challenges, which are a great addition, but they're just so damn easy. I don't know, like Lance, are you playing this one? Or?
Yes, yeah, I am, but I haven't gotten to the main game back yet. I left it at Gaia Quest.
I can actually get on the daily challenge now if I want.
I could do it now. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, if you play the daily challenge, you can unlock a lot of different voices and T-shirts and stuff.
Yeah, I've got like
it's pretty cool.
Almost 2,000 points in there now.
Yeah, I'm at about the same. Yeah, I'm just over 2,000.
But
it's awesome.
Yeah, I guess sure the games are better, but I feel like it's less memorable than the original game.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, that's the caveat you get with any given sequel, because you know what to expect in the same format. It's just mostly a refinement rather than a surprise.
It's kind of like how I said with Dead Rising 2. I mean, it's an improvement over the first game, but in comparison to the first game, it's not really entertaining.
Well, it's hard to say. I think I do like the games better, but on the other hand, none are as amazing as Haggleman 3 was in the first. Yeah. That's my main reason for still wanting to play those. They don't pull any troll like Rally King SP, but on the other hand,
and it's good that the second Ace Detective game is actually skipped. Like, you don't get a set of challenges for that.
I guess they did that because it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, because... I do admit the overall flow of the game does halt when you get to the Ace Detective, because it actually takes a bit of a while to get through those, but... I think the Detective game actually picks up a good deal after you get into the challenges, and actually I ended up enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would in the long run.
Yeah, that's one of those I'm gonna play through without cheating.
Yeah, you definitely can. For the most part, what you're doing and where you're going is fairly straightforward. Makes up for a couple of bits here and there, but
I guess I just feel like I don't know. I like the Demon Returns games. I like a lot.
Yes.
I think that's definitely the Haggleman series.
You get the Mario like mechanics down really surprisingly well.
But it's great. It's like it's a great mix of Super Mario, Adventure Island, and like just a touch of at least the aesthetically a touch of Ghosts and Goblins. You know. It's nice. It's like I like the apples that steadily deplete, and that's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's like Adventure Island.
Yeah, it is like Adventure Island, so it's really cool. I can't think, how do you break the gray or silver blocks in the super? You know,
Oh, you need to hit those with a super claw. When you power up, you can hold either the X or Y buttons, which is the only point in the game where
that's what you do. I've never done that.
Yeah, I guess it's because it's supposed to imitate the Super Nintendo. You now have the use of the X and Y buttons. So.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I guess that's why the...
Does it tell you can do that in the manual or something?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it's a good... I don't read those. So.
Does anyone ever?
Yeah.
For classic games, you pretty much have to read the manual. Yeah. If you don't, you die. And then people go on the internet, make videos, and say, this game is dumb and I don't understand it.
Oh, wait a minute, sir.
What's my motivation in this game that I don't have any information on?
Wait a minute, sir. Did you need a manual for home improvement, though?
Technically, no, actually. It wouldn't have made the enjoyment of the game any better, technically. The game
just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The manual in that freaking case is like, you don't need the manual. Okay, thanks, game.
Do they just have like no budget or something to make a manual? I wonder.
Well, I think it was just tongue-in-cheek, you know.
Yeah, the manual was the meta joke.
I didn't know you were allowed to make a Nintendo game without the manual. I didn't think it was allowed.
Well, it had as a manual. The manual
David
was
Crane
just
makes
like,
his own
you don't need a manual.
David Crane was like, whatever. Check this out. I'm draped in gold and velvet. And I'm not gonna make a manual. Now, if you will excuse me, Pitfall to my adventure at Waits.
I didn't hate that game.
Yeah, that was actually a decent game.
It's not bad. It's good.
Yeah, I liked it quite a bit as a kid. I think I even got all the letters on playthrough. I remember taking actual photograph remembering that, but I don't think I was submitting it to Nintendo powered by like Eksfaktr.
My copy of it, like, always would reset, I think, because the cart was probably dirty and I didn't realize it because I was like 10 or whatever, so it's like, oh, I've got to clean the cart? No, I never did that. So I'd always get like to like the 4th or 5th level and it would reset. And then I'd be pissed and then I'd stop playing it.
Actually, isn't that a common issue with that game or something? I seem to remember there was some weird issue with that, with Pitfall of My Adventure.
I don't know, maybe it's a sign. We need to play instead the Sega CD version.
Which I have...
Bob has it.
Sorry.
I realize we're not
one more level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the case with most shmups. You know, what you see is what you get, and I appreciate it.
This kind of illustrates something, though. There were a lot of ports, particularly shmups, or there were even original shmups for the system that were just capable, or they could have done them on the original hardware. They just added CD soundtracks to them for whatever reason.
Pretty good soundtrack, but yeah.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of games on CD, they are literally just Genesis games, like a new soundtrack, and that's kind of it.
Well, it's the same with like TurboGrafx CD games.
Yeah.
Almost the same.
Also, this game is kind of easy, I'm not gonna lie.
Since we...
I'm curious, like, what Lance has to say, like... I kind of want to know, like, what Lance can tell us about, like, this sort of era of, like, add-ons and CD add-ons and stuff. Like, how was that received in South and Central America? Like, what can you...
I've only ever known one person that had a Sega CD, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I remember one person had a Sega CD too, but
yeah, that was the one. Yeah, the Sega CD too.
Yeah. Oh, we must be remembering the same guy. No, I mean, it was, yeah. I mean, it's now. I mean, but it's like it was such a weird, like, luxury stupid product in the United States. Like, it was like the kind of thing like when I was a kid, like I was like, man, that kid. It's like the kid whose parents were like doctors or something would have like something like this. It was just weird. It was just like a weird thing, and like even the kid who had it, the one kid I knew who had it, was like kind of embarrassed by it. You know, it's like it wasn't like a, oh, you have a Sega CD. Is there, you got the Sega CD version of the game? It's like, yeah, but I mean, it's, you know. like 2
Everything
hours.
is just going to be the alien conversation.
Well, maybe we should go ahead and close this down. One more game, okay?
I do want to throw something in, though, since we were discussing aliens.
Well, Bob, pick something.
Aliens kind of answers the question of, like, well, why don't we fight the horror movie monster with guns? And then the answer is because you'll still die.
So,
that's a good point.
This game is also an enhanced port of a Genesis game, but it's a little unusual, and I'll show off why.
Oh yeah.
Is this the Batman game?
Batman.
Yep, Batman Returns.
Oh yes.
Okay.
It's like they put in a whole second different game instead.
Look at you have a full game, you have driving only, and you have platform only. I'm gonna show platform only and why that is a terrible idea to do.
You mean racing only?
Well, this is only the platformer levels. I'm gonna show you why you never want to turn that on.
Oh, platformer only?
I tried playing a couple of the platform levels, and I had no idea what I was doing when I tried that. I could get through the first couple driving stages.
In the Genesis version? Like, are they completely new levels?
I think they're supposed to be the same levels, actually.
Yeah, this is just like a straight port of the Genesis game, some new music.
Oh, I've actually managed to get through most of these stages. They're confusing, but they're actually beatable compared with the racing segments.
I like the racing segments.
Actually, wait, I'm thinking of Adventures of Batman and Robin. I think
yeah, Adventures has much harder driving.
Yeah, Adventures is basically impossible, so I didn't even download it.
But yeah, I've played this before, and it's kind of weird how the level design works in this. You kind of have to take it... I don't know, it's very ungame-like. Like, I suspect this was made by the same people that did Dinosaurs for Hire, Green Dog, and a couple of other...
I think it might actually was, actually.
And those games have this weird ungame-like logic to them, and it's also present in Eternal Champions, which I believe was also by this team.
They did the Garfield game too, I think.
That one is actually really good, though. It's like, it's weird. Like, that has none of the issues that some of their earlier games did, which makes sense, but...
So, two points of two things on this. One, I find it very amusing that that at least Xerxes and Cal and possibly some others are a lot more debatey over movies than games.
I don't know much about movies, so I'm not afraid to admit that.
That being said, Xerxes, would you care to opine on Batman Returns if there is anything to say about it?
I have seen Batman Returns, so I can say a bit about that.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead, Bob Alice.
It was okay, but it was kind of up itself almost. That's a good way to put it.
That's a good way of describing most Batman films. I'll be right back.
It was much more of a Burton film than a Batman film.
That's a good way to put it.
Like, you know the nightmare that Pee-wee had in Pee-wee's Big Adventure with the evil clowns taking apart his bike and whatever? That's basically the entire Batman Returns experience.
Okay.
Without Paul Rudd.
So we can establish that this level sucks, right? This...
Yeah, really I don't even know where the hell you're supposed to go.
Okay, so let's reset, okay? I'm going to show you guys something. We're going to go to the options menu. And we are going to hit the game type button with the fist of God. And we are going to change it to driving only, and we are never going to look back.
Yes.
The way it's meant to be played.
This reminds me that recently, or I don't know if it's been released yet, but there's supposed to be a Batman arcade combat racing game.
That's been out, but I don't think it's ever going to get ported to anything that we can actually play.
Yeah.
And it makes me sad because it looks really fun. I'll never get to play it.
I'm amazed that arcade games are even made nowadays, I gotta be honest.
So this is all new for this version.
You can see the zooming is all Sega CD-like.
Okay, since we're closing up on this, I'm just going to spit out my theory on 80s horror sci-fi movies like Terminator, Alien. Like at the point of all of those movies, including Predator, and I just realized this, including like Predator, Alien, Terminator, American Werewolf in London and stuff like that, is that human beings are the ultimate predator monster type thing. Like, that's the lesson in every single one of those movies. It's like, there's no greater killing machine than the human brain. And that's what's so cool about those movies.
Yeah, I mean...
So, like, in the end, you're like, yeah, we did it! It's like, wait a second. Like, we're just like the superior murder creature in the galaxy. That's the lesson of all of those movies.
I just want to know... Sorry.
Go ahead, Bob. No.
I just want to know how these things came out. Was this like a different team entirely doing these levels?
It's the same team.
Xerxes, were you here when no, I don't think you were, but I said I wanted to ask what you thought of Batman Returns. Feel free to lay into it as harshly as
I remember very little about Batman Returns, to be honest. I remember, like, Batman just kills a couple dudes in cold blood. But that's
he straps a bomb to the tattooed strongman's chest and kicks him down the well, and then you hear down there. And then he sets one of the clowns on fire with his Batmobile. What?
Did he run people down, or am I thinking like...
Maybe. It's been a while since I've seen it. Like I said, once again, it was really more of a Burton film than a Batman film, because, like, Burton has some sort of clown fetish, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in the character's popularity, it didn't really matter, like, whether he was going to be true to the character or not. It was just like, let's see somebody do something interesting with this thing.
I just now realize the irony of Batman's greatest nemesis being a clown, and he fought him in the first film. But then the second film, the Joker was dead, but then the Mooks were clowns. There's just... okay, I don't think that really has any link to that.
I mean, I think the point of that is Tim Burton really liked the
I'm surprised Burton never made a Johnny Depp into Batman or something. Can you imagine that?
You gotta think that he had a plan for the third movie that would involved
maybe Johnny Depp originally made an interesting Riddler as opposed to Johnny.
Was he gonna have a joygasm?
Also, Arkham Knight is looking pretty goddamn cool.
Indeed. Not much. I haven't said much on it lately, so.
I haven't heard much since they started pushing back to 2015, which.
Man, all the games I want to don't come out until next year. I hate that.
Yeah, the staff at US Gamer is saying 2014 looks like it'll be a watch for gaming, and that 2015 will be a hot shit set, more or less. But
we have Mario Kart 8. That's all that matters.
But yeah, I don't have a Wii U.
Me neither.
I kind of want one though. I'm considering getting one for Christmas, maybe.
Me too.
I'm mostly using it as a thing to play Wii games without needing to have access to a TV. Believe it or not, it's actually really good.
I mean, why, like, if you weren't sold on like a PS4 or Xbone from like day one, like, I don't understand why you would get them now. Like, at least the Wii gives you like a, admittedly not that great reason, but like a reason to buy it. You have some purpose.
Something that's not a computer.
Right, yeah, it's like, why, you know, I mean...
Yeah, we're just not, I want him to talk about how...
Like, PS4 is like nothing I want, and the Xbox is like one game I am remotely interested in.
And
okay, maybe two, but that's about it.
I mean, most of these games have made it to PC already that I've been interested in, so... One thing that looks sort of cool is No Man's Sky, but I think that's coming to PC eventually.
I just want Killer Instinct and Sunset Overdrive, that's all I want from the Xbone.
Yeah, the pit knew everything good.
You know this.
I would receiver.
Unfortunately, I hate it whenever, you know, games are built with specific console designation in mind, and then the PC ports are not in fraud just to appease the PC crowd. But you know, it's a shoddy porting job, and that makes us feel all insulted.
You know that if they're like even remotely popular games,
Crackling.
Damn, again?
Sorry, dude. I don't make the rules. It's just yeah, it's good.
But no, but I mean, if it's a good enough game, like the fans will patch it themselves.
That's good.
Like, I mean, if it's a popular enough game, like even if the original PC port sucks, like like within a year, the fans will patch it. I'm just saying, like it's. Yeah, and it's a really good game. They'll keep patching it and keep adding to it over the years, which is something that cannot possibly get with the console version.
Yeah, I want to say that some patches have already been given to the PC port that we currently issue.
I mean, just look at Skyrim. Like Skyrim is still a state-of-the-art game on PC because of what the fans have done with it. Like, it's.
You mean add tank engines?
And like Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Or Fallout New Vegas, rather, has like all those crazy textures that you can't get anywhere else but PC.
Right, yeah. And it's so easy for the fans to do. It's like, I mean, even like a game, a really old game, like Knights of the Old Republic or something, it's like still tons of stuff coming out for it now. That because it's popular enough that the PC fan community is willing to do stuff for it. So I mean, to me, that is the reason to wait, even if the initial port is kind of garbage. Like,
I mean, at least three big advantages of gaming on PCs is one, easy access, digital distribution, and all that, and the many sales that come with them. And these Steam sales already claimed about $50 from me. So, two, the modding community, as you described, to make things better and/or more interesting. And three, emulation,
and four, backwards compatibility. You get a new PC, you can generally play all the games you had on your old PC.
That's actually pretty frightening picture.
A little bit.
That was kind of the point. They wanted to make him really gross for some reason, even though that doesn't really make sense with his character in the comics, and that he's just penguin-like in appearance.
It's just being Burton.
Penguin, there's no real... I mean, the Tim Burton penguin was like, let's make him into like a creepy monster because that's what I do, but it's like the character as a villain, even in the comics, is kind of lame. Like, there's nobody really did it. So at least you got to give Tim Burton some credit. Like, you gave him some kind of motivation.
Yeah. At least he didn't have like a wine bottle shoved in his eye or something.
I'm going to be honest. That version of the Penguin is probably my favorite now.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's like I think my favorite is the animated series one, who's like a kind of bon vivant and like wannabe rich guy.
I really do like the portrayal of Penguin on that, especially because he's voiced by Paul Williams. But except for Birds of a Feather, he was never used all that interestingly.
No, I mean, there's that good episode where he's breaking into the upper crust of Gotham society.
Yeah, that's the one I just said.
He's actually being used by some a manipulative gold digger.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. It's I love when she comes it's fine, you Roman nose. He's so so enamored of this the idea of just portraying him as a very fragile wannabe. He's obviously a very smart guy, but he's never going to be as kind of Kelsey Grammer,
Yeah, that episode was amazing and tragic. Unfortunately, the episode he debuted in was I've Got Batman in My Basement.
I like that one.
I don't hate it. It's just different.
It's interesting. It's good. I'm all about any version of Bat. I love the Batman character, but I feel like he's too sacrosanct now. It's just not fun anymore.
You can't really do anything with Batman without apologizing for him being Batman, really. You have to make him different and new.
Stupid. It's like he's a dumb character. Like you just got to like do something fun with it.
I know Snarbu's major complaint with Batman is how he's the messiah of the 1%, keeping the 99% oppressed, or whatever your theory was.
That was mostly That was mostly a joke, though. But when you think about his character in a way, he's basically an example of the rich oppressing the poor and taking justice into their own hands.
He just beats up poor grunts instead of
Yeah,
actually using his money to invest in the community. He's pretty much, the exact problem with the militarization of the police, because what he does is, inspires all these crazy jokers to just go and take him down. Doesn't really matter what their end goal is, but they all have to get rid of him. And so instead of, education, public funding for stuff like that, it's all sunk into bigger and better Batmobiles.
Yep.
Such a succinct explanation for what the Batman character is.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think as a symbol of justice, Batman's probably lost some relevancy over the past 5 years.
The point of the character was just how fantastic he was. That was the whole deal with superheroes at the turn of the century. That was the era of the Superman as a intellectual concept, as a cultural construct. So Batman being a fantastic individual makes sense for the time, and it still kind of makes sense today.
I guess. I mean, I think the real reason Batman is like secretly a rich guy is that it's like you want to have a character like the Shadow or some other like pulp character, but you have to explain how he can afford this lifestyle. And so it kind of like it makes sense in the world that it was created in. I don't know why we're talking about this, but
I'm getting ready to shut down. So,
which game is this again?
This is Zoop. It's a Genesis game. I'm just pointing it out.
Every system known to man from that era, because they had
even the Jaguar.
This is the 90s-ist.
Kind
of like the 90s, and there's
cracks out on everything.
I remember renting this for the SNES. Pretty fun game. Sorry, Bob, if we've hijacked the edge of your.
That's fine. It's cool.
I will just say this much about those Batman driving games, and that is that they make me so disappointed that there was never a port of Outrun for Sega CD. Because if those games were any indication...
They had Space Harrier and Afterburner, didn't they?
Those were 32X.
Yes,
and they
32X.
were great mods. They're pretty good, yeah. They're sort of worth getting a brain wax.
While we have Lance, this is the first time I got to talk to Lance. Lance, what kind of game would you really want to host if we did a podcast on it? Is it... please tell us, because,
I don't know.
I'm hearing the Sonic drowning music in my head, Bob, as you lose this game. End of game.
I think I vaguely remember seeing a commercial for this when I was like 3 or something. Vaguely.
Yeah, there was a commercial campaign. There was a huge blitz for this, and no one really remembers or talks about Zoop.
You can't really beat Tetris. That's just...
You can do Puyo Puyo, and you'll get sort of some fame-like thing for it. People care.
At least with Tetris, they had like the modes where, like, if you beat like certain stages, it would like show like Samus playing the stand-up bass or something. That was pretty cool.
I think Tetris is still the best one.
Like, it's sad. Like, anything that's really popular, you can do what you want, try to beat it. It just won't work. Look at WoW.
Actually, WoW is slowly losing relevance in the free-to-play era, I think.
Still
got a lot of subscribers, though.
Like,
I will say that. It's still a juggernaut.
Ever free-to-play?
I want WoW to lose its relevance, so Blizzard will consider making a third Lost Vikings.
Nah, Activision will just eat them.
Lost Vikings, the MMO, yeah. It'd be great.
No, it'll be free-to-play. So you have to pay money to,
I don't know. I play a lot of Hearthstone now. It's like, that's a free-to-play game. I like that game.
I've been playing Star Trek Online when I haven't been playing like stuff. Like
Guild Wars for me. That's pretty. Guild Wars 2 is a pretty good game.
I've actually started like winning in Hearthstone, which makes me feel like there's like an inordinate amount of 7-year-olds playing the game now. So I was just losing constantly, and then all of a sudden.
What does that squiggly do, Bob?
I don't actually know.
Just start shooting at it. What happens?
Yeah, if you pick 3, you get 3, you get warped. It's an outlaw, I think.
Oh, okay.
Lance, are you like mostly like a CD platform kind of guy, or?
kind of flat and sits in bed.
I know you like a lot of racing games.
Yeah.
Racing's great. There's always room for racing.
Like
games.
arcade racing, or because we should do one of those sometime.
Which
Arcade
one?
racing.
I've always like I'm
racing.
not an arcade racing guy. I'm much more of like a Gran Turismo kind of person, but
I can't
crap.
stand racing sims. They just go way over my head. I hate to say.
Well, it's just like when we talked about Madden. Like like even if you don't like American football, like I think as a game you can appreciate it because it's essentially just another video game.
I admit that Madden Pass got me NFL Blitz, and that's a series I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you're playing with like a set of like complicated but well thought out rules, and even with a racing game, like a racing sim like Gran Turismo, like they simplified the idea of driving a car like that down to a point where a normal person could do it, but it still has like a logic to it that makes sense if you kind of take the time to learn it.
You know, I'm still interested in doing like a wrestling game or boxing game or something.
I want to do
That'd
that
be cool.
too. Yeah, I'd like to do a pro wrestling game a lot.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd like to suggest Primetime Fighters by Taito, but I just like that game.
No, Beast Wrestler or bust.
What about like one of the N64 wrestling games? People like those.
Oh yeah,
I've
the
heard those are
AKI,
pretty
yeah,
solid.
those are great. Yeah, those are really good.
Would Defsham count?
What do those flower things do? Or sun?
I don't actually.
They clear out the entire row. They're a power-up. So you might want to pick that up, Bob, so that you don't get...
When I was in Japan, I picked up CIB copies of the first two Fire Pro games, which are basically just NES Pro Wrestling continued. As best I can tell, they're pretty much the same game. Like right down to like the way the music works. It's really kind of interesting. I did not know that about those games.
They use a similar sort of sound? Or?
Well, just like the idea of like the you know, it's like just keeps going and going and going forever.
So I think the people who made Fire Pro also did that game.
There's at least one guy, yeah, who worked on NES Pro Wrestling. There's at least one person who continued. It's like it sounds like it was. I mean, that's a classic HG101 article. But I mean, I had no idea how true the comparison was. So I played them because I don't really like pro wrestling, like I said. So it's like I just got the games because they were like one of the things where no matter where you went in Japan, like if they sell TurboGrafx cube cards, you know, they have pro wrestling games. So pro wrestling and baseball, it's like the kind of two things like you're guaranteed to find.
So it's like
64
Madden
is the
over
same
here,
way.
pretty much.
Yeah, it is. Like the sports games are universal, so they, you know, I mean, you know, whatever the popular sports are, so like baseball, pro wrestling, and to a lesser extent, like horse racing games. It's pretty much what you find.
That's what's interesting to me about, well, I guess Japanese gaming culture, I'm not sure how to describe it, is that they have sims for things like trains and horses and stuff that you never see anywhere else. I mean,
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like American football. It's like nobody gives a rat's ass about American football outside of the United States, but you know, it's like it's a huge seller here, so why not do it? Like there's enough of a market to do it. But yeah, I mean, it becomes like with horse racing especially, I think it's just like it's, you know, it became a popular enough game genre in its own right that you can reliably put out games like that and feel like you're going to make a good sale on it. So it's like, you know, there's kind of like it's probably the same as baseball games, to be honest. Like there's like a basic baseball game mechanic that it doesn't have to be that way, but that's just the way everybody does it. So and it became like, if you're going to make a video game out of baseball, like it's going to be kind of like this, and this is how you're going to throw the ball to different bases, and this is how you're going to field, and it all works the same way. It's like,
I think we should go and get things wrapped up for now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
It's like 2 a.m. over here, so.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
How long
This
has
is
this
really
been
great.
going on? About 6 hours.
You know, I have a quick suggestion, or a quick suggestion, Xerxes. We should probably put a non-sports, non-racing sim on there, like one of those weird German sim sort of games, but maybe not those specifically.
I'd like to do, I was going to say, like, I want to do more as much as I try to branch out with these games, like, I feel like we do mostly games that I understand and know about, because, I'm the one who drafts up the lists and stuff, so...
I say we
feel like,
anyway,
yeah, I'd like to do more like computer simulation type games and
Pirates. Sid Meier's Pirates.
Oh, yeah, Pirates has been on there forever. It just never seems to come up. It's just one of those weird things that never seems to come up, but it's been on there forever.
How about the Genesis version Pirates Gold? That could be interesting.
Yeah, Pirates Gold
That's
has been
my
on there
personal
forever.
favorite one, yes.
Yeah, Pirates Gold has been on there forever. It never comes up.
Mind if I go and start signing off?
Yeah, go ahead and sign off with the...
sorry to anyone who's still here and still watching for keeping you guys awake, but...
14 viewers, that's great.
You've all been...
14 viewers this late at night, it's great.
Yeah, I think we did really good this time. We got some good conversation going.
You kind of nailed it out of the park,
Sega CD stuff going on.
I think this whole format works pretty well.
Yeah,
we
should do this again with... There's a lot of good stuff on there. There really is. I think it's
about that.
way
Sega CD is one of those
underappreciated.
things you don't want to play it, so you might as well watch it.
There's some good stuff on there. I think I play a few good games.
But no, I'd like there's a couple of people who seem to show up for the streams only, and I'd really be curious what kind of games they recommend us playing. So I'd like to get more of a mix in there, and I'd love to play some Amstrad games or some ZX games.
Oh
ZX
God,
games or something like that too. So
I would dread that, but I think I would join in anyway.
I bet that'd be fun. I don't think
we would just be so out of our depth. It'd be just sad.
I think it'd be fun.
Which games exactly? Wait, I wasn't listening.
Well, it could be anything, but I'd be curious to play games that are not in our comfort zone. We need to do more of that because we've been playing the same. We're kind of in a rut, so.
I think the call's dying, so I think this might be where we say bye.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'll check out too. Yeah. See you later, guys. Thank you.
Thanks all of you for watching. This will probably be heavily edited.
Joining us.
Yeah.